My friends, what a pleasure it is to have you back at Heidelberg Castle here for the very last day of competition in this magnificent celebration of the game that we all love. Age of Empires 1 and 2 are in the books, and now, with $300,000 left to give away, the Age of Empires 4 main event comes into focus, live from a castle with an audience of hundreds in the room with me, my friends. It is time to get underway with the semi-finals and the grand final of Age of Empires 4.
In the middle, Leary's castle goes down. It's his turn to raid Leary's economy. And Viper holds on to that castle. And he's killing the villagers on the gold. They're desperately running for the TC.
Look, the Cavalier, they can do what they're doing here to the trebuchets, and then Leary will have nothing.
Welcome to the main stage here at Heidelberg Castle. Riley Knight, your host for the rest of the day, and joining me on stage as well, it's Ellie 4K, everyone.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here.
Ellie, you've been here over the last couple of days at the castle. You caught the last day, and you were doing interviews, obviously, in the last day of competition for Age of Empires 4 during the quarters. We have just 4 players remaining, the semi-finals, and of course the final coming up later on today. What are you looking forward to? Who have you got your eye on?
All 4 players. I was up in the training room. I heard some smack talk going down. I think the stakes are really high, and I'm really looking forward to see what they've got in store for us.
We've got a huge amount of money on the line, obviously, $300,000, $100,000 going to the person in first place. But I think for some of the players, that is less of a concern than just the ability to talk complete smack forever after this victory.
I think it's the same across all esports. It really comes down to the prestige and being on this stage, the highest amount of prize money given away for an Age 4 or for an Age of Empires event. It's going to be phenomenal. It's
going to be huge, and you can see there on the screen we've got that prize pool that people can take a look at. But again, a secondary thought when it comes to the fame. And not that you're arguing with $100,000 in the back pocket, certainly not. But I know there are certain players who will certainly be very happy to receive the bragging rights that comes with such an incredible event taking out as a victory. Let's have a look at our bracket here, Ellie, and you can talk us through some of the matches that we're going to see. You can see on the screen here we've got the Mr. versus Lucifron. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, I think Lucifron is one of the players that was really talking a lot of smack upstairs.
That's the behind-the-scenes stuff we crave.
So I'm really looking forward to the juicy match that will happen for sure coming up just in a few moments. And the Mista, he's known as the thinker. He thinks through his strategies, and I don't think we've seen all of his strats just yet. We saw last game he had some phenomenal work with the micro and the pikemen and the spears and the rams. Maybe we'll see that again. I'm certainly hoping to see some more innovation. It's going to be so exciting. And you know, we're environmentally friendly here. I like to recycle the jokes from yesterday.
Very good. Very good.
It's a shame that you all paid for a full seat because you'll only be sitting on the edge.
Yeah, well, look, aren't they generous? I mean, a lot of people have booked the 2-day tickets and they're still clapping your jokes, Ellie. Well done, mate. A great effort. We've also got our backup match. Oh, sorry, backup match? What am I talking about? Sorry, our second match. It's by no means a backup for many people. It'll be an colossal affair. Beastie Cutie versus Marine Lord. Now, these blokes, 2 titans of the game, and the confidence from both of them, right? Talking to one of them like, yeah, I think I'm 90-10 to win. The other one's like, yeah, I think I'm about 95-5 to win. So I'm not a mathematologist by any means. Those numbers do not add up for me. We are going to see who reigns supreme out of those 2. And finally, of course, the schedule. You can see it on the screen here, kicking things off, Lucifron versus the Mr., and then Beastie Cutie versus Marine Lord. But depending on how things go, we may have a little surprise cooked up for the viewers later on. Of course, in this unpredictable world of Age of Empires, we don't know how long the games are going to go. And if we find ourselves with a bit of breathing room when it comes to the old schedule, Ellie, we've cooked up something special for the viewers. So hopefully we'll get to that later on.
Well, we'll keep that a surprise.
We'll keep that one a surprise, keep that one tucked away. But I understand, I can see at the back of our hall here, the players are ready to get stuck in with the draft. So I'd like your support here, please, people at Heidelberg Castle, to welcome for the first time our casters who are standing by in the casting chamber. I believe it is Aussie, Drongo and Nilly who are going to walk us through the first semi-finals. Please, a warm welcome for our first caster pair.
G'day fellas, welcome. The final day, Nilly, we made it. It's all come down to this. We've got Lucifron versus the Mister coming up first. Then we head into Beastie versus Marine Lord. Two insane semi-finals for us. I think both of these could have ended up being the grand finals as well.
Yeah, it's just crazy, right? BCQ, Marine Lord, considered to be number 1 and 2 in the world. Some matchup that some wanted to see in the final. But obviously, Mister always looking so strong, getting directly there. Marine Lord dropping a bit earlier, and that's why we got into those matchups. That feels like whoever is winning here could have a really tough match in the final.
Yeah, this is going to be tough, but by the same token, you've got to think about it from the perspective of Beastie Marine Lord. They've got an incredible match that they've got over there. Probably either of those guys could be crowned the champion, and you wouldn't be surprised. So you've got to think about it like, okay, well, they've got to go up against each other. That's going to be a hard matchup, but that isn't even the final boss yet. Then you've got to get to the next level. So for Mister, for Lucifron, they might have a relatively easy matchup to start with. It's going to get worse for them, but for Marine Lord and Beastie, they've got to bring their best game, their A game, from the very beginning of this day.
And just imagine Mister winning here, right? And then he has the full time to watch the other semi-final, come up with new strategies. So even if Beastie Curie or Marine Lord on paper might be the stronger players, like Mister and how his brain works, he might come up with new strategies for the finals.
Yeah, he's that kind of guy. The only player with strategy 10 out of 10. He's just known for thinking on the tractor all day. And he mentioned earlier in the week, you know, if he wins the 100K, not only is he going to have a beautiful wedding, but he's also going to be purchasing a brand new tractor. He said to me, it's going to increase my efficiency.
Nice.
All right.
Farming efficiency. Yeah,
right, exactly. He's getting his tier 3
horticulture.
upgrades.
Yeah, nice.
But obviously the day is going to be quite a long one here. We've got plenty of games, plenty of action. So we'll have to wait and see whether we do get to that surprise match, that little surprise for the viewers. We don't want to hype it up too much because I don't want you guys to have to guess what's coming, but I'm looking forward to the day. I think it's going to be full of action. Heading into this, Nilly, though, who do you think the favorite is for the first game?
It's tough. Obviously, like the heavy fan in me is so entertained by the Mister, but it also feels like Lucifron. He has practiced so much. I think he might be the slightest of favorites if he just plays meta and adjusts well to Mister's wild strategies.
All right, well, let's see how it goes. We're going to start off with the draft right now. We'll head down to the players and see exactly what they begin picking.
Ooh, look at the beautiful trophy. See the civilizations in the back. Every civilization on there twice. We will start with 2 bands each. And
it looks like we've got our first band. It's come through as a map. It looks like it's going to be mountain clearing.
Okay.
No real surprise there. We haven't actually seen that in the tournament yet.
Sick. Not a single time?
No, not a single time.
Okay, but I heard it's short distance. It's aggressive games, Aussie Drongo.
It's a bit of a meme. So essentially, people just make lots of towers.
That's a Medi band.
It looked like a Mediterranean band, yeah, which is great. You know, you want to target out Lucifron's strength when it comes to the water. He's been very, very talented when it comes to mountain or with Mediterranean, Boulder Bay. He just seems to be nailing it. And look at that. We see a 4 legs picked by him. So once again, playing to that strength on the water.
Is Lucifron there without anything written down? Is he just drafting out of his head?
It's all in the head.
Wow.
Prairie pick here for Mister. So obviously favoring civilizations like the Mongols, maybe even the French. We saw quite successful on it.
Double French out of him earlier. Was really successful.
And wetlands picked right here for Mister. So
he's smiling. Did you see him smile? Like wetlands.
Yeah. What are you going to do now?
Hey, you don't have 2 bands now.
Yeah, you weren't expecting that one, do you? But we also see Boulder Bay getting picked out. So
sounds like more than corners.
Yeah. So I mean, Lucifron, he's really happy with this, right? Because he loves to play that water style. So he gets 2 out of 2 for the water. But we do have a couple of map bands now coming through. So it's going to be Golden Heights band out, a map that's quite good for the English.
Lucifron that good on Boulder Bay? Oh, you can clap some nerds in 7 minutes.
That is correct, and not just any nerd. Very, very talented nerds. But we do see the next one coming through. Looks like Mister's band is going to be, he's got the double here as well. Is that a Dry Arabia ban right there? Did I just see that right?
And Cauldron banned as well. So now there are 2 maps left.
Oh my lord.
And Lucifron gets the choice which one should be the ban and which one we pick as the opener in this best of 5.
Yeah, big. All right, well, it looks like
Basin.
Basin gets taken out, which leaves only 1 map remaining. I'm not too good at deduction, so I'm not sure exactly what one it is.
Gorge.
Gorge. Actually, a pretty decent map. So we've got some good quality maps in here. Obviously, 4 Lakes, we didn't see it a whole lot coming up through the event. Wetlands as well, so we're going to see 2 maps here, potentially, that we haven't had a whole lot of gameplay on. But obviously, Boulder Bay, Prairie, Gorge, we've seen plenty. So now we start thinking about civilization choices here. What do you think the top bans are going to be for these players?
I think Mr. banning Chinese feels relatively likely, simply because he has banned it multiple times earlier, kind of wants to take it away from his opponent. And we see English ban because I think the men-at-arms just looked really strong out of the Mr. and Rican camp.
Yeah, I think that's it's got to be it, right? How do you deal with the men-at-arms when they're that early? It just seems at the moment we haven't really...
The English double ban. Hello.
Smart moves right there. I gotta give it to Lucifron. That is definitely the right choice. You know, often I was
Chinese double ban.
I was talking with pro players the other day. They said
they are so boring.
It's not about banning the good civs anymore. It's about banning the preferences. You look at what your enemy's preference is, and you ban that. That's how balanced these civilizations are.
Jumping on HRE. I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. now jumps on HRE as well.
And indeed he does.
It does. So very mirrored.
Yeah, looking to play the mirror here. I think that's probably the smart game when you're coming in as that second seed, that lower seed. It just makes sense to try and mirror it as much as possible.
So out of, we said, Mr. incredibly good with early men-at-arms, right? Out of 4 potential men-at-arm feudal age aggression civs, he only gets 1. 2 banned, 2 picked away. I love Lucifron's preparation.
Yeah, and we see the mirroring continuing. So once again, we're going to be looking to pick up the Mongols here. So keep in mind, player with the higher seed has typically got the advantage because they get the first pick. So they can always try and play around with the numbers and pick off a civilization that their enemy can't take. So the best way that you can cancel that out is just to mirror them. But we do see a switch up right here. It's going to be an Ottoman's play. A civilization at the moment, I think nearly that a lot of people are starting to realize it's kind of good.
Yeah, it's kind of in the middle of the pack, right? It could go up higher once people figure it out a bit more. Now, there could be an option for Delhi, but goes for Rus.
Oh, interesting.
So mixes it up a bit more. Is Mr. going for a second Ottoman now?
I think this is where you go for the second Ottoman, right?
Let's see. Goes for Rus as well. Mixing it up.
Okay. Jeez. So perhaps he just doesn't rate Delhi. You know, you look at the maps. Where would you play Delhi here? Probably Prairie? Even then, it's...
Still no love for French.
And an Ottoman pick now for Lucifron as well. Abbasid pick. Keep in mind, one of the civilizations with the lowest win rates.
Crazy, right?
I think they're sitting at about, what is it, 14%, 15% at the moment?
Out of that, like 2 out of 9, something in that ballpark.
It's a very low win rate, though.
Yeah.
We do see the final pick about to come in. I suspect it's probably going to be the French. It is indeed the French.
And French potentially on the other side could also be Delhi as the option. And Mr. he is going for a second Abbasid. Ooh. So he still thinks, oh, the fifth Abbasid! Hey!
All right, well, the drummers continue. And now the question is, who's got the better draft here, Billy?
Tough to see for me. Right, Lucifron, I would love to see some more French out of him.
Yeah.
Walking through the stage here. People are getting excited.
Look at those beautiful flags. I love the Mister's flag. Look at that wolf. Looks so regal.
What's more scary, a wolf or a bobcat?
Probably a wolf, because there's probably going to be about 10 more of them.
Ah.
Wow. Absolutely beautiful stuff right
Look
there.
at Mister. He's excited for this.
Yeah, he's pumped up. Lucifron,
Nice.
calm as a... Whatever something calm is, Lily. That's what I'm thinking
Cucumbers
right now.
are calm.
Calm as a cucumber. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
They
very
also exist in herds. And
Cucumbers.
He's one, yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess he also exists in a herd, doesn't he? He's got him and Vortex. That's always together. Is
Yeah.
two a herd?
Both cucumbers, yeah. By definition, a herd starts with 2 cucumbers.
All right. Two's a herd, three is a pride.
I don't know too much about cucumbers. You're putting me into a pickle here.
Oh, Nilly, you're so silly. All right, well, let's talk a little bit more about those drafts. We saw the double Abbasid pick coming out of the Mister here. There's the walk-in right now from Lucifron. Obviously, it's not him actually walking in. He walked in a bit earlier, but looks very formidable.
Still smiley.
I want to know what you think about this double Abbasid pick, though, Nilly. Let's talk about this, because a civilization coming into this event, considered by many to be the strongest civilization, then it gets hit with a huge nerf. Extra cost to the town center, extra time that it takes, and now all of a sudden you've got two Civ picks that have got a very low win rate.
Yeah, but also really late, right? So he only has to play one of them. And I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to find other ways around it. We obviously have seen that Abbasid really struggle on land maps because CCs are more tricky, but we also have two water maps here, picked by Lucifron. Maybe thinks Abbasid could be good on those.
All right, well, we'll have to see exactly how it goes down. First match going to be on Gorge, a map that typically favors aggression when it comes to your most aggressive civs on a map like this. I'm thinking Mongols. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Mongol mirror right here, but then, you know, that's where the mind games start, right? If you both have got access to the Mongols here, do you really want to both throw it out? Do you want to try and get a counter matchup in? Is there a civilization here that really counters the Mongols? I guess maybe the French could work from Lucifron, but even then it's not the safest route.
With only one woodline, really, it's so easy to tower rush it. Mongols feel just really good there. We've seen also Mongols squeeze in the wetlands, but most of the time George was missing completely there. I think Prairie could be another candidate for the French pick out of Lucifron. And then Ruse likely to be squeezed in, Boulder Bay, maybe even Four Lakes. It's going to be quite an interesting mix. And HRE, I don't see Maddie. So, like, the clear pick gone for me. Are they that good on Boulder Bay compared to Maddie? I don't think so.
Well, there's no English here to really contest on Boulder Bay, so I think it should be fine, though. But I guess there's also the fear of Rus coming out on water. They're quite good, especially on Boulder Bay. Very, very strong. So I think you might even think about playing the HRE on Four Lakes and then go for Rus on Boulder Bay. Do we see an Ottomans pick coming out on Gorge here?
That's such a big question mark for me. I think Gorge, you need too much time. And I think they would struggle too much against the potential tower rush, right?
Ottomans surprisingly do very well against the tower rush because you get to start off with that military school.
If you start with it.
Well, I think you have to against the Mongols. That's a mandatory thing. There's no negotiation on that. And then if they don't go for aggression, then you can look to pressure on the Uvu. You can look to pressure on the gold, depending on where the TC placement is. There's always that way that you can play it.
If you start military school against Mongols, how would you deal with like double archer range opening from Mongols? Then
build a stable.
Okay, good unit.
Spy's actually not that bad, but yeah, you're not wrong though. If they do look to put that pressure, but that's the sort of thing that you want to do as the Ottomans. You want to force your enemy to play that feudal age against you, because the military schools, they really start stacking up quickly.
Yeah, but you need to get them running, right? And that's the thing. Like Ottomans, they struggle a bit before like the 7-minute mark.
Yeah.
And it feels like after they have their military school set up, it's just like, okay, we're both going for units, but I just have some more for free.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, right? I mean, it's similar to the Mongols in that regard because you've got free units coming out of the Uvu, but I feel like the Uvu probably doesn't produce as fast as the free units from the Ottomans.
For military schools, for example.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And I mean, for me, I always go back to that game that we saw between the Muslim and Marine Lord on Cauldron. And it was the Muslim on the Ottomans and Marine Lord on the English. And Marine Lord, as a defensive English player, was still not able to hold the pressure that was being put out by the Ottoman player. So for me, I look at that, I'm like, you know what? Ottomans kind of look amazing once they get to that stage, but I guess that's the question. The question's going to be whether you can get to that stage at all. But it sounds like we are going to be diving into an interview right now with the Mister. Let's hear from the man himself.
I am Themistoklis Bonidis. I'm known as Themista in gaming, and I am from Greece. I stopped playing in March, and the first qualifier was in June, so I didn't have any practice. My farming season started. Those days that the qualifier took place, it was raining in my area, so I didn't have to work, and I'm like, let's give it a go, let's try, see where we are right now, and it just happened for me to qualify.
Mister's
so
already playing my games.
I expected
just
to
by going to the
qualify,
top.
but not so early. I think every single player is playing really well, so I don't know which group I would prefer. I think both groups are equally strong. We have been playing at the competitive level for so long, and I think it all comes down to the day. Like, we all prepared at a certain degree, but I think what matters is like how you wake up, when you're gonna sit on your computer, and how the game will go. Preparation is good, but you also need luck. I'm excited just by being here, right? Every other single player is sharing the same thought as me. Like, we are just happy being here, and obviously it's stressful, but I think the excitement overcomes the stress. Beastie Cutie, because I hate the way he plays. He's playing too defensively, and it just drags the games longer and longer, and I don't like long games. I don't think I have someone that I would feel comfortable playing. It's about the day. Like, even in a good day, I wouldn't want to play against Beastie.
Interesting to hear from the Mister right there, but we do have the civilizations coming out right now. Look at that. Oh, that's not pretty right there. We've got a French coming out for Lucifron and the Holy Roman Empire for the Mister. I guess I can see why he needed to go take a break. I tell you what, after that one, you're going to be
excited.
Yeah, look at the...
Oh, even the earth was shaking. Oh, Drongo.
Yeah,
something just happened.
Yeah, the AR realizes the power of the French in this matchup. Keep in mind that the French have got a pretty insane win rate at the moment in this event. I think they're sitting on close to 70% win rate. And obviously Lucifron...
Thanks, Lucifron.
Yeah, responsible for a lot of that, right?
Two wins there in his quarterfinal match. And I quickly wanted to talk about the qualifier that Mr. just talked about. He actually played Lucifron in that qualifier and beat him 3-1 there. And that was the only time they faced each other in an official match.
Really?
And then, only one round later, it was the deciding round. Mr. was down 3-0. And came back 4-3 to get a ticket.
He's just that good, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just that good.
Like mentally strong as well.
Yeah, to be able to do that, that's crazy. I mean, I'd love to see the statistics from every single sport. Whenever you've got a best of 7, surely a person who's 3-0 goes on to win 99.8% of the time.
Yeah, let's not do the math, Drongo, but a lot.
It's very high. It's very high. But you can see that we've got that beautiful winter background at the moment. Obviously, we're going to be going on to Gorge. It could be a biome where they've got the winter there, or we could be seeing something a little bit more sunny, maybe a little bit more Mediterranean. I don't know about you, Nili, but I've been loving the new biomes that have been brought through for Qualifiers 4. Yeah.
Crazy good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 of your first semi-final. Spawning in on the south side of the map, playing in the color blue. As the French, it's Lucifron.
And in the yellow, in the top, flying in over from Greece, playing the Holy Roman Empire, his first pick, the Mister.
What a tough matchup to begin. Now, keep in mind, this is a best-of-5 series, so look, even if it doesn't go his way, there are plenty more games in this series, but we can see an interesting stat right there. During the Red Bull Wololo Legacy main event, the French and the HRE Empire have both been drafted 23 times, so despite the different patches that we've seen, they still are the middle of the pack, I guess. Actually, they'd probably be quite high on the pick rate.
Let me think. I think it's like 24 sets that we have seen so far, right?
Yeah, so they've got to be picked a lot, yeah?
8, 4, 24. 23 out of 24.
Not too bad.
That's a lot.
That's not too bad. I reckon that's got to be the top, right?
Yeah. Oh, but we had double drafts as well.
Oh, good call.
Yeah.
So it's not really that hard. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about this matchup. Typically in this matchup, the French are considered to be the hot favorite. I'm talking like 65% hot favorite. That's pretty hot.
65 degrees is hot as well. And Lucifron, with French, obviously he could go into Royal Knights and therefore take a lot of map control. And HRE, typically, they try to thrive like by expanding, getting their deers, getting their relics. But with so much map control that French typically get, that's becoming incredibly tricky.
Yeah, I think for me the question is what way is Mister going to play to get inside the mind of Lucifron? Because if Lucifron plays this standard, you can expect the players of an even level, it should be French winning most of the time. So Mister's really got to try and think outside the box. What's he going to pull here? My suspicion is we're probably going to see an early second town center out of him. It can be very hard to deny that with early aggression, as long as he goes racks first, gets 1 or 2 spearmen out just in case, then goes for that second TC. But it can be a bit hard as well, because if, by the same token, Lucifron looks to get really aggressive early on and gets that archer up in his face, how does he defend against that?
Well, then he needs to go for horseman. Mister knows, okay, lots of aggression likely to come from my opponent. And he realizes, I rather want to have my resources under the town center. And that's why he went double scouts.
Oh, interesting point. Yeah, double scouts. Can we take a look at the POV from the Mister and just get an idea of what his line of sight is? Yeah, look at that. Beautiful job by him. How many sheep are we talking? It's not a huge amount, is it?
It's not crazy.
Yeah, you don't get
6. We had some before.
9.
Feels like 14ish against 10 then likely.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think against the French, it makes a lot of sense, right? You want to keep everything under the town center. You want to keep it nice and safe. You don't want those villagers out on the berries. You don't want them on the deer. You want to stay under here as long as you can, but it obviously slows you down.
School of Cavalry with 5 villagers here. Typically, or very often, we see 4. Lucifron wants to get those knights out a tiny bit quicker, but Mr. already evacuating the gold spot. Will be tricky for Lucifron to find a lot of damage with only some knights because everything will be so clumped up together.
This is a crazy fast age up. I don't think I've ever seen an age up this fast at all in a competitive game. 342 for the French with a knight clicked up immediately.
Crazy clean build up here. 3 on gold, now sends 2 more. Thinking about going for chivalry after that. Typically we only put 4 on there, so that's the move around. Also interesting to see when he might go for wheelbarrow.
Yeah. I guess that's probably going to be on the back burner for the moment, isn't it? Because his focus right now is just on taking out the Mister as soon as he can. And remember, we've seen him just repeatedly destroy people just through micro of the knights. So, yeah,
look at that scout positioning, overseeing everything. Such a good positioning. Goes to the left-hand side, sees if there might be an expansion towards the deer. Obviously knows extra town center won't be an option now.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if this scout moves like in 30, 40 seconds to find out if Lucifron is adding an archery range.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. But we do see he spots that out now. The barracks coming down straight away. The key here is just going to be about keeping track of where that knight is at. But interestingly, doesn't bring the scout forward with it. So right now he's playing in the dark. That knight could be hitting the gold line. It could be hitting the wood line. He's really got no clue, but obviously sees the scout from his enemy, so knows that it's probably coming around in that direction.
Spearman not very early. Let's take a look. Knight is coming in. Scout from the left-hand side. This could be a villager kill.
Yeah, this could be really bad. And
pulls them.
He's so quick, isn't he? Just straight onto it and onto the straggler trees. Keep in mind, in the most recent patch, straggler trees are a lot closer to your town center. So it's very efficient for you to be onto these. And beautiful timing here from the Mister, right? Just brings the villagers in just to make sure that the spearman's out. And we do see, is that a stable getting dropped down as well? So going to be opening up just on the one base play here.
And it's still incredibly efficient, right? The distance is pretty short. We are close to the Aachen Chapel.
Yep.
So this is like very, very close. Spearman takes some damage against Knight. Can be healed by the Prelate. Obviously lose some efficiency, but seems like a very reasonable defense here by the Mister.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing here because he wants to try and trade as much health as he can on those knights, and even just trading 1 for 1. Sure, even if he loses the spearman, it's actually not that bad because the unit costs a lot less. You just got to be careful that later on in the game you don't start taking those trades as often. But for the moment, it looks like his defense is going to be pretty solid. You mentioned wheel barrier earlier. I think it might be coming through any second now for Lucifron, and he's really had to move over quick onto the berries. There's a distinct lack of sheep here for him.
That's because the Mister played the 2 scouts, so nice advantage there. Not only getting more sheep, but also taking sheep away from his opponent.
Yeah, we can see he's still got plenty of sheep under the town center, so he's happy to camp up here for days. But Lucifron is now taking stone as well. So the second TC, we talked about it before, we're able to jump by the perspective of Mister and see exactly what he sees. So he doesn't actually spot the stone out just yet.
And I said, like, this scout is likely to move, right? And I still would have liked to see the scout move. He now sees 2 on gold, so he knows, okay, constant knight production, not a thing. But he didn't confirm. Are you going for more archers or are you trying to add a town center? Would love to see him get that intel.
Yeah, but we can also see that Mister has now got cavalry out. So horsemen are on the field. Can we double check? I don't think Lucifron's actually picked up a range just yet, but hold on a minute. Look at that, just getting a little bit of damage onto that villager. It doesn't die, but guess what? Round 2 comes around. Good night, sweet prince.
Should be moved away there if he wants to force Lucifron to take some more hits. Knights are getting scared away. 2 horsemen out now, trying to find some damage through the center. Obviously, the stone, unprotected right now.
That's exactly it. It's quite far away as well, up on the hill. Makes it even harder to defend, and you can see that Mister at the moment, he's focused very heavily on wood. So what he might look to do here is just almost take, all of the villagers from wood and then move them over to stone. That way keeps them all together, everybody's nice and safe.
Town center likely in the deer spot. Indeed, that's happening at the left-hand side. Scout should instantly see it, but pushed away by the knight.
Yeah.
But the 2 horsemen, where are they? Oh, they're chilling more. They're at the left-hand side, they're trying to regroup. Okay, could be maybe a villager kill.
He's looking for it. He's gonna come through. So I think he might be able to get a villager kill or 2 here. He's also distracting the knight. Does actually lose the scout, so a little bit of a mistake there from the Mister. losing the scout that early in the game to a knight, very, very much avoidable. Horseman coming down the hill though, a little bit of a party. Archers out as well.
It's a bit out of position. Oh, Misclick was attacking the town center there. Villagers are being pulled.
But this is a good little delay that he's got, but obviously you want to avoid having too much. And nice little micro back here for Mr. as well. Able to pick up the knight, do a fair bit of damage onto that. One more shot and that might be going down. But now Spearman also going to be coming in for Mr. This is where it starts to get hard, because once those spear are in, it is going to be all over for those knights. And oh, Mr. looking very solid right now, hitting all of the horsemen. On top of that, Archer taking it out the town center. It's going to get up, but it's looking doubtful as to whether it comes up without losses nearly. Oh, it's close. It is so damn close right there.
2 villages down. Some of them went into low HP. The knight is trying to run away as well. Now pushed away from the gold. Scout goes down, and Mr. has to be happy with this aggression.
Definitely going to be happy with that aggression. That was beautiful stuff. And look at this guy. A single scout just harassing the villagers for now. But had Mr. moved out with those spearmen even 5 seconds earlier, that town center may have gone down. Or, you know, he might have need to have brought more villagers to help assist. But already we can see that at the moment, Lucifron definitely on the back foot. So I think for Mr. there's 3 different ways he can approach this. Number 1, look to try and play it heavy feudal, maybe go for a bit of a ram timing, something like that. Number 2, he can look to add a second town center himself. Or number 3, he can go to Castle Age. Where does he go from here? That's going to be the question, because it's difficult, right? Because now the burden is on you, because your enemy's made the second town center, so you have to react. If you don't, you're just not going to be scaling.
And where are we going is the big question. The thing is, Lucifron, he still has those knights out, and Mr. is scared. Look at this heavy farming in Mr's base. That's something we very, very rarely see. We're 10 minutes into this game, and he's looking at like 12 farms already.
Yeah. Increasingly, we are seeing this more often, though. So I called this out not too long ago, but then I noticed that players were doing it regularly as the Holy Roman Empire. It seems to be the only civ other than the English that wants to go for it early, but nice little raid coming in for Mr. Going to get a bit of idle time here. Keep in mind, no spearmen out just yet, either for Lucifron. Once he starts mixing those in, it's going to be a little bit harder for Mr. to get all of these little raids in, but walks away unsuccessful.
Beautiful pull there. Lucifron not losing a single villager there.
Yeah, he did a great job.
Knights are pushing this away, still some harassment at the front, but economy has to be better for Lucifron. Obviously, he's working on basically what we call 2.2 town centers against only one of the Mr.
Yeah, but keep in mind, he's also spending extra resources on creating villages. So Mr., all of those resources that he's got, he's going to be putting straight into military. But another raid coming in once again.
But so close to the town center, won't find the kill there. Knights are still pushing away. Chivalry cannot be afforded. Now this mining camp burning down. That's a tower pretty far away.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what this is all about. What is he attempting to achieve with this? Because this shuts down the gold that's on the front side. Is he maybe thinking to try and stall him out from gold, potentially?
But this early, such a big wood investment? Is this maybe a setup to get a relic in there?
It could be. It definitely could be. I'll be curious to see whether he gets arrow slits on that or whether he saves it for a springwood. If he's saving it for a springwood, it's definitely for a relic.
Right now, not on stone, so isn't going for arrow slits, at least in feudal age. Get some upgrades there for the armor against the town center fire. Now heavily on gold.
Yeah. He's
That
just
goes
moved
on
villages.
stone. Oh, that's arrow slits. Not arrow slits, that's ring dots, right? Because he won't... I'm not sure when he can click up.
He'll click up very shortly. If we actually switch it over to the villager count, we'll see that there is a lot of villagers right now on gold, 9 villagers on gold. So don't be fooled by that 170 gold. That's very quickly going to be doubled, tripled, and he's going to be up to the next stage.
But out of reach of the Aachen Chapel. So gold income won't be super pretty. Maybe even building a second prelate could have been an option. Wants to go for more anyways. This has to be Regnitz Cathedral, right?
Yeah, you would think, especially considering that Lucifron's gone for the double TC, so the likelihood that he's going to follow him up so quickly, it means that it makes a lot of sense to do that. The one thing that he's got to be super careful of is that Lucifron's timing is going to be coming in shortly, and if Lucifron starts adding Arax in, it's going to be very difficult for Mr. to defend, because he's going to need to add in his own archers. It's going to look terrible for him.
Is that wall to the edge? That has to be a whole jungle.
It looks...
This has to be so open. Like, it's visually open.
It is, yes, it is. A little bit concerning, though, for Mr. to be doing that, but nice raid coming through. I love that he's got the spears here as well, so Lucifron's going to need to bring back the archers, doing a decent job, and look how he focuses down the spearmen.
Saved again. Look at that. Only 2 villager kills, and those were the one under the town center.
Yep.
Mr. was so active, constantly losing HP, but he's not finding the real kills.
Well, over towards the front side, we got ourselves a little more kills coming in, and now the barracks is getting thrown down. So this is exactly what Lucifron needs in this position. It's going to help him it's going to help him because he spent so many resources on villagers. He needs to try and find a way back into this on the military count, and that's going to be through the racks. So very smart, but obviously Mr. scouts that out, so don't be surprised if we see a range coming down on his side.
Ragnar's Cathedral is indeed the choice, 11 villagers, and then we're probably going for some knights. And this could be a crazy, like, I'm trying to starve you out, going for lots of towers play, because we mentioned it multiple times on this map. You're spawning with one major wood line behind your town center, but then it gets really tricky. Look at this one. This one has like 4,000 wood. On the other side, it feels like even less.
Yeah, it looks like we might have a bit of a battle unfolding on that top side. Fortunately, play is heading away. It looks like just a single horseman going down. But you're 100% on the money. He needs to start thinking about securing an additional wood line. There's plenty of wood down here for Lucifron, but for Mr., yeah, not so much for him. So he's just got a couple of toughs up here, but the age up has come through. Let's see where he goes from here and what his plan is. He's got 2 prelates out at the moment, so likely going to be moving out onto the map, looking to secure those relics. He's already got the outposts built, so it's going to be easy for him to bring those in, and you can see him rallying those prelates through.
Ragnar's Cathedral built very far in the back, so wants to make sure that that landmark is not going down. Those towers, not doing too much, trying to rush to sprinkler placement. I think we won't finish that.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely that one comes through. But fortunately, he does have the wall up on that top side. So it means that those 2 relics above the wall should be safe keepings for him. This one on the south side, though, probably a little bit more open, but does have this relic that's nice and easy to plop down for him. So it should be 4 out of 5 relics, which is about the best you can hope for as the Holy Roman Empire. Obviously, you'd love to have 5 out of 5, but getting that one on the backside, it's very, very difficult. But once again, another cleanup coming through nearly.
Well, 4 sounds even optimistic in my books, right? The one at the right-hand side is protected with a knight. Left-hand side is pretty close to Lucifron space. Feels like 3 is the one, but look at that. Lucifron also trying to protect this left one here with the knight. Very aware of Mr's plan.
Yeah, I think Mr. should be more than capable of dealing with it, though. He loses 1 prelate here and then sends out his army towards it. And speaking of sending out the army, take a look at that. We got the knight getting surrounded by a whole bunch of horsemen, and he's just going to get cleaned up on the backside as the spearmen come through very nice and heftily. But we do see fortifications coming out as well. So he left this initial outpost. The secondary one in the middle here is going to get some fortifications, though. Sprinkled placement already through.
And then potentially even taking this sacred side. Could give him some control. First shot fired. But Lucifron, he has a scary army. Might just push through the center. We need more knights. And oh, look at that. A feudal push.
Okay, interesting. And Mr. is adding in barracks at the front. Now, keep in mind, he's got the emergency repairs that can always come out here and defend, help him stay alive a little bit longer. It's going to delay that push from inevitably hitting the more critical infrastructure. But it's still going to be tough. So where does he go from here? I suspect probably into knights. And we do see he's at 4 knights already. Men-at-arms also going to be a really good option for him. But keep in mind, with the presence of so many knights out on the field for his enemy, it makes it a bit harder to hold on.
A defensive tower with the relic inside could be really good for this defense. This is going to be an interesting push. The barracks at the front, even with the emergency repair. You're just researching men-at-arms. I'm not even sure if this can really get into proper production.
Yeah, well, the knight's coming around from the top side, but at the same time, towards the bottom side, the horseman coming through. Beautiful surround right now from the Mr. He's got plenty of units trying to just mash it in there right now. He's looking absolutely perfect. At the same time, the battering ram's going to be focused down by the villagers. Spring-on placement still firing off. Battering rams focusing towards that outpost, but take a look at this. 3, 2, 1. There's the fortifications. You ain't going anywhere. He's got emergency repairs for that as well, but Lucifron still looking pretty solid on this front line, but do not discount those armored units from the Holy Roman Empire. They're looking strong. He's got the defender's advantage. He's holding on, and he's looking pretty solid right here, but the knight numbers for Lucifron still looks decent.
Oh, but this was a massive push that needed to pay off for Lucifron. And right now, there's not a lot of stuff left that isn't archers. No more rams as well. The tower will help out. I think Mr's holding here.
Yeah, keep in mind, he's got the sprinkled in placement on that outpost. It is not going anywhere. You're going to need 7 rams to take that thing out. And he tried with 2, and I'm not sure if you saw the pathing on it, but it wasn't the easiest.
Yeah, it felt a bit like traffic jam with only 2 rams.
Yeah, it was not solid. So
I heard the second one honking.
There were loud noises, that's for sure. So I think the question is, at this point, though, where does the advantage sit? Who has got the larger advantage? Because Mr's picked up that 3rd relic now. He's got 3 in the bank. They're pumping out non-stop gold. Keep in mind that Ragnar's Cathedral doubles up that gold bonus. So he's sitting on 240 gold a minute at the moment, but that should be doubled because he's got the Ragnar's Cathedral. So there you can see 478 gold a minute. Just
240 times 2, 478. Okay, math checked out.
Does he not have a relic inside that outpost on the front?
No, he didn't. He put it in the back. Obviously, like 3, he would be losing gold, right? But I also felt like could have been a nice addition. Maybe he was scared that it might get sniped.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. He's fearful that it's going to get sniped, but we can see him now focusing down the units on the backside. So smart as well. Hopefully going to focus down the low health units on the back. So just looking to take out all of the archers. So with him taking out archers, that opens up the possibility for a mass spearman play. And we can see he doesn't actually have a whole lot out at the moment.
Mainly goes for men-at-arms right now. It doesn't look like he has the craziest production. If 6 men-at-arms are in the queue, what is the barracks count here for the Mister? I'm scared. Has maybe only 2. No, okay, 3. Reasonable amount. Oh, but miscue potentially.
Yeah, a lot of men-at-arms. Look at the number of men-at-arms that are coming out right now. And he's actually picked up the heavy maces upgrade by the look of it. So that's going to mean even more damage to those knights. I'm curious exactly how much damage, or how these trade up against the knights, because typically you think of knights as these very effective counter units against the men-at-arms, can very easily get through the armor of them. But with the heavy maces, they can fight back.
So many sprinkled placements everywhere, just always finding damage. Now the knights are getting in. Should just micro back. Archers under the tower. Feels like a bit of an overstep by Lucifer and has to disengage.
Well, he's still got the villager lead. Keep that in mind. He's up on a 35 villager lead at the moment. So I think Mister's probably got to try and find a way to get to Imperial to really maximize his efficiency here. But Lucifer's putting the pedal to the metal, and there's no sign that he's even thinking about the castle age.
Oh, and tries to commit here. That tower will help out, but big hit against it. Men-at-arms are coming over for the save. Yeah,
beautiful front line from here. But men-at-arm numbers, they're looking good. Emergency repairs not going to be coming out, it seems. Indeed, the outpost is going to be going down without the use of emergency repairs, and the men-at-arms coming through. I don't know whether these guys have got their marching drills just yet, Nearly, but they're looking pretty solid.
They have it, but it's not really activated, not really chasing down. The relic at the top is going through, and Lucifron, he's splitting his army. Is disengaging with the archers and the knights. They are looking for some raids, probably into the woodline.
How are you feeling about the position of the Mister at the moment?
I think I like his position. With 4 relics, we are HRE. Opponent is still in fuel late. Yeah, don't look at the top and look at the 30 villager difference. I think he held quite some aggression. His opponent's still in fuel age and no gold income right now.
Yeah, that's a great point. So we were talking about potentially looking to secure those gold mines. Obviously, the outpost does go down, but you can see where his thinking was. Knights making it through now onto the farmlands. Got to be super careful. Not a lot of units back here to save him, but Townsend are going to keep firing down upon it. Might need to drop a couple of outposts down here, but we did see a spearman in there, so it looks like the villager count should be okay. Men-at-arms on the other side of the map, though. Mister just really looking to be quite aggressive here. Villager kills looking pretty solid for him as well. He's taken out 13 so far.
Yeah, had some losses as well against those knights here, trying to push it away. Obviously, lots of towers still helping out with the defense. It feels like every single tower has a sprinkled emplacement here, making the raid so much less efficient.
Yeah, sprinkled emplacements are really solid. Ever since the change that happened to them, it increased the effective DPS, but made them weaker against high armor units. But essentially, this is just meaning that they're very good against everything now, except for cannons, bombards, that sort of thing. Yeah, for the moment, Mister's defense is looking really good. I'm loving his micromanagement. He's all over the map right now. 2 men-at-arms coming into the enemy wood lines. We saw a spearman just before. Knight running behind. This is where it starts to get so difficult. You can see that Lucifron was trying to get walls up, going for those greedy mid-map walls. But unfortunately, the hole has not been filled.
Relic 4 being picked up again. Those men-at-arms finding quite some kills. And it feels like the one at the bottom, the gold spot here, slightly right of our screen, that's the only gold income. So if Mister finds this, Lucifron is stuck in fuel age.
Now, he did open double scout, so he should know about it. Yeah, he does indeed know about this spot. And the men-at-arms fighting here against the spearmen. It looks so funny to think that 2 men would be able to hold off 8, but I assure you they will be.
Oh, men-at-arms are just crazy against spearmen. And yeah, trying to gang up on him, but he's ready to take the fight.
Look at him go. He's so solid, isn't he? He's got 5 armor there against the spears. How much damage are those spearmen putting out right now? They're putting out 9 damage. That's a fair amount of damage, actually.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to mess with those guys.
But look at more yellow dots streaming through the center, and he knows that's a good spot to raid.
Oh, that is painful right there. So many men-at-arms from Mister coming through. And take a look at the military count. Nearly right now, Mister is triple the amount. Quadruple the amount.
More stables being added here. 4 knights in the queue, but production won't be easy because look at the farm placement, pretty far to the front.
this is looking incredible from the Mr. right now. Sure, he might be down 25 vils, but he's got those relics behind this. He's got 4 in the bag, just ticking away non-stop. And look at the resources. He's up to 1,600 food right now. He's thinking about imping.
Look at the destroyed value. 10k against 15k. The Mr. just constantly more efficient, and he's going to slaughter more vills.
And just as we say that, Lucifron now looking to go to the next age. There's 0 villages on it right now. Where is that landmark going down? He's trying to build it in the base, but it's been discovered by the Mr. So he can rally everything towards this. There's no way this gets up. He's going to have to cancel, surely.
And he's sending more. Obviously getting some hits in would be really nice. And we see more villagers being sent, but they're not really continuing. It looks really good. And we have Palace of Swabia for Mr.
It's going to be a good game right there. Mr. taking the first game against Lucifron. Beautiful play, Millie.
Wow. And we said how good French are on this map, how calmly Mr. defended. Masterclass.
That is absolute beautiful stuff right there from the Mr. You know, walking into this matchup, you are not a favorite at all as the Holy Roman Empire. And to think that he comes into an event like this against one of the best French players in the world. Wow. Wow.
We've seen Lucifron play French twice in the quarterfinals, won both those games on aggressive maps, really nice aggression. But Mr. also, there was pressure on him, right? Because HRE was his pick #1, he needed a W.
All right, well, I guess next time we look at that water map, that's one less Holy Roman Empire pick for the Mr., isn't it? So that's one way to think about it. But I love the mind games that must have been going on there, because you come into that map and you've seen the meta from it, or meta out of that map so far. You're thinking about the Mongols. Both players are thinking about the Mongols. And so very happily we can see Lucifron says, hey, play the Mongols, I'll play the French. And Mr., I don't know what he was thinking. I guess he was like, hey, you can play the French, I'll happily play the Holy Roman Empire into you. And does it amazingly. So we're going to be heading to our next map. It's going to be Boulder Bay. Where do we go from here?
Well, it feels like Ruse. At least we have felt like Ruse have a really good opening. Mongols, some spearman aggression, tower rush. If you want to play some mind games, if you feel like, okay, I can take him off the pond, could have been an option as well. But I quickly wanted to also point out, we knew Mr. crazy with his man-at-arms. After this game, I kind of see how Lucifron designed his draft and likes it even more, right?
Yeah.
Taking those 3 man-at-arms civs away from the Mr.
Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense. He really uses them quite effectively at the moment. And yeah, I think looking at his draft, obviously he's very limited on early men-at-arms, but hey, when he's got it, he used it quite effectively. But interesting to note, he didn't actually pull out early men-at-arms at all in that game. He was full spearman, full horseman, and then aged up and made men-at-arms. So he could have been playing any civilization. He wouldn't have noticed.
Yeah, against French, I think early men-at-arms don't make that much sense, right? So he adjusted to the civilization. And look at our beautiful set here.
Look at that armor right there for the farmer. He's a happy man.
Was that a rhyme intended? Armor for the farmer?
Oh yeah, yeah, interesting.
Nice.
Yeah. No,
has the wolf there to support him. Mr. The weirdest setup.
Yes. Yeah, one of the things to note about the Mr., if you're tuning in for the first time and have never seen one of his streams or him broadcasting, his setup is very peculiar. Everything must be pixel perfect.
I called him a diva last time. I think even his screen was a bit higher, right? Did they put something under there?
Yeah, some coins, probably.
Yeah, that's what he did. Oh, but HRE looks to be a good civilization.
Oh, I'm getting excited. I'm getting super excited. I don't want to say it too loudly, but I think we're going to see something special here today, Nilly. I was speaking to the Mr. last night.
Oh, boy.
He let me in on a little secret.
So, you aren't telling me Tower Rush.
No, no, no.
You aren't telling me...
Let's just say the hitboxes are about to get a little bit spicy. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. You'll see. You'll see.
That sounds like a riddle. So I'm like Batman now, trying to figure it out. The hitbox is about to get spicy.
You're just going to have a big question mark over your head asking, how is that happening? So I'm not going to talk too much about it because we might not actually see it. But if we do, I'll do my best to explain it. But yeah, last night, at the front of the hotel, Mister's out there with a cigarette in his mouth. Actually, had 2 cigarettes in his mouth because it's the Mister. And he just said, I'm letting you in on a little secret. Expect to see this. So we might actually see it.
And the first thing you do is talk about it on stream in front of thousands and getting all the credit.
It's all right. No, well, he's the mastermind. I'm just the guy who tells everybody how much of a mastermind this guy is.
Yeah, okay.
All right, well, we're diving into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Boulder Bay. This is the second game in the semi-final match. It's a best of 5 here between the Mr. and Lucifron. Nilly, how are you feeling about this series so far? We saw a pretty crazy game in that first one.
I love game number 1 so much. Like Lucifron, so good with his friend, and Mr. with the crazy defense there. And kind of what we want to see, right? Lots of aggression and very strategic play. Mr. showing us something there with the towers that we rarely see. And now Lucifron, he is looking to kill some deer, trying to deny the bounty from the Roost player.
All right, well, it's going to be an early dock out from the Mister, as you would expect. Can we take a look at the Mister's base? I want to double check and see what have we got over here. So it looks like no straggler trees have been taken. He's on with an early lumber camp, and of course, no hunting cabin coming out here. It's a little bit too expensive for a water map.
Where's the prelate hiding? See behind the wood line.
He's probably,
in
Lucifron's base.
Oh, okay, that makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, there he is.
Hey-o.
There's the prelate. What were you doing out here? So we do see a straggler opening coming out from Lucifron, which is definitely my favorite opening. I think that the straggler opening is probably going to become very quickly the best opening, just simply because the walking distance from the town center, it's so small. It just makes sense to do.
Plus, if you're on sheep and the stragglers, your prelate can inspire both.
Right.
If your woodline is a bit further away, you need to micro a bit more, makes it a bit more tricky. And docks are pretty close next to each other, and we have seen something wild in Lucifron games when docks are maybe one screen away from each other.
Yeah, that's definitely an advantage for Lucifron. You know, when it comes to the way that he plays, he loves to rely on his macro to really let himself get ahead and build those leads. You know, you look at someone like Marine Lord, the way he builds his leads is through a lack of mistake. He waits for his enemy to make a mistake, he takes advantage, and he uses that as a lead. Whereas Lucifron, he says, I'm just going to be a better microer, and that's it. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Lucifron's got here and how this game unfolds, because I've got my suspicions it might actually be quite a quick one.
Really? So you and your plan.
Yes. Should I reveal a little bit more about what I think might happen here?
I don't think you should, because there might still be the potential that this game plays out in a different way and we might have the crazy plan for the finals.
Okay. All right.
And I'm pretty sure Beastie and Marine Lord aren't listening to you anyways.
That's a good point. Yeah, I won't talk about the Wonder then.
The Wonder.
Oh, I shouldn't have mentioned the Wonder.
Oh, the big hitbox on the Wonder.
Yes. Okay. Well, it looks like we've got ourselves a pretty interesting map gen here. It's quite open towards the north here. One of the things to note is that it's got a really large light blue area for the top of the bay. So keep in mind that that area can be traversed by both units as well as ships.
Yeah.
So that's something to take note of, because you can use that. If you're playing China, you can drop your Barbican on that.
Oh,
yeah.
On this area. Okay, that's nice.
I'm not actually, now that you mention it, I'm not sure if you can.
Can Barbican shoot water and land?
Yeah.
Can, right?
Yeah.
Ah, true. That's Mongolian Heights. We always used to play Barbican in the center there.
Yeah. Exactly the same thing. All right. Well, now, another thing to note is that you'll see that the fishing boat difference is quite large at the moment. We've got 5 fishing boats for Lucifron and only 3 for the Mister. But the Mister's fishing boats are much stronger than Lucifron's. They gather faster and they do better things. So they're a bit more expensive, though, as well.
Just count them as double population.
Yeah. Essentially the same. Yeah, that's it. All right, well, the age up's coming through. Mister with a very early age up right now. Take a look at this. He's aging up with 7 fills with the Golden Gate to the second age, and we are 4 minutes in, and he's already 30% through. I think we're going to see it, Nilly.
Not on gold at all, and he just dropped quite a lot of wood, so not unlikely that he's going for a second dock there. Pretty exposed gold in case we are going for some land aggression at some point.
Yeah, this is looking good at the moment. Keep in mind, Lucifron, he's got the age up about to come through, but look how far ahead Mister is. He's about 70% through this
Okay,
age
just
up
explain
right
the
now.
strategy, Drongo. I can't take it anymore.
All right, so there's going to be a very special villager that moves over to the enemy side of the map, and it's going to be very hard to attack that villager. We'll talk about it more as it goes on, but I can assure you it's going to be incredible to witness this in all of its glory. So the big thing that he's leaning into here is that he ages up right now at 4 minutes 50. Okay, to the second age, and immediately starts transforming some of his vessels. We take a look at the vessels right now. He begins moving them. He's got 2 that are now transforming into attack ships, into archer ships. And this is going to put out early aggression. Lucifron, he's not even halfway up to the next stage. That's how fast this attack strikes. At the same time, he's also producing an explosive Dow, which is going to mean that in the event that the enemy tries to respond here with a Hulk, with a springled ship, that it's going to get immediately evaporated. So I just want to check.
Oh, villager could go down.
Oh, this is huge. This is absolutely massive if this goes down right now. Oh, how did he miss? Did you see that? He missed it point blank. But it does go down. Nice little early victory for him. The age up still yet to come through from Lucifron. Keep that in mind, okay?
Wow.
So you take the age up and then add another 40 seconds to it. Looks like the dock does go up on the south side.
Double demo prepared. Oh, look at that. So many fishing ships going down. And this is, remember, this is the first pick for Lucifron.
Yeah.
This L could be massive.
Yep, this could be it. All right, well, it looks like we don't see the villager moving just yet at this point, but the age ups now come through.
Opens one galley, one Hulk.
All right, so I guess you'd consider that a pretty typical opening at this point. I'm still looking on the shoreline. Okay, it looks like the villager's now making the move up on that north shore. All right, here it goes. This is the villager right here. We talked about hitboxes earlier before, Nilly. It's important to remember that with a hitbox for a ship, it is very big. And the way that the arrow ships work at the moment is when they shoot all of their arrows off, it hits the first thing that it reaches a hitbox. So if you park one of your archer ships on top of that villager, it can repair the boat, but at the same time, your enemy can't kill it. He's got to be so careful, though. He's got to be so careful. It's just going to get focused down. He's not even paying attention right now. What's going on with that villager?
Cool story, bro.
Oh, that was a very cool story, bro. He just didn't get here in time, but the demo's going to be coming in, though, so he's going to be able to take that one out. Mr. looking solid, but at the same time, a little bit of an early mistake. He might need to start thinking about moving another villager out. I can already see it on the minimap coming across. Think of the sheep. Think of the sheep. Don't dare do that. But that beautiful block right there. Did you see that?
For Galley still shooting away here. Demo can connect, but doesn't even need to. Look at that, he's trying to save it for a bit longer, still healing, and this is really tricky. And Lucifron, he's broken already.
Beautiful stuff right there from the Mister. That's going to be a very quick 2-0 from the Mister. Insane performance right there, Nilly. You didn't even need the villager.
It was just a straight up crazy victory. Bruce build order absolutely to perfection there.
Yeah.
And that made it really, really tricky. HRE typically wants to go for a lot of fishing ships, but the distance is so short and he couldn't really get to any army.
Absolutely beautiful stuff right there. Well,
look at him, look at him.
He is pumped up, isn't he?
Tractor, 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 tractor,
That's
tractor,
what he's
tractor,
thinking.
tractor.
Give me the tractor and the wedding. 2-0 in this semi-final already. That is a very quick 2-0 as well. Obviously, Boulder Bay plays out a bit faster than most maps, but that was what, 6 minutes, 7 minutes?
Something in that ballpark. Lucifron, his first pick and his home map.
Yep.
And down 0-2. Crazy uphill battle ahead of him.
So, does he go to 4 lakes here? Is that the best option for him?
Yeah. This is not pretty, right? Because, you know, like wetlands, prairie, the Mister will be prepared on those as well. And I think if I'm Lucifron, I think I play prairie here. Just to get a more standard game out of us.
I feel like you got to play to your strengths, all right? You're known for your micro. You're good at it. You're wonderful on water. It is going to be 4 lakes, but I know exactly what's coming up right now.
Which is?
It's going to be the Abbasid dynasty for the Mister.
And 4 ponds.
Exactly.
Full control.
All for him. Oh my lord.
What are we playing? Yeah, don't like. Oh, Drongo's already said that it's 3-0.
He's already
It is 2-0, Drongo. And we know that Lucifron is one of the best players in the world. Top 4 in the biggest Age of Empires tournament of all time. He's still prepared for months for this tournament. So I'm really excited to see what he has in store for us. Because this was also his first pick, right? 4 lakes.
Yeah.
His first home map.
All right, well, hopefully he's got a strategy prepared for us. I guess the question is, what civilization does he look for here? Now, obviously, the Rus is the big standout, just simply because the villagers or the fishing boats don't have to return back to the dock to drop off. But there's other civilizations that could lend an advantage. The Ottomans also have cheaper docks, so you could start basically playing pseudo-Abbasid in that regard, trying to put them all around the map as much as possible. I think that actually might be a pretty wise choice as well.
Also, which I like with Rus on 4 lakes, you obviously try to prevent your opponent docking in your pawns.
Yep.
But if it somehow happens and you have fishing ships, you can just transition into some war army or like some army and then can basically neglect it. After you clear it up, transition back to fishing ships. And it is as nothing happened. The only option, only Rus have that option.
All right, and it is going to be the Rus versus the Abbasid dynasty. So, as we expected, a difficult matchup. Now, we've seen Mister play the Abbasid dynasty on this map before. He went for a peculiar strategy. Basically, he just went and took all 4 pawns and then did a timing push with crossbows together with more crossbows and more crossbows.
The thing is, it doesn't really matter what you go for, right? If you have 4 pawns against 0 pawns, your economy is just so much better. It's just ugly to play against that. You somehow then have to play in all-in on land knowing that the economy, or hoping that the economy didn't really pay off for your opponent.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly it. It makes it so difficult to play when you don't have the water on a map like this, just simply because water also starts from a really early stage in the game. So you can be starting from quite literally 90 seconds into the game with that fishing boat, but I can see the players, they're looking pretty serious right now.
Let's do the math. So Lucifron beats Viper in 7 minutes on Boulder Bay. The Mister beats Lucifron in 6 minutes on Boulder Bay.
So
how long would be the game of the Mister against the Viper?
he man-at-arm rushes him, it's 2.5 minutes.
Okay, dock doesn't go up.
Oh, Mister. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are diving in now to game number 3 of your semi-final. This is a best of 5. We are on match point right now. Mister is up 2-0, and Lucifron needs to lift nearly.
And this is a good spawn here for Lucifron in the sense that it's like pretty obvious who gets which pawn, right? It feels like the one in the north and the one in the west is for Lucifron. He more needs to contest the one in the north because he doesn't want to play the wild 4 pawn game. He wants to go into the stable game, maybe wall a bit more. And Abbasid Dynasty, we don't see them going for the massive TC play, right? So I think lots of Fuel Age Army at least, or at latest, Castle Age Army is on the menu.
All right, well, from the Mister, what do you think his opening wing is going to be? Because we did see last time he played, it was Culture Wing to open with into Military Wing. Do you think he looks to go for that same style, considering that Lucifron would have seen that game and he would know what's coming?
Yeah, but it looked so strong, right? What's the counter to it, though? I think, like, just getting all the upgrades 30% cheaper. You went for so many upgrades, and then going into Military Wing, it looked so strong. I don't know, like, if you even have the knowledge, yeah, you are like more inclined to think, okay, you're not going multi-TC.
Yeah.
But is there a direct, easy counter to it? I don't see it.
It's like the men-at-arms. You know they're coming, but are you going to stop them?
Not in Fuel.
And that's exactly it. But an interesting stat that we saw right there. So if you don't include the Malians, this is a matchup between the 2 lowest win rate civilizations. So I think at the moment, the Abbasid Dynasty have the 2nd lowest win rate after the Malians. Then the 3rd lowest win rate is the Rus. And I think it works out to be something like 16% for the Abbasid Dynasty and 20% for the Rus. It's
shockingly low.
Yeah, it's very, very low. But good news is that one of those civilizations will be moving forward in this game.
Yeah. Well, we just had Rus gaining some percentages.
True.
Right? And HRE dropping some.
Yeah,
after they were one of the strongest. Obviously, both civilizations known to be designed about their multi-TC play, right? Rus, 2nd TC, very strong civilization. Abbasid, even maybe 3 TC, pretty strong. Developers didn't like the heavy meta around the 2nd and 3rd TC games. Got a bit stale, meta a bit sleepy.
Yeah.
And therefore, we had some changes, and now games feel more aggressive.
And can I just say what a good spawn this is for the Mister? If we take a look over at his pond on that right-hand side, the fish are very close to that starting dock. So typically, they used to be sitting in the back corner. I don't know whether they've been moved forward or to the front, but this is a really nice spot for him. And it means that he can take advantage of this Abbasid bonus and really start looking to dock up everywhere.
Yeah. Also at the bottom, it feels like one is super short if you wanted to go for it. The question now, 2nd dock timings here, Drongo. It feels like obviously Mister with half the cost for his docks can go for it a bit earlier. Lucifron, I think he has to put some wood into the wood bank and try to save up a bit.
Yeah, I think you might be right, especially with the way that the dock works for the Rus. You're actually investing a lot more wood in your initial dock because the training time for your fishing boats, it's not directly reflective of the resources that you're invested. DLC Drongo, Abbasid at 3 and 12, 20%, and Rus are 3, 7, 30%. The stat guy. Oh, thank you, stat guy. Very, very kind of you. So there you go. Wow. Okay, so Rus are a little bit higher after that last victory. We'll allow it.
No one likes a smartass. Don't be stat guy.
Oh gosh. All right. Well, we start to see the walls coming down on the west side of the map, but at the same time, Mister already securing up his 2nd pond.
Yeah, and also going here for the full wall off, and it seems to be more of a defensive game from what I see. Oh, but what is the Mister throwing at us?
Yep, he's throwing us a 3rd dock.
Oh, this is getting tight.
Oh, I think he still gets it. Keep in mind the Rus walls were changed in the most recent patch. The last one. Look at, he's moving for another one. But keep in mind, the Wolves will be okay, right? Because, there's so many things that are going on right now that are just advantageous.
Oh, it's late.
He gets it. He gets it. Oh, this is crazy when you think about it. So the Rus got nerfed in the most recent patch. Their walls take longer to build. In addition to that, Wolves have got a leash range now, which means that typically if you found 2 Wolves before with a villager, that villager died. But now she just gets to walk on by because they return back to their starting position like a boar would.
But Lucifron, way faster when it comes to feudal age here, so he can somewhat defend. Villager obviously won't find the kill. Mister, he could be a bit annoying, but I think Lucifron should be fine.
Yeah, this is...
At least in this pawn, right?
Yeah.
It's still like 2 safe pawns right now for Mister. Probably contested one at the top, slight contest at the left.
We do see it is Culture Wing also coming through for the Mister, by the way. So,
love it.
Yeah, he's once again looking to emulate that success, but I love his aggression here with these docks. And I think the question is, what direction does he go with this dock?
Oh, someone does not want a pond and a dog in his pond.
Get out of my pond. Look, honestly, this is by far the best decision he could make. And I know it sucks investing this much time and this much resources into taking out this dock, but you think about the consequences of this. If this dock comes up, okay, what's going to happen? He goes for an emplacement on that dock.
Oh, no.
And now you can't kill it. And then he gets an arrow ship out, so now you can't kill it on land.
Yeah.
And now he's just being annoying in your pond.
Okay.
So it's so smart for him to do this.
Yeah. The thing is, though, we're not on stone. So, Mister, but how can you scout that as Lucifron? Yeah. So it doesn't actually it feels like an overreaction, but makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Just gives him so much more safety as well.
Yes. Yeah. He's investing in the long term, but yeah, you can see the difference right there in the economy. This is huge. This is a wonderful win for the Mister. Just getting this in the first place.
75 wood. Yeah. Right, and some villager walking time against what seems to be like 10 villagers constantly being around here. Will finish the walls.
It's probably like 500 resources that he's just lost by having to take that down.
Yeah, we can do the math, right? 40 resources every single minute. If those 10 villagers, were away for a bit more than a minute, 500 resources gone. Sick.
Well, that's a good investment. That's a great ROI right there. Barracks coming down for the Mister. Early on in the feudal age, I guess it makes sense going up against the Rus. Very common to see they open up with a stable, go for those early knights, and obviously Lucifron is going to be doing that here. At the same time, another dock towards that north side. Still yet to go up, but once again, the villager making his way across. The consequence of running into those wolves with it, he just couldn't commit. You know, typically you can commit to the dock.
Oh, villager going back here as well. That's a bit surprising to me. Could have maybe tried to find another spot at the right side. Maybe he saw...
He knows the knight's coming.
Did he see the stable?
I think he spotted that at the stable. There's no way for us to 100% know, but we can see that he has once gone through that area.
Yeah, okay.
All right, well, a little bit of a lull for the moment. A single deer stood. I'm not sure if you saw that up towards that north pond, just remaining unharmed for the moment. Poor little guy.
10 more gold for Lucifron and some more direction into a better bounty. Oh, we go into the multi-TC play. Mister now confirming knights, confirms the archer range. So Lucifron going for kind of both.
Yeah.
Extra town center and some military. Typically you can't afford that, but with the fishing ships, your economy simply better than your average economy in 8 minutes into the game.
Correct, yeah. The one thing that concerns me out of this is that you've got Mister over on the southeast side of the map. He's got double pond, uncontested. His economy is massive. He's also thinking about expanding up to that west pond. So you can basically think of this as like opening with 3 TCs at the very beginning of the game. So now Mister's going to just ramp in acceleration as he goes towards that castle age. And there is a huge window for him to climb through to take out Lucifron.
Spearman, beautiful positioning again. We saw that already in game 1. How actively Mister's defending. And he's not even like only sitting in his wood line. He's always like 5 tiles out of it. And Lucifron, if he just wants to scout, if he wants to take a look, if he can raid, he's already eating some lances in his face.
Yeah, it's very, very oppressive what he's doing. But even the walls on the south side, just to prevent that knight from coming through. Look at him. Surround, that's it.
And Spearman, look at that. Oh, beautiful defense.
Really, really solid there. Keeps all the villagers alive, takes out the knight. You couldn't ask for a better defense right there.
Yeah, really impressive. So far, 0-0 villager. KD finally goes for that deer. Quite an overkill there. 7 arrows flying.
He didn't need to, but, you know, you just want to confirm it. All right, well, at the moment, the villager population looks to be pretty even, but keep in mind the tempo's definitely with the Mister.
Don't want to lose that scout.
Oh, the villager does go down, though. That knight doing a decent job. Look at all the sheep following him. He's really committed, isn't he?
Mister, by the way, got lots and lots of upgrades after he got to feudal age, right? Everything is 30% cheaper for him. And he's flirting with Castle Age quite heavily. And Lucifron, yeah, you have early knights, but they're way worse than royal knights if you get chivalry. And therefore, I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. just goes wild, like triple, quadruple barracks.
Yep.
And then like men-at-arms, spearmen, and some siege.
And add in crossbows. Crossbows are really important. And we do see now archery range, barracks. This is it. This is the timing push. You know, I talked earlier about that window, the idea that, you know, sure, on the other side of the map, Lucifron is going for a second town center. It's not going to be able to hold. Not against this. The timing is just absolutely fierce.
And if we think about it, like second town center, relatively speaking, it's not that good, right? If we count like wild scenario, Dock is worth like a town center.
Yes.
Then we already have 3, now against 4 for Lucifron. So relatively speaking, the increasement of the economy isn't that big.
Right. Exactly. And the whole time, the Mister's 3 effective town centers have been working since the very beginning of the game, whereas Lucifron's only just put his down very recently. So it means that he's not going to be achieving that desired goal of scaling or outscaling his enemy.
Abbey of Trinity. 14 visitors there. Really wanted to get Castle Age as well. It's really important that Lucifron gets onto a proper amount of Springles here, I feel. Yeah,
the very first thought I've got is it's like you've got to go for Springles here. Even for Mangonels yourself, just to deal with the crossbows, I wouldn't be surprised if we just start to see, you know, crossbow mass versus crossbow mass with large Mangonel
barracks. Maybe he saw that many spearmen, feels like, okay, man-at-arm defense could make some sense, but this is his first barrack, I believe.
All right, well, up to the north, that scout does go down. A couple of sheep remaining. Potentially. Oh, nice little quick wall coming in just then, but unfortunately not going to be quick enough.
Archers around, though, against the spearmen. Okay, now we reach Castle Age. Could go for some bigger siege. Lots of food floating, queuing up crossbows and men-at-arms. There's going to be a massive attack out of our Greece player.
Yeah, this is huge. And keep in mind, he's got plenty of food in the bank to start spending on units, and it's going to start rolling towards the Rus player. And even if this does go late, well, I think you'd still rather favor the opposite over the Rus. So it starts to get really difficult for Lucifron. He's just got to try and outscale. We can see he is getting there with that second town center, another 6 villager advantage for him. But the question is whether he's going to be able to survive this timing attack that's coming in.
Just compare queues. 1 spearman, 1 warrior monk against 3 men-at-arms, 3 crossbows, goes for camels, soon more siege coming up. Like, Mister, it's 20 versus 24 now.
Yeah.
I think in like 2 minutes, it would be like 30 against 60.
Yeah, look at it. Already, look at it. We're up. Boy! Oh, my lord. A little bit of a swing and a miss right there. That was close, nearly.
Ooh, surviving for now, those archers. And that was not a lot of damage, right?
No.
You say Mangonel? It's more like Boygonel.
Thanks, Nelly. Thank you. That was beautiful. All right, well, the Warrior Monk is now out on the field looking to pick up those relics. He's got a nice safe one down here on the south side. A couple more down here as well, which he should be able to pick up. In fact, he should be able to pick up all of these relics right now.
Yeah, like there is the push in this direction, right? So 2 relics are behind it, but certainly the 2 at the bottom could go. But look at that, the push is coming into the direction of the Abbey of Trinity. So even picking them up, not going to be easy to hold them.
And Nilly, look at the military population right now. It's 27 versus 45. Because keep in mind, he gets an extra 4 population for the siege. Now the Mangonel firing off. Oh, it's looking good. Oh, damn. How does he fire that far? That's a long-range Mangonel. Tries to get the shot off.
Low HP, though, goes pretty deep into the town center, but Mangonel is getting okay shots in.
Pretty decent shots right there. We're starting to see a decent number of units now coming through for the Mister as well. Crossbows on the back line, firing off underneath the town center. Mangonel going to be going down, taken out by the town center, but he's got a beautiful little pocket in here. If there's ever been a way to defend, it's against something like this, or with a pocket like this. It's perfect. Villagers now getting pulled to heal up the Springle, but look at the numbers coming through. Battering ram on the front side, also starting to work through the infrastructure. Villagers in the town center could be popped out to deal with it. At the same time, this crossbow mass and archer mass is living long, but Lucifron's starting to look a little bit worrisome. Take a look at the military population. He's down to 13.
Oh, this will be a tough hold for him. Mister looking to get into the finals.
This could be it right here. Mister is up 2-0 in this series. This is game number 3, match point. And he's looking incredible. Look at this. The unit count continues going down. He's down to 8 units right now. Mister's timing push is absolutely immaculate. Did Lucifron not do the research? Did he not know that this was coming? Surely he knew.
And what were his answers? He was later to Castle Age, right? In Emerson, they are so good at instantly producing everything. The extra dogs helped out so much, and now the second town center under so much pressure. Soon 3 Rams knocking at the front door.
This is absolute insane pressure by the Mister, and this is what he notoriously does. He does not let up. The pedal is to the metal, and he is holding it down as hard as he can. Look at the units streaming across the map right now. He is trying to take him out, focusing down on this town center. And keep in mind, this is the way for Lucifron to get back into this game. If he wants to scale, he wants to reach the late game. We can see right there, Lucifron a little bit, he's starting to feel it. I just saw him scratch the nose right there.
Oh god, the Ram just took a detour. Town center's now being attacked, really low in HP. Villager advantage basically gone for Lucifron, and military is looking brutally in favor for Mister.
This is not looking good. The town center does go down, and with that, Villager is going to be forced to evacuate. And that is the advantage that Lucifron had that is gone right now. The whole reason he went for this strategy was to get that second town center up, and unfortunately he gets pushed to the edge. So he's down on 10 military population at the moment. Compare that over to the 43 of the Mister. Mister looking incredible in this game, and he continues pushing down, battering rams, moving through, not having any traffic issues there. Look at that perfect surround. Oh, and never mind. He's honking his horn. You can see that, Nearly, can't you?
Lucifron fully pushed away from Woods here. Will be tough to get more production, and he's sitting under the production. Mister just looking for the kill here. Now goes for the wooden fortress. Soon more villagers exposed.
And I think we might have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mister looking very solid right here as the outpost goes down, and you can see Lucifron sitting back in his chair. The sacred site's being captured, but it's not going to mean anything right now. Mister heads through to the grand finals, Nelly.
Let's go! He is taking it, and he is so happy. Obviously, a massive, massive victory. Someone that doesn't want to invest too much time or can't invest that much time, but he's so really into gaming, going to the grand finals later tonight.
I've got a feeling there's going to be a new tractor, Nelly.
New tractor confirmed.
New tractor
Let's see if he can afford two.
What a decisive victory right there. 3-0, absolute clean sweep.
This was, I honestly, going into today, I felt whoever wins in the semifinal, Beastie Cutie and Marine Lord, is going to win the whole tournament. I'm not sure about that at all.
Oh yeah, do not count out the Mister. And you know, I talked about this earlier. I said, you know, Marine Lord and Beastie, they're going to play their own grand final over there, and then they're going to come up to play against the Mister. Mister's just walked over Lucifron 3-0.
Yeah.
Now he goes in the back, he's got his legs up, he's thinking about what strategies he's going to bring out in the next series. These guys are still got a massive fight on their hands.
That's sick, right? And they fully have to be focused on the semi-final, right? While the Mister, he can chill now, he has some time, he can analyze, he can come up with some strategies, probably won't talk to you anymore. But
definitely
like,
wise.
Oh, this is crazy. I'm so happy for the Mister.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's go and find out a little bit more about how his thoughts were through that process. Ellie, take it away.
Congratulations, Mister. That was an amazing play. We saw lots of emotion from you during the draft, in between games, and obviously at the end. Tell us how you're feeling. What does this mean to you?
I feel I can't express my feelings right now. It feels I'm winning the tournament since round of 8. Every game, every series, it's as if I'm winning a tournament.
You are playing incredibly well, and it is an absolute joy to watch. Talk us through that last game. So you did go for an early dock there for the cheaper dock with the Bassids. Was your plan just to harass idle his economy? I think Lucifron lost around, what, 400 or 500 resources there by idling those villagers. Was that the plan?
My plan was to force Lucifron to just try. I was trying to contest the waters, the 2 lakes, but I wasn't planning on making anything. I was just going for the docks, and I was hoping for an overreaction by Lucifron. And my plan was just to attack. As soon as I saw the front wood line and the other one was on the back, so I only needed to push from one single angle, and I could contest both of his wood lines. Yeah, everything went according to the plan.
Really well thought through. So that final push with the Rams, with the mangonels, did you know that that was going to be the final push, or did you have something saved in store in case he was able to defend?
The thing is, I didn't exactly, like, as soon as I saw he was gathering stone, I knew he would second town center. And I'm pretty sure he saw the games against Recon. So I was trying to optimize my build and hit slightly faster with more men at arms, and just contest the wood line. Like, we would be fighting on top of his wood, and it's really hard to make seeds when you're gathering wood. And I'm pretty sure in his mind, he was like, I'm gonna go mass seeds, but I only made one mangonel so that I can force a seeds workshop and a sprinkle, which costs a lot for the Rus.
One final question before we take it to analysis. Next semifinal, we have two really, really strong contenders. Is there anyone you would rather be placed up against in the final?
Today, I can play anyone. I mean, from my point of view, I already won this tournament just by being here.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. We'll take it to the analysis and we'll get more of the details there.
Thanks, Ellie. Yeah, wow, such a heartening interview there with the Mister. Really, you can tell this means the world to him, KP. A great performance from him, but I know you want to dive straight into some of the stuff we've seen, starting with the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. The draft was very interesting because in some ways it almost seems predictable how they're going to open. If you guys recall, we always know Mister is an English spammer, right? His signature civ, he sees it that way as well. And so does Lucifron. He comes in with a double English ban. And the funny thing, there's kind of a restriction for Mister. He doesn't like playing the Chinese. Whenever we see in these series, he's almost always going to double ban the Chinese. And that offers up a layer of versatility to your opponent. Now, another interesting thing is the Delhi that we didn't eventually see. This is another civ that Mister knows how to play, but prefers to lean away from. I also think that map choices were really good for this double English ban. And what I was impressed by was the way that despite the fact that there's two water maps in there, Mister seems to have a way of coming out ahead. But we got to talk about this first game. This moment, especially around this fight, this was crucial. Something that Mister done really well is getting these Springald towers, because what it does is it delays and frustrates the French timing when they try to dive in. This matchup at first seems like it's really great for Lucifron, but what you always have to remember is you are heavily on the clock up against a civ like the HRE as soon as you see that castle age tech.
Exactly right. We know that the HRE is a civ that does enjoy going to maybe not the late stages against civs like Chinese, but against the French, they have the better of it in the late game.
The best way to think of it is that the way that everyone techs up, then there's the HRE, it's like they're on speed, right? The way that they reach their late game, they do it so much quicker than other people, and that's why they want the late game. It's not your Chinese or English late game, it's the HRE late game, which is usually 10 minutes faster.
And so in this matchup here, as we see the Mister pick it up with the HRE, yeah, I mean, he's so pumped. Like, you can just see how excited he was there. And the atmosphere, obviously, with the crowd, absolutely electric. Look at this. Man, seeing him get up and about like this, like, it's just, you know, a lot of players, they're very chilled out. They don't really wear their heart on the sleeve, but the Mister, you know where he's at all times.
And the thing I love about Mister is, you know, HRE picked on that map. You know, people were like question marking like French seems better or Mongols. Why wouldn't you go for these? This is the thing that makes him brilliant. Despite what I said about his limitations in terms of the civs and how he can maybe be predictable and what he'll pick in that phase, how he'll pick them in the maps is a huge question mark, and it always keeps you guessing, just like in this game.
And we move on, yes, now to game number 2, Rus versus HRE on Boulder Bay. This time HRE in the hands of Lucifron. Boulder Bay, some recent changes to this map. We're still learning a lot about naval combat after the rework. Talk us through some of the key moments here.
Yeah, so this was a very quick game. The thing you have to keep in mind is Lucifron, he'd been practicing this new build with the HRE, and on average, he was getting about a minute quicker tech-up timings, but it doesn't come to fruition. Mister is quick to adjust, and you kind of get caught being greedy, as the HRE often do. He wanted to go for this free dock build, it gets cancelled out, and from there on out, something I want to note is Mister was one step ahead, so you see him build demo ships, but they never get involved. He's waiting for the first spring to come out, and you know, even when Lucifron's up against the ropes, I want to give him credit for this. That body block right there, boom ship would have ended him. It doesn't change the outcome of the game, but what I love is even with his back up against the wall, this guy still finds the calm moment to make some sort of clutch play like that.
Yeah, digging in and doing what he can, but obviously the Mister really came to play today, and we saw him do exactly that. Really impressed by the Rus as well on water, something I think that people kind of dismissed the Rus a little bit for this weekend, and we've seen a little bit more of them than I think people expected after the nerfs.
So Rus should have been the go-to pick on Boulder Bay, but a lot of people have been picking English. I believe it's 3 wins for the English, 1 loss on Boulder Bay, and the Rus have been crippled on Boulder Bay because every time they come out, either it's a mirror, so you know Rus gets a win anyway, which we couldn't have in the other phases because you know you only into best of 5s can pick mirror. People just holding English time and time again, so it feels like Rus in a lot of ways don't get a chance to shine, but they also didn't get a chance to shine here either.
No, as we move on to Four Lakes, the Abbasid dynasty playing off against the Rus, this time in the hands of Lucifron. And we haven't seen a lot of Four Lakes this weekend.
No, I feel like a lot of players have been avoiding it. I think Luciferon's one of the few players that does like it. There's just other picks that feel good, like Mediterranean Boulder Bay when you lean to that kind of water side. And there's some unexplored strategies here. I think for a long time, Roos was seen as the de facto kings on 4 lakes. And what we're seeing is the rise of the Abbasids. I think the buff to them now being able to combat naval has benefited them because they have an ability to get out on all the lakes. And what I love, we've seen this multiple times now out of the Abbasids on this map. Although you can be present on all the lakes and you can go there, you don't necessarily have to. But you can force your opponent to react. The best way to think of Age of Empires is it's a game of wave responses. And you heard it in the interview from Mr. You know, he'd done something so that his opponent would respond to it. The problem with a map like this is you see someone trying to dock drop you, you panic, you overreact. We saw Luciferon very early on pull 10 villages to alleviate the stress coming into his home lake. Those type of moments are what Mr. thrives on. Yeah. He doesn't want to make that play. He wants you to make a misplay.
Exactly. Almost a level of manipulation there and being on the next level, knowing that if you do action X, there'll be a response Y, and you can take advantage of that. And that's just what we saw here. And you can see the Mr. once again just so amped to be here. We love to see this. We love to see the raw energy that these players are bringing to this tournament stage. And Luciferon, a worthy opponent for the Mr., but going down here, unfortunately for him, but still full credit for the effort that he's put in.
Absolutely, and it was a hard one for Luciferon. Not to discount Mr., he played phenomenally well, but the thing is, like, they've only met up a few times in competitive, and whenever they do, Mr. takes the lead. They've always avoided each other in big tournaments. Same with Vortex. Like, Vortex and him last met in Genesis, which was a launch tournament for Age of Empires 4, where Mr. once again was able to win. So definitely a matchup that Mr.'s comfortable in, but still, these new maps, these new civs, these new pivots, I love how he's always got something new prepared for us day to day.
And we're going to see more of him in the final as well. It's going to be so excellent to see more of the Mr. Well done, Luciferon, for making it all the way to the semis. Unfortunately, he does bow out now, although an effort that he can walk away from with his head held high. He did very well.
Yes, he's a very talented player. I think he had some of the most impressive micro and water battles, but you know, long term, I think that first map really set the pace. I had a feeling whoever was going to take the lead there might kind of dictate the flow, and that's exactly what Mr. done here.
Mr. sees the initiative, and we're going to see him in the final. But to get there, we've got another semi-final. KP, you are calling the action for that one. I'm going to let you get out of here to prepare for that. And as for me, well, I'm joined by a very special guest here, good mate of mine. From the greatest country, well, from the worst state in the greatest country on earth. It's Hud. What's up, my man? Good to see you.
How we going,
Dude,
everyone?
thanks for joining us, man. I wanted to talk to you about what we're about to see on the in the next semi-final. You know, you obviously took part in this tournament, bowed out probably a little earlier than you would have hoped, but you've been following all the action, hanging out the play area, getting the inside scoop as to what's going on. Talk us through some of the stuff you're expecting in this semi between Beastie Cutie and Marine Lord.
I mean, this is probably the biggest match of the tournament so far, right? You've got traditionally the two strongest players in Age of Empires 4. We've got Marine Lord and Beastie going up head-to-head here. I would say Marine Lord a bit more, you know, loudly confident in his ability to win. Beastie a bit more reserved, but yeah, it's going to be fireworks. I'm very excited.
I was struck by the confidence of both blokes. I was talking earlier during the opening, the fact that Marine Lord was, you know, throwing out wild numbers about his percentage chance to win, but Beastie doesn't seem phased like this at all. Beastie is very, very confident, just in general, I would say, like in his play style, where he's at the moment with this game. I feel like he's got a really good understanding. And maybe, I mean, you know, if you know any of these, I'm not asking you to expose them, but I do feel like he's got some stuff that he hasn't sort of revealed just yet.
I mean, we don't even have to go back so far. Day one of the tournament, Marine Lord going down to Magic. Completely unexpected, right? Beastie a bit more assured in his playstyle, I guess you could say. So, I mean, Marine Lord has been exposed, but as I was saying to him on the first day, like, you've had the chance to have a look through all of the games, see what the meta actually is. So
here's some fantastic casting from some brand new casters who have made, I mean, you know, I mean, didn't Muslim do a great job?
Of course he did. Of course he did. Big Benny boy, yeah.
No, obviously you're fantastic as well. It's great to have you on the show, and it's good to have you back here as well. Tell us a little bit about these players more personally. Obviously you got the chance to hang out with them if you followed them. I mean, you used to be a StarCraft pro as well, and I know these guys have got a history through other games. Talk to us a little bit about, let's start with Beastie. What's your perspective on him as a player?
Like, he's very, like I said, he's very quietly confident in himself, I would say. Yeah, he's just, like, he's probably the master of the late game so far from what we've seen in AoE 4. Like, he was very tricky in SC2. Didn't exactly translate to big tournament results there, but he's made the switch over to AoE 4, and he's the top 2 strongest players here, so I'd say. So, yeah, he's really good. He's just really solid. It's really hard to crack him late game. That's his comfort zone. He wants to get there, drag the game out, and it'll just punish you. So
he's got that endurance, that tenacity.
Exactly, yeah.
He's got that ability to stay, to hunker down, stay in, and make sure he's in the game.
Like, it's crazy. Like, you play him, he just refuses to die. So it's hard to kill these guys, man. So
Well, let's talk about the Marine Lord here. Is he a bit of a contrast to Beastie in his style and what we can expect from him? Is he a more aggressively oriented player? Or is
I
he
would
sort
say
of
so.
similar?
I would say so. He's you know, he loves the French. Vive la France, as he's been saying the whole weekend. You know, French doesn't suck, you suck, he said to me the whole weekend. So, yeah, it's just his perception of it. Like, maybe taking a weaker civ. I'd say a lot of people expecting French to be bottom 4 in terms of the strength of civs. But, you know, he's been making it work all weekend. So, yeah, it's definitely a contrast in play styles. But I think the matchup between the two, they'll both be confident going into this game.
Marine Lord's got that sang-froid. You can unroll the Oriflamme and take no prisoners as well. I mean, it does help when you've got a sort of natural personal buff playing with a civ that you very closely identify with. Talk to us about your experience this weekend. I mean, you know, this week, this tournament. Is this one of the biggest tournaments? I know you, as a former Australian national champion with StarCraft 2 back in 2018. Obviously, you played in the big leagues before.
Yep.
Tell us about what this event has been like for you, playing in a castle in Europe after a huge trip all the way from Australia. How's it gone for you?
I mean, as you know, we don't have anything like this in Australia, right? Like, no castles, like everything's very flat.
You drive past a chimney, which is the only remnant, like a stone chimney, because all the houses were built of wood when Australia was first settled by Europeans, and like the stone chimneys are the only thing that have lasted.
Yeah, I mean, I had a walk around the old town today in Heidelberg. Walked up the castle steps. If you're a bit bigger like me, I don't recommend doing it, guys. It was a bit of a struggle, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, it's a beautiful city, beautiful location. So just thank everybody who was involved with the production and getting this on for us guys. So yeah, we really appreciate it. It's really good.
I mean, obviously, I lived in Germany for a long time. I love it here. Great to come back and visit. But no matter how far or how wide I roam, mate,
there's no place like home.
Still call Australia home. That's
That's right.
My friends, we're going to wrap things up. Hart, thanks so much for joining us, mate. It's been a pleasure to have a friendly face, another Australian here to hang out with, mate. And I hope you've, even with the result notwithstanding, you've had a great time here at the castle, and also a great time casting, because you really did such a fantastic job. Thanks for sharing your perspective on these two blokes. I understand we're ready to jump down to the main stage with our next semi-final, Beastie Cutie versus Marine Lord. This one's going to be massive, so stick around. We're going to head down to the casters, I believe, right now, and get stuck in with our next semi-final. Let's go.
Seems like German production didn't want to hear anything more about Australian culture.
They were jumping the gun. They wanted us to be in it. But you can't cut off like that. We need to hear from him more. I love that guy. He's been really wholesome. He's been really realistic coming to the event. It's great to get him on the commentary side, because I saw his retirement announcement. I was like, we're going to make a caster out of you. That's how that works. When you retire as a player, you become a caster.
That's a story of my life.
It's not a bad place to be.
Next tournament host, then back to casting.
But I always say, the cool thing is to convince them, you say, when you're a player, the highs are going to be higher when you lose. But I just cast games. I'm a winner all the time.
Oh, that's nice. Obviously, like the player, we have seen it, right? In AoE 2, AoE 4, it can be heartbreaking, right? It's like so much emotion. Obviously, like the whole crowd is like pushing you so much more to the limits as well. I think the drops are even harder.
I think it's, it's kind of this interesting feeling. I've talked to so many players over the years about that kind of feelings when they get lands. There might be favorites coming in. They might be very stable in so many different tournaments. But sometimes just on the day, right, someone has a feeling. And I think that what we saw in that first series, Mr. definitely having that feeling. And I'm curious to see if this series someone's going to have that feeling, because this one should be so close. It's basically 50-50 in a lot of people's eyes.
Yeah, clearly number 1 against number 2 in the world, right? We talked about the Marine Lord shake-up a bit earlier. BC Cutie so far absolutely clean. But still, Marine Lord is such a threat. Both ideally wanted to have this match rather in the finals than in the semis.
Exactly, and maybe they have a bit more drafting ideology going on with the grand finals, but we get to see it here. I think we're about ready to get underway with the draft, and this is always the first step, right? Age of Empires 4 is not just a game of who comes out on top in the map, it's who comes out on top in the series. A big part of that is how you prioritize these picks and bans, so let's get underway.
Let's take a look. We obviously start off with the with the map bans, and ooh!
Yeah.
Well, Wetlands is going banned, so...
I expected this. Mountain clearing on the other side, probably from Marine Lord.
That's what I just want to say. Mountain clearing, okay. I thought BC Cutie would try to ban mountain clearing, because now technically, if Marine Lord wanted to play mountain clearing, could have squeezed that one, but so far not a lot of love for that map.
I think I'm expecting to see water maps coming out. Yeah, there we go. And probably being split. This is pretty confident out of Beastie. Marine Lord, he still would have liked something like Wetlands Response. That goes out first. Instantly comes in with, I believe that is going to be another water map. Yeah, 4 lakes. So I think we're going to have 3 water maps here. Medi, 4 lakes, and probably Boulder Bay.
Yeah, not unlikely. And Marine Lord, he looked a bit shaky on Medi there, right? Think especially like elimination match, he was already getting pushed to the limit quite a bit. And Boulder Bay, indeed. So people really start to love water.
Yeah, this was kind of a who's going to blink first because these guys are confident in their plays. They have different ideas of how water's going to work on a finite level. They don't want to back down, right? We've seen series where someone avoids water entirely because they just respect the other player so much. But if you want to go the distance, you've got to prove you can. You've got to prove that you can take people down on land and water.
Theory: if both players love water so much, Arabia will be our opener map.
Yeah, if you love your water so much, just get the driest place possible. So Basin's going to be banned out. That's an interesting ban. I think it's great to kind of like flex this Chinese idea. We can talk a little bit ahead of time on what we're expecting to see Civ-wise, just because the amount of water maps we're seeing already. Chinese is definitely going to be like 100 priority list on both sides. But Golden Heights, I'm not surprised by this. I can't remember if Marine Lord has played it at all. I know BC played 1 game against Vortex. That was the Chinese Malians matchup, which was, I mean,
not the fairest.
Yeah, you can't get further apart unless a person doesn't even show up to the lobby.
Yeah, it's let's see how this one continues. And
that's Gorge. I'll dry raid. Okay, so Gorge, yeah.
Okay, so Gorge will be our opener here.
Yeah, I like that. I think Gorge kind of fits what these guys want to do. Gorge is an amazing map. I was really impressed because coming to this tournament, I was a bit worried that it was too wood-starved and that was going to lead to very boring one-sided games. But all it means is you have to be the aggressor. You have to be out on the map and you can't just sit at home.
Yeah, and we've seen tower rushes on it. We have seen lots of aggression feud late. And honestly, in my books, a more fun Arabia.
Yeah, I agree entirely. I think the nature of Dry Arabia is sometimes you get forward wood spawns, sometimes back. Maybe making those wood spawns predictable led to kind of some more depth, right? Because you can kind of plan around things. We see that with Holy Island in the Road to Wololo.
I think the main difference is not the plan, but that your second wood line is kind of non-existent, right?
And
the
have to work
expansion
for it.
there. Yeah, and like the second town center, kind of a no man's land, right? We have seen really far away town centers, and now we are starting the pick ban phase.
It's the ban of the English. I was expecting this, and now it's a case, Marine Lord, do you ban the Chinese? We know Beastie loves this Civ. He's very comfortable on it. Usually, when you have the first ban, you kind of have a slight edge here. Instead, he's going to mirror with an English. He says, okay, we're either both getting Chinese or neither's getting Chinese. So it is going to be the China ban follow-up.
Interesting choice, and we have theory crafted a bit about the ban, right? Typically, we have bans being in like snake format, right? A, B, B, A, B, B, and here's it is simply alternating.
I think this is actually going to be mirroring a lot. Like he's just now going to go get an HRE maybe. Either that, but yeah. I honestly, like, so at the start of the day, I was anticipating that if there's any series we're going to see mirror matchups when we get into just beyond the draft, it's going to be this series. It just makes the most sense. Delhi follow-up as well. That's the other thing. If you even want to get Delhi, like you kind of have to have an HRE pick on your side to flex, because of course, as we know, historically, HRE tend to take a dump on Delhi. It's a pretty rough matchup for them. Ottoman should be next priority on both sides.
Ooh, but
it's Delhi, yeah. So this is now a case of the BC should probably like want an Ottomans, because most players just agree it's S tier right now. It's just through the roof good. But he's got that smirk on his face. You can hear me right now. He's like, I don't think so. I want to go back to my roots, baby.
If it's S tier, do we see a second Ottomans now for Marine Lord?
With these maps, I think it's maybe a bit tough. So on Gorge, Ottomans have lost twice. They haven't won a single map. Prairie is like decent if you have an idea, but the only person I've seen make it work really well so far was the Muslim with his game against Kapoch. So I think this Ottomans pick might just be ignored for the rest of the draft. Kind of weird to say, considering how most people feel about the Civ.
It's like certainly the Civ that's heaviest explored, and we double Mongols.
Ooh, man, I love this. This Beastie just going back to roots, right? Like he was one of the most pretentious over the top Mongol spammers at release. He loved this Civ, and it's great to see it resurging. I think there's a lot of good maps for it, especially Prairie.
Like Gorge, but where do we play Delhi if we pick Mongols on Prairie? I think it's like Mongols is for Gorge and probably Boulder Bay.
Maybe like Delhi and Gorge. I don't think we've had any Delhi games on Gorge so far, so maybe there's something he knows that we don't know, but you have to get the Rus for Boulder Bay, right? English isn't in there anymore. Historically, how it's working on Boulder Bay is if English is available and Rus is available, English have been winning. I think it's 3 wins for English, 1 loss, and all the losses coming for the Rus on Boulder Bay are at the hands of the English.
Look at how Beastie's standing. He looks like the guy who's telling me I can't get into that club because my shoes aren't hip enough.
You can't pick this, Civ. I'm in the way, okay? He's like, you can't pick Marlians. I'm going to stop you. Okay, I want this to be a fair one. I would love to see Marine Lord think about like maybe like second French, but obviously after that, like he has flexibility because BC has to make the final pick. I think French is really good, especially for Prairie, because if your plans to pick Mongols there, so far Mongols only have 1 win, 3 losses. France is absolutely dominating right now in Gorge. I believe it's 5 wins, maybe 6.
Like French, I love the aggression, and we see Delhi here. So only Mongols as the double pick, and Ottomans late love.
So he does round out of Ottomans. I've heard a few ideas tooted around about like how Ottomans would work on the water and how they're kind of like military swords. But come on, guys, let's hear it up for the boys. It's time to get underway. Marine Lord versus Beastie. Look at him, smirks, smiles. One side, Marine Lord's like, man, I feel good about the game. 70%, 80%, 90%. Other side, BC mirrors that exact same feeling.
Yeah, both obviously very confident, right? And rightfully so. If you are top 2 in the world, obviously they're trying to avoid each other every single tournament, trying to meet each other in the finals if they can. This time not an option. And I'm getting excited for what could be a great set between those 2 titans of HM4.
Calm and composed, but inside, how is it looking? Big round of applause, the boys get ready. This could be its own grand final. In fact, most people coming to this event thought this would be the grand final matchup.
But not possible, right? Typically, we only want to have people that are undefeated in their groups meeting in the semifinals. But, well, we talked about it so much. Marine Lord shaky, the big upset, seed 1 against seed 16, lost there. And he got a lot of trash talk behind the scenes there from the players for it.
But he gave a lot of trash talk. You know, that's the fair part. That's what I love about Marine Lord. You know, some would use the word cocky, maybe a little bit big-headed.
You mean cocky?
Cocky, very big-headed for small men, but he's, you know, small man with a big shadow he casts. A lot of pressure, always dominating in the online environment. But next to him, of course, this guy Beastie, dubbed pretty lethal on the lands, right? He won N4C. Marine Lord then comes over the top, at least with an online format, winning Golden League. These are the guys that everyone's looking towards, and you can see how tight it's going to be head-to-head. There is a slight favor for Marine Lord across 55 games, but you know, don't read into this too much, folks. This one, I have a feeling this is going to be 5 games.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like, it's so close. Obviously, the drafting invites also like comeback mechanics in the sense that some people use their best Civ against the worst, and then we switch that around, getting to 1-1. And the speed, lots of people feel like, what? He is so slow. But yeah, we measured that via AOE4 World, tracking their efficient APM and BCQD, shockingly low there.
Yeah, you know how it is. Age of Empires 4 is a retirement home for StarCraft players, right? So,
you didn't say that on stream. He didn't.
And we love them for it. Grandpa's always there for us to visit. And so we move towards the drafting of the first map. We know it's going to be Gorge. Now we have to start thinking, what are you going to pick here? Because I mentioned Ottomans. They're trashed here on this map. I thought they'd be good. I was wrong. Mongols have been dominating people. And only one side has it.
It feels like Mongols has to be the pick here, right? And then it's relatively easy for Marine Lord because he can like choose what to play against it. But then again, it's not that easy because there's no really good answer.
Like maybe he's done something weird with Delhi we just don't even know about. Because like I'm still looking at these Delhi picks and wondering maybe they're thinking about it for Prairie.
I think that's the only way.
So probably Mongols on one side, and I think at that stage the most logical thing for Marine Lord, he probably wants to go for the French.
But French, you will eat the tower rush, but spearman aggression. It won't be that pretty because typically, if you get tower rushed, you kind of know, okay, I can rebuild another lumber camp for 25 wood, can move away, and you invested quite a lot into this tower. But here, what woodline do you move to?
Yeah, that's the really tough part, and it's not always consistent either. Sometimes you just don't feel like there's any break wood line. Sometimes you get a small secondary wood line that either spawns next to your back one or in front of your base, right? And
But how many trees is that small one? Like 10-ish?
yeah, maybe less than that, maybe like 9, possibly 8. It's not that much, especially when you put it into like wood figures. 150 wood per tree.
Yeah.
Right. So if you have 10 trees, that's 1,500 wood.
Yeah, then you need to walk there or you're losing some time, but you don't want to be too far out because then obviously Mongols with their crazy mobility, Mangudai an option, not really something to see too often, but horseman raids could be pretty good.
I think Magadai can work on Gorge and Prairie. The logic is that there's not much wood to access, and if you think about what counts as Magadai, it's all wood-based, right? Horsemen, spearmen, probably not spearmen, but they're definitely archers are the big one. And every time you have to transition, that's even more wood invested, and Magadai lets you just restrict your opponent. So that might be something to look forward to on Prairie. Like I said, the interesting part to me when I whipped out the stats is that Mongols, outside of Mister's win with them on Prairie, they've got 3 losses. So it's only Mister that found a way to make them work. And the French have been dominating, which is why I'm leaning towards Marine Lord just saving French for Prairie and going a little bit off the script here on Gorge.
Do you think Marine Lord feels like he has something to prove with French? Because we obviously considered him to be the best French player in the world, dominant for lots of months over the history of Age of Empires 4. Yeah. And now they're feeling a bit off. They lost some strength there for sure.
They've actually looked really good in this event. Like their performance has surprised a lot of people. I think they're in the top 4 in terms of win rate.
Yep.
And like I mentioned, especially on some of these maps like Prairie, they are the biggest winner by far. There's like 1 win for 3 other civs and then 5 wins for French. It's pretty bonkers how effective the civ is. And coming into this tournament, I kind of expected them and the Mongols to be kind of okay. I didn't expect them to dominate. And the reason I thought they'd be okay is whenever you introduce new maps, tempo aggressive civs function better because people haven't played out all these permutations. They don't know the solution to aggression yet. And if there's any 2 civs in the game that really label and highlight aggression, it's Mongols and French.
I think French 1TC might be a bit underexplored here because 2TC lost its strength and 1TC still has to be good, right? It is. Royal Knights, Archers, and even Mongols could crack against that.
It's all about timing, actually. You can still go for the second TC, but before it used to be, I've like killed 2 of their villages. I will go second TC. You even have to do the accent when you're playing the French. Now you have to keep ramping up that momentum. You have to wait a little bit later into your build to think about the secondary TC. Otherwise, it's just too greedy. Like you're essentially discounting your strongest element, which is that you have map control, you're a tempo aggressor, and how you make up for that lack of second TC is instead of rushing towards it, rush towards these pocket economies. Dear boy, you have access to them where a lot of other civs can't.
Yeah, and even like with the good spearman defense, we've seen it 2 days ago, where Lucifer actually found 4 kills pretty early in Feudal Age, and it is tough to have, like as you said, like map control against the French, and also tough to scout them because obviously those knights scare away your scout. And then what's the transition behind this? Are they playing 1 archer range, 1 stable, or are they adding more?
That's the thing. I think where French really get lethal is when Feudal goes long enough that they add in the racks as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, because at that point, you've got the triangle on both sides in a lot of these matchups, but the difference is you have heavily armored knights that get charge bonus damage. No other civ can manage that, right? Not even the Rus. Yeah, they get early knights, but they don't get bonus damage, they don't get chivalry. There's just so many elements that scream, use me aggressively with the French, right? Be the tempo setter, don't let up, don't feel this need to go back on your high ground and build 5 TCs and say, I see you in the Renaissance. No, we're playing this out in Feudal, baby.
Also, it feels, if we play long Feudal Age, I've seen French player squeeze in those eco upgrades a bit earlier, right? It just feels like, oh, I'm floating a bit. Instead of building half a knight, I will squeeze in an eco upgrade.
Yeah, well, because they buffed them, right? So it used to be 250, now it's 150. They also research faster. So it's like, well, you already got a discount. You were occasionally getting them. Now this discount as well. Like, what's your excuse to never pick them up? Because you get an extra 30% off of that 150 resource cost.
What do you think for yourself, if you're would be playing a best of 5? What do you think is like a reasonable amount? How much time do you give yourself to really think through every single map and every single option where you want to distribute the civs?
30 seconds. I'm impatient.
You're that impatient?
I'm impatient. Okay. I'm just like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look across. I'm like, well, HRE can go Mediterranean, Delhi can go Prairie, Mongols are banned, Rus gets picked on Gorge. And that's why I'd be the quickest person.
Okay, well, obviously so many different options, and you see people still writing something down. So much on the line for them. What is it like? Is it like 30K or 20K?
It's quite a lot, yeah.
For them to guarantee right now.
50K, and then is it 20K after that? So
Yeah,
that's a big
something
deal. But like, can we just talk about the fact they're in front of a PC and they're writing in notepads? Let's just like, just open up the notepad itself, type it out. Come on.
Well, they had their notes before there as well, right?
Yeah, we saw them just drafting things out. Especially BC, it looked like he's putting a lot of lines through things. Like he had plans for reloads, like nope, 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 nope. I don't need these notes for later. Marine are going to be gone.
I think Mr., for example, already knowing everything beforehand, I think he has just some drawing pages in there.
Yeah,
just try to color them out.
He's just perfecting his tractor. He's like, well, what kind of tractor do I want, right? He's gonna get a custom designer to make it.
For Christmas. This is the tractor I want. Dear Santa.
Imagine if he went out early on, he's like, but this is a tractor I can't have. But now, I mean, even if
then he gets a toy tractor and plays with it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if he goes out now, right, he's guaranteed at least 50K.
Yeah, he's guaranteed at least one tractor, plays for a second tractor.
No. I mean, like, if you get first place, I don't think you can get two tractors. You just get like the one with the cup holder and the warmer seat that costs an extra $50,000.
Okay, expensive cup holder.
That's how they get you. They upsell,
Ah.
Everyone wants a cup holder. They just don't want to admit it. And this is taking a long time, but
they're still like, and it's still like, it feels like they're still heavily thinking about it.
Yes, it's because of the French and the Mongol picks especially. I think when you look at the openings of these drafts and you think all the mirrors that could happen, if one of them has an idea of twist, they can set the pace of the entire series. I actually think we saw that in the last series with Mr. and Lucifron. Mr. opens with HRE when it looks like the French are coming, and he finds a way to just overwhelm it. I think after that, you just have this twist to the way the draft plays out in your favor.
Oh, but now we finally get the information. Gorge, our opener, and we open Ottomans.
Wow, this is bold, and it's going to be Mongols on the other side as predicted. And this is really bold because, as I said, it is 2 losses for the Ottomans so far. I thought they would be an S-tier Civ on this map. I really did, but no one's been able to prove it so far. But if there's any player that can, it's M-Lord himself.
It has to be M-Lord himself. The thing is, those military schools, 150 wood, you want to get like 3-4 of them to get really running, obviously like 2 in fuel age to start off. But if you're getting tower rushed, it's tricky to then really get running. Yeah, your production is a bit cheaper, you can save a bit there, but still like using all your archer ranges and stables will be expensive for wood.
I think it's going to be expensive for a different reason. We saw Recon try to do a multi-TC build as the Ottomans against Mr. I don't think his idea was wrong. I just think Mr. outmaneuvered him. He out-transitioned, and that was what's so remarkable about that game. I've talked to a few players, and they seem to be the agreement that this might be the type of map with the Ottomans where you do go for a secondary TC. A lot of them, you just want to play out military school spam. But especially when you're up against a civ like the French, if you misplay the early phase and they start to get a few knights up, they get chivalry in, they have this ability to efficiently use their troops, instead of losing them over time to your passive production.
That's the crazy thing, right? They can move in, move out, kill some of your reinforcements. Especially with Ottomans, you feel like you want to have the swarm and don't want to like really think about production. You just want to fight. You just want to put your army in their face.
It's like... I mean, it's not a direct comparative. You know how I talk about Abbasids and how, just throw those villages away. They're only 25 food each, right? It's like that with military units. Oh, yeah, just throw those away. They're free.
It only costs time.
Yeah. And, well, we already saw how another civ used time very well, the Delhi, right? They kind of dictate the pace. And that's why I always looked at the Ottomans like I called them the delayed Delhi, right? When we saw a matchup yesterday between Delhi and Ottomans, I actually thought that the Delhi might be favored, but Ottomans still came out ahead even then, despite the fact Delhi's timings are faster. So the question mark in my brain is the French time somehow even faster and more reliable than what the Delhi achieved between 15 and 20 minutes?
The thing is, like, Delhi timing is faster, like getting to where they want to be, but for it paying off, it still takes a bit longer, while if you have like 3 military schools, you're fine.
It's finally time. Let's hear it loud and proud, crowd, because it's time to get underway with the second semi-finals, BCQE versus Marine Lord. Let's open up with Gorge.
Ottomans, the pick for Marine Lord, is looking into those military schools. So collect 50 stone to start this one off. This will be some spearman play.
And look at that. Gorge has come through the drafting phase 8 times. And I actually think this makes a lot of sense. The most popular map is Dry Arabia, 15 picks, right? Gorge in third place. These are maps that you kind of look at and there's loads of differing ideas and they don't feel oppressive or like you can't do anything at all. I believe there was only one map that was better off and it was Mediterranean at 9 picks.
Mediterranean obviously mainly picked because people felt like, wow, we have no idea how it's going to be played out.
Exactly.
I tried to surprise you. While on Gorge, we kind of know that it will be played out with a limited wooden version of Arabia.
Yes, most definitely. We maybe get to see some Mediterranean if we go deep enough. Of course, that was one of the drafted maps. It just fits, you know, like the Prairie as well, same amount of picks as Gorge. So there's kind of a clear pattern, and it becomes a little bit predictable. I'm still wondering if someone's going to try to throw a curveball like Mountain Clearing. Of course, we didn't get it because both of these guys insta-banned Mountain Clearing and then Wetlands on each side, which are the 2 least popular maps.
Do you think we might see Mountain Clearing in the finals? Mr. maybe throwing.
Maybe it's a long day. Maybe you forget about it. Right? I've seen that in high-stakes environments. It just slips your mind. You never live it down.
BCQD, his Ovo very much to the front there for his rush distance would be short, but Marinot obviously will have some spearmen there for the defense in case BCQD wants to go for the aggression. Right now, 3 on wood.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what
barracks barracks in Dark Age.
I was about to say, I'm wondering if he just does this like mass spears because you can get them online so quickly in Dark Age before BC has the flexibility to get into archers. And it's kind of funny because you make sure you win the fight against the spears coming, and then afterwards, because of this UV placement especially, you can just go do to the Mongols what they're now doing to you.
Oh, sick. So Mongols, yeah, they open double spearmen, but Marinot, he will get so many more. And still not really woodline in the back. The first tower, I wouldn't even know where I place the first tower if I'm Beastie here.
I mean,
to be next to the
there's
gold.
2 woodlines, right? So you have to go past the first and onto the gold. And
or
of
we
course,
build next to the gold and block them away from Feudal Age.
But like Almonds kind of, like, they shrug this for a little bit. They're never really rushing for the tech up. I think like if BC then quickly techs up into Feudal, if Marine Lord has like 8 Spearmen plus, he just comes to your base, burns your UV, burns like your racks, traps it so it can't run away. And then you're very uncomfortable.
Defensive tower would need to be there, but tricky to get Spearmen in there because you want to have them at the front yourself.
It's also the idea that as you passively progress this Spearman count while paying for the other half of it, you're going to get enough to just burn down the outpost every day of the week. Right?
Okay.
And the cost to you is going to be very limited because you didn't pay full price for all those spears like other civs would who are countering it.
Nice scouting there by Marino. Didn't really have a lot of intention to go for anything else than scouting the Ovo and then knowing what production he wanted to go for. Still not on gold, so indeed delayed there. And, ooh, Khan trying to microbit.
Yeah, he's just going to keep the spears busy. He sees them coming. You can see on the count, like BC, he's probably going to stop at 5 here. Maybe add in possibly 1 more. And I think you try to find a way to wiggle your way up. Because otherwise, this just turns into a long-term spear fiesta.
Yeah.
And that one side is going to have 3 units in there. The other is eventually going to run out of stone to get that double production. And at that stage, you kind of lose out long-term as the Mongols.
Spearmen now have to go back, at least I thought so. But Marino is going aggressively. And I think Beastie, he will be happy that he denied this for now. Spearman goes really low, named to the 0 HP.
Yeah, he gets one of them. The tower is still going to go up. And you see what I'm talking about. Marine Lord says, okay, well, I don't need to fight you right now. So I outmass your spears at home. What if I just kill the racks and then we can't do this infinite spear game, right? We can't do that dance anymore.
What about the Khan trying to defend here?
Yeah, because the Khan's really going to defend nearly. Like,
1
he has
HP
a
at a time
now, right?
1 HP at a time.
2. He'll get 2.
Okay.
We're generous here.
I mean, maybe preemptive tower could have been an option, or is that too expensive?
But it slows you down, right? Look at his wood. He's burning all of it right now for that outpost aggressively. So it's that kind of idea we can sit and go, ha, BC, you noob, why don't you just build a tower? It's like, bro, where do I get the extra resources for this?
Also going there, and if then Marine Lord attacks something else or tries to go for the defense, becomes a bit more tricky. Tower there, I think this will be tricky to defend, right? It will be really far out.
I think Marine Lord just goes to the forward wood line and he's kind of fine, as long as he doesn't lose his spears. This is the important detail. This is one of the weaknesses you have if you do get outmassed. Maneuver arrow comes out, you're just going to have to run away, getting stabbed in the Tuski on the retreat.
Nice push away here for Beastie, stabilizing. Therefore, Ovo continues with the stone production. Gold obviously taken at the top for Marine Lord, so he can click up eventually. And goes for the woodline here. But it just did not happen.
Okay, the scout was quite lucky there. The spearman didn't quite cut across in time. If you lose the scout there, you just don't know exactly what BC's doing on the other side. But It looks really trivial. This is actually the correct way, I think, to play this matchup, though. Like, the Mongol player has to keep double downing and then eventually tech up. And the cool thing for him is Marine Lord was heavily delayed in his tech up because he got blocked on this gold.
Can we check the vision of Beastie Cutie if he has any idea that there will be a gold at the top?
No, he hasn't even checked there. He didn't even bother because he only went for a Khan. So he gathered enough sheep to get him by, and then he wanted to have the Khan be part of the early harassment.
But the minaret is now being shown, so Beastie knows, okay, you have to get gold somewhere.
Yeah, and this is a great placement. The Muslim pointed out that most players are always placing their minaret exactly here because it gives you the shortest distance to retreat into the TC if you get harassed.
Yeah, because the berries
spawn
basically spawning at the
corners.
top edges. Yeah, exactly.
There you go, Mapu showing you. He's already got it embedded in his memory.
Nice.
Shout out to Mapu as well, you know.
Oh,
First
Spearman
84.
on the ambitious side. One goes down.
And there we go. Now look at the count. This time it works. He's even got the meta. So Marine Lord went in for the early point into the meta, which means he now has the movement speed. Why is this important? Even with Beastie now unlocking the Yam, all he does is now match the speed of the Ottoman Spearman. But then you still don't have the attack speed. But the Ottomans do.
Arrow slits now coming in here. Obviously in the tower far behind, still getting the gold. Spearmen are coming over. Beastie. I think this has to be transitioned into an archer range, but...
Yeah, he needs to get control first, though. He's going to look to take the clash, and he does have the edge here with the hardened Spearman upgrade, but still, it's the attack speed buffer. Even pushes the villager away, so it looks like the Ubu will still go down at the end of the day. Marine Lord still has the favorable count in terms of spears. We'll look to back away, though.
Some are getting chased at the top, and indeed Ovo now goes down. Khan is helping out a bit more, obviously in Feudal Age, can shoot and move.
But yeah, he only shoots for a tickling, right? That's always the issue. He's not going to kill too many troops, but it's every little bit counts, right? It is just free damage at this stage. Issue is you can just move away with the meta. You just stay in formation, you keep pulling away quicker, but instead he just chooses to turn around and harass. Interesting choice. I think Marine Lord's making a transition at home, so he wants to slow the arrival in his own base.
Wheelbarrow now as well, so Marine Lord feels like, okay, I don't even have to invest that much into military right now.
I see. So I think he was delaying the Spearman come back to his base, so he had a second group of spears getting rid of the outpost. He hasn't gone and gotten rid of the right side outpost there, right? That's still there, so that's still a limiting factor for him if he wants to go long term. But he has got this gold up top. He is in age 2. He doesn't really need much more gold than this.
Archer range added, blacksmith added as well for faster production here. And this feels like a really long feudal age potentially. Although Beastie Cutie already sitting at 420 gold. That's a bit surprising to me. Isn't this the fast castle behind this? Because only 13 on food feels like not enough, but he's still 3 on gold. That's, I don't really understand this build then.
So
Wheelbarrow, okay.
You know, Age of Empires 4 is a game of reactions, right? You have to see what your opponent's doing, kind of knee-jerk react to it. If Beastie sees or anticipates this blacksmith's coming from Marine Lord, which it always will, he's probably worried Marine Lord's going to get tech upgrades. So maybe he's got this gold to get blacksmith upgrades.
Well, goes for Eco 4 now. Both players are opting for that.
Outpost is going bye-bye, so you will have access to the gold. It's not as much about getting access to the gold, though, as now depriving your opponent of vision of what you're doing next. But speaking of what Beastie's going to do next, we see him. He's finally heading up north because he understands, how did he ever get a tech up? Has he still got villagers out in no man's land?
Next military school, we go for 1-1-1. Have the stable, have the barracks, have the archer range there as well. But that villager a bit in trouble, but instant reaction by Marine Lord.
Yeah, and he's going to have to pull back the people on the stone as well. Looks like he does get what he needs out of the equation, though, unless he's thinking about going for a TC. He could.
His 0 villagers on stone, right? No, how many? Yeah.
He hopped them back. It's just the military school.
Okay, yeah.
So another point invested over there. So yeah, this is looking pretty respectable for Marine Lord right now. He's escalating. Beastie's not escalating at the same pace. I think Beastie needs to find a way up to Castle Age. And then you just look to swarm this archer ball you know is coming with the first few lancers. I love that he's playing pocket ecos, by the way. I've been very hard on Mongol players that don't do this because it's important. You still have map control. Like, realistically, Marine Lord is defending.
Yeah.
You can see it in the vision where he hasn't been. So you should be out on boars or deers, delaying pasture timing, which is incredibly important on maps like this that have limited wood.
Yeah, I think especially because Beastie Cutie, he won't build any more feudal age army, right? Oh, nice aggro here on the boar.
Here, Piggy. You want to play?
The counterattack will come eventually from Marine Lord, while Beastie Cutie might be in Castle Age, but still not have enough armies. So having those towers preemptively.
But that's why he goes right to the back corner, nearly. He's literally as far away from the bases as possible now. It's just Benny Hills.
Oh, goes for the
nice
scouts.
strike.
Nice one.
Yeah, and that's stripping vision, right? That's just preventing. If you look at Marine Lord now, he sees nothing. He's got one guy on the other side.
Wow. Oh,
Sapahi, they're in the wrong place.
Ooh, need some more scouting, and that's scout indeed. Like, where do you attack? Typically, you now attack the deer, try to go for the gold, check out the woodline. He has no idea where any of that is.
He hasn't kept track of it, right? He doesn't even know about this ball. If we go and check Marine Lord's vision, I don't think he scouted that area, right? Yeah, it doesn't exist. Pumba's not real. I mean, you wouldn't care, right? You're an Ottoman player. You don't recognize balls. You're not even allowed to touch them, unless you want to get banned.
Third military school now on the way. Military count is 1 Khan against 26 units. He needs some friends pretty damn soon. What are we going for? Because right now, that single barracks looks pretty lonely. Now it's stable.
Stable. It has to be stables. If you go in men-at-arms, you're just going to die to mass archers, whereas lancers can get in and out, maybe poke and prod. They can even choose to just go after the base and the economy instead. You know, it doesn't outright kill the Ottomans, though. The remarkable thing about the Ottomans is they can have their entire economy idle or dead for a few minutes and still somehow win a game.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Because everything is produced
free.
Yeah, unrelated from what your villagers are actually doing. And while this tower is still getting pushed, how many men-at-arms do we get out here? Like 4?
Maybe 4. It depends how quick Marine Lord wants to prioritize it. Remember that attack speed is going to affect the torch attack speed as well from the aura, so he's going to get through this fast. Yeah, he has to give up.
He even gives it up.
He can pinch it. He can move forward now because he has more movement speed, and he can just body block it, and it won't get away. Instead, he clicks a bit too soon. He tries to torch it down instead.
Okay, and now the men-at-arms need to
Bro,
be
where are we
built.
going?
Well, pretty far away.
I think he's in a different control group. He didn't get the memo. Like, yeah, we can take this out. We're at the bar, buddy. Meet us there.
Was told to fight. Ovo now goes down for the 2nd time at the same spot. I think BCQD will aim for another spot for the next Ovo.
Yeah, it's like 150 wood, 150 wood. Like you just count it in your head. It's like this is just a loss. There's another loss. Remember, there's not much wood on this map. And, yeah. In fairness, there's little stone left in that, but he is at least getting the lances out. And I think that's one cool thing about the racks. It focused attention there, and Marine Lord maybe didn't instantly see that there were lances as well. But considering his scout decided to just go to the Nether Realm, right, deep into the Mongol base, he saw everything.
Yeah, has a good idea now. But still, military count at 4, right? So he doesn't mind that much to see this happening.
Yeah.
Tries to expand a bit more. Now we can see on the minimap how units are finally moving out, trying to find out what's happening.
I feel like counting the military pop gap on each side is like if we're doing Marine Lord, it's kind of like you're in an auction, like blah 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 blah, and then on the other side with BC, it's like 1 2 like, and you'll be complete on the count around the same time.
BCQD cannot get his resource on the map. So limited on wood. He needed a 2nd barracks, needed a 2nd stable, or like maybe the overproduction now goes for the 2nd stable. Gold not looking too hot either. This will be a pretty crazy push, and this gold is relatively exposed, right? If those villagers are getting idled, you can't go for more military.
He's sniffing it out. He's moving up there right now with a mass that you just can't fight at this stage. BC needs probably about 12 men-at-arms maybe with Yam to feel confident about this fight. It's just so many Sapahi to clash with, and will at least move away. Has the garrison inside the outpost, which means some people are not long for this world, and Marine Lord could quickly begin to take control of this game. BC has at least banked a lot of food, but he needs to get those heavily armored troops up to a mass of about 12 to 15 fast.
Nice snipe on the meter there. Villagers still dying. Siege works. What? The ram went down.
Oh, wait. Oh, no.
Trailed behind.
Because he can't keep it in formation, and when you have everyone else in formation, they're moving faster. So compared to other civs, you move even further away from your ram.
Oh. Well,
wow.
That was really good for BCQD, buying him quite some time. Now the ram needs to be built.
They found the Uvu again.
Okay.
So this is the ripple effect. Marine was like, oh, I didn't know there was a pig over here. What else is in this corner?
But now we're getting onto reasonable numbers, right? 5 lances, 7 men-at-arms. If we just get another minute, we have some really strong army here for our Castle Age player that could overwhelm, but Marino now thinking about castling himself.
And keep in mind, BC is still playing southern corner as well, right? Like he was on the deer, I believe. He went on the berries gold or whatever he needs down here. This is a cool play because Marine Lord, you know, consider how long it took him to check the left corner. If you check his vision, he still hasn't checked the south corner, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, scout coming, though.
Here we go. He's like, wait a second. Is he doing something else out here? This doesn't make sense to me.
But he's like, deer not taken, although he knows, okay, wow, yeah, have the board.
Smart play out of a beastie. Going on the berries, you wouldn't do it, right? It's not optimal. You're not playing perfect nearly. You could get a better gathering rate. What a play.
Maybe he wanted to go for it a bit later because it's closer to his town center. Is it mind games?
I think it's mind games. It's like, this is less likely to be explored. This is less greedy, right? So, and it's further out. If this is the other way around, it's a stupid play because like he's going to move to the deer anyway, but the deer's inward, so it's less likely he goes further out because Marine Lord only has like limited vision with Sapahi. He's trying to be optimal.
Oh, okay, love that. And now the Lance is trying to find something. Still knows the gold at the top could be, well, a bit underprotected. Imperial Armory here, so free siege production for our Ottoman player.
And the ridiculous part is you don't just get free siege, you saw it there when we hovered on it.
Ooh, that was quite some range. Holy moly.
What? Damn.
Oh, full screen shot there for the Springald.
These things are a bit weird, the interactions. Like longbows when a scout runs away. It's like, you watch it's like, where's that arrow going?
There was like, fly! And you
like,
see like...
It looks like it's not going to make it, and then he activates the jump jet on it. Right?
Yeah, it's like in the comics, and you see the face on the arrow, and it's like flying in there.
Activating hyperspeed here, and this is going to have to be a speedy reaction. You see Lancers were trying to breach on the northern side, but good defense, at least initially out. Marine Lord does have an eco lead, a military lead, but he needs to get his premium units out. It's not going to be fast for him.
Great control there by Marine Lord. Disengaging, the spearmen were a bit out of position. Men-at-Arms tried to chase down, and then both armies kind of neglecting each other. Marine Lord trying to combine his armies, still better numbers, and a reasonable villager lead. A bit surprising here, 9 already. But yeah, we saw 7 kills.
It was mainly around the
5
ball,
towers.
right?
Yeah.
Really big deal there. And speaking of towers, the ones that Marine Lord have are going to protect him in those areas. And the brilliant thing is there's not as much burden on you to have people gathering on economy, right? You've just got all this passive reduction. And, well, speaking of economy, that wood line was looking thin, but now it looks like it's time to thin the herd of villagers. We'll move in, strikes down 3 of them, and shifts out to the right side. Great raid by Beastie.
Khan in danger, though.
Khan, though.
Oh, Lancers are getting out, now going for the tower, but the double tower setup will take quite some time to take those down, and potentially with some losses. And there's more army coming to support.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get pinched if you hang around too long. The spears are coming. He gets through one of the towers, snipes one of the villagers, but that should be all she wrote. So he's going to try to wrap around now with the Lancers, and Marine Lord is baiting him in. He wants him to commit onto the villagers because he'll turn around and kill all these premium Lancers. Instead, he'll overwhelm the men-at-arms, and Beastie, he's off. He says, okay, I'm going to go back into the economy of Lancers and see what I can find.
Okay, take some control at the front. Woodline still the only one. And oh, look at that. That's like triple-pronged attack right now.
Hey, he's coming everywhere. He's playing Mongols the way you want to, right? Raid here, raid there, raid everywhere, because behind this, he's grabbing up relics. He's already up to 4 Shaman and bumping even higher. We might be going to a mass healing strat against the Ottomans.
Oh, but then I want to see some relics picked off as well. One on the way already in BCQD. Right now, he has all the map control, right? Marine Lord, yeah, he has very solid numbers. Look at that, 53, 53. But everything basically within reach of a starting town center.
It is spooky. Whenever you give map control over, most of these maps have been designed to amplify that power you get from map control, and BC is doing a remarkable job of using that well. He's going to start sniping out the crossbows, because as we know, crossbows in small numbers don't counter out these Lancers. You need time.
How do we still have... How do we have 5 Shamans and not a single relic picked up already?
I think he was waiting. He was waiting until everything's contained, and now he's moving out. It looks like he was patrolling as well. Like he wants them to be safe, because the Sapahi was still kind of pseudo-patrolling from Marine Lord, right? They weren't fully defending, but done with defense. Now we move on to offense. Marine Lord is going to shift over. He'll spot the villagers on the deer, and they will instantly pack up and run back to Mummy.
Nice timing there for sure. We're now going into Spearmen here for Beastie. So it feels like his man-at-arm Lancer composition not the one winning him. Military numbers are looking mighty scary here in favor of our Frenchmen.
It's super spook, right? This is the difference, though. We've got premium on one side, crap on the other, but that's changing, right? When Ottomans reach Castle Age, it changes. You're seeing crossbows come out. You're seeing men-at-arms being prepped. We've already got a Maganel in the field. Wololo's going to be attempted. Tries to the body blocks. He's been watching a little bit of Puppy Claw gameplay. Not able to do it, though. Marine Lord on point with the micro.
Now it's to body block again so that the Shaman is getting home. Next attack onto the Ovo. 3rd time an Ovo dies this game.
450 wood. I'm just keeping track. I'm not very good at counting, but I can at least count that high. And it looks like the Shaman is going to go down. Sapahi, though, are not pulled away. So Villagers will kill them in the end, but this is also idle Villagers while you're losing a lot at home. And those 2 relics you just banked, I don't think they're going to be making a return on the investment.
Improved siege engineering there could be cancelled, and then you can't get it because you don't have the Ovu.
The archers can just attack this. He's going to body block it, and remember, this has no ranged armor. That's a prayer tent with 2 relics. Beastie is going to lose it, and he was being greedy. He's going on into the second TC.
Oh, felt like he needed to get an advantage via economy, and it's getting punished. BCQD now trying to get a Sprinkler placement, but he's still so rateable on so many different spots.
This is the difference. BC has been very calm, content. He's been the aggressor. He's been microing all these different groups. Now Marine Lord is getting full control. He's splitting up and saying, okay, what you just dumped to me for 15 minutes, I'm now going to do to you for 15 minutes.
I don't think this game is going to go on for 50 minutes if Marine Lord is continuing with this production. It's over 80 military
These
in
outposts take too
21
long.
game.
They take too long, nearly. That's the issue. You see, he tried to knee-jerk react. Mongols used to be able to do this, but the extra build time is a bit too much. Marine Lord will take game 1 and finally get the Ottomans a win on Gorge.
And that against Mongols, where we felt like Mongols could be so good with the tower rush, came on the gold side, but so calm and collected Marine Lord, moving out far away from his base to get to feudal age.
And we see the potency of the Ottomans, right? Honestly, the Ottomans are the truest civ that embodies, the classic British adage, keep calm and carry on. Right? Oh, my base is on fire. Oh, all my villagers are dead. Just keep calm, buy a little bit of time. I've got Sipahi coming out for free soon. I'll have a free Maganel in a minute. We can still turn this about.
Yeah, and he did, right? It's just like so much running there, and where did BCQD go wrong? It's so tough to point a finger on something where we felt, okay, an approach could have been different. Like the Ovu obviously was really unfortunate for him. Yeah. Maybe needed to have a tower there, but then you need to go more on wood, later feudal age. I think spearmen.
This is the beautiful thing. Games like this, it's less about what someone done wrong and just how great both players played back and forth. Maybe one thing could highlight is BC never found out about that gold vein to the north side, right? But that's once again this whole idea of optimizing. We saw that on both sides where Marine Lord didn't scout out the boar or the berry patch for a very long time. So it balanced out once again. I just think once you reach this later phase in the game, you're reaching into the golden age of the Ottomans. I think this is a civ that peaks in 25 to 35 minutes, and this game ended just shy of that, which, it shows you that
this was not even the final form yet.
Exactly. This is not even your final boss to deal with. I've been saying this about a few civs. HRE still comes to mind. I think there's a few things not explored on water maps there yet. But it's incredible how HRE on water and Ottomans on land are just the dictators.
BCQD though, pretty confident in his skill. Now has to decide which home map he wants to go for. Obviously, he can pick all the 4 available maps. Typically, we have seen players in the quarterfinal stage and semifinal stage go for their own home map. So Prairie or Mediterranean. I think shaking it up with Mediterranean could be a good
I think 4 legs.
idea. 4 legs? Why is that?
So I think if you go 4 legs, you pull Rus off of both, and then you have Ottomans. Maybe you want to try that thing we've been seeing Boulder Bay, where people failed with. But you know what? If there's any man who can do it in that situation, it'd be Beastie. I mean, if you don't believe me, just hear from the man himself.
My name is BCQD and I come from Serbia. I just tried to play with as many people as I could. If they were not on my side of the bracket or the group, because I wanted to avoid that, try to get the variety and to make sure I'm prepared for everything. I came as one of the higher seeded players, and my first match is someone I'm very comfortable playing against, and overall group I feel pretty good. Both groups are really, really difficult, but I think going into potentially playoffs, I like my group and my chances. Best of 3s are always scary in the group stage, but as long as I make it into the playoffs, best of 5s or maybe even best of 7 series, I think suit me way more. And my main goal is just getting basically out of the best of 3 stages and going into longer series. So far, the event's been great. Seeing everyone and meeting the new players has been really fun. I have been competing for quite a while, so I do have LAN experience, and I'm just looking forward to, playing once again and competing. As long as I play my game and I do what I practiced, I should be able to do really well. Most confident, probably the AoE2 guys, because they haven't had as much practice. Specifically, I want to play against the Viper. He beat me at the chess game earlier, and I'm pissed, and I need my revenge.
Always great to hear from our favorite Serb. You know,
He's not my favorite Serb.
Really? Oh, that's right. You've got
my second favorite
one.
Serb.
Like, he still made the top 5. We'll have to fill out that list, but definitely a favorite of a lot of people here. Beastie, of course, always been a staple community from day one. Marine Lord not far behind him, and he's just thinking through it. He's processing. How do we do this? What's going to be the play? Because we mentioned the possibility of something like 4-8's coming out. The whole idea is you flip the script, right? Because right now we were talking through the predictability of where each of these civs should be picked.
I still believe that BCQD is more likely to go for something like Mediterranean, his own home map, where he clearly has a plan. HRE could absolutely be an option there. We have seen him multiple times trying to get all the wood advantage there using the prelate. Still hasn't really decided on something. And like, they're taking their time, like thinking very intensely. Obviously, they know how much there's on the line.
I know it's not for that, but the background is kind of making it's a water map, guys. Look, there's a water in the background. There's even a ship right there.
Oh!
I mean, it's a high probability we get a water map, right?
We have Boulder Bay, Mediterranean.
I see water on the draft. It must be.
Okay.
So it's 4 lakes.
Roos Abbasid?
I think so.
Okay.
We'll get confirmation in a sec, but I'm pretty sure this just screams 4 lakes to me. It's
No.
Boulder Bay. All right. So they are flipping the script. So because the thing I was going to say is if this is 4 lakes, this is just like following the script. People still think Roos is good, but Abbasid is better. Abbasid is dominant. We saw that from Mr. Roos are 0 wins on Boulder Bay, on 4 lakes so far. They just get dumpstered, despite the fact they used to be the S tier civ. But I love the fact that we're flipping the script a little here. I think Abbasid could have a use in Boulder Bay because we've seen some spawns where you're super tight next to each other. And if you just mass docks, you can get in placements, and the Roos player can't do anything.
But we have not seen that yet on Boulder Bay, right?
Not yet.
I think we have seen some Boulder Bay games where like they were within one screen, and arrow emplacements for the docks would have been crazy good. But right now it was full water play. Plus, how much are you slowing yourself down, right? The opponent then goes for galleys. You put 100 stone in there, and then you have something that shoots on water, but nowhere else. The other guy can go for emplacements a bit later. Then it's a stalemate, but you're so far behind in economy on land.
The tough part of doing it against Roos is they just send their fishing boats north, and you're at that stage, instead of building boats your own, you're building static emplacements that can't chase the fishing, right?
Yeah.
So that's the point of recovery. We'll see what they've got in mind, though. Because it's finally time. Game number 2 between BC and Marine Lord. Taking the Boulder Bay.
I'm getting a bit nervous here because we have seen how good the Roos are, right? They can play the super fast uptiming. We just had a 7-minute game here on Boulder Bay, and the big question mark will be how Marine Lord is trying to approach this.
I don't think we're going to get that quick of a game out of these guys. Historically, they don't GG out instantly unless you're relying on sheep in some games. But of course, they'll be relying on the fish in this one. Straight away, Marine Lord just looking to sweep out and get the bounty. We used to see Roos builds that featured the hunting cabin even on these water maps to prioritize the extra bounty. But
oh, really?
Yeah, ever since a few of them must come to mind that the players were doing it. But I think ever since the change to sheep, especially, there's just less bounty on the map, so less justification for it. Even more so now when you consider you don't really need any gold when you go on water. It's all food and wood.
Yeah. And therefore, hunting cabin, just the 100 wood that you need to invest. You don't really want a second scout. It's just too late to get to feudal age then. And the 100 wood, you rather want to have another fishing ship.
Absolutely. It's all about those fine timings, especially on a map like Boulder Bay. It's just too tight, right? So you can't just be delayed by half a minute and feel fine. It's such a short distance. If I beat you to one boat, it's going to be on your fishing line in about 10 seconds.
Yeah. Although this is not the shortest distance we have seen.
Not with the way they're playing it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you meant the lake itself, right?
Yeah, like Marine Lord. Yeah, it's a bit further to the right here. And what is that move out? That's a double dock dark edge play.
It is. So to your point, instead of getting thin and long, we're getting like short and thick here, right? But it does in a different way bring them together, because you can see Marine Lord's going to play fishing on one side with the Abbasids because he can build these docks for cheap. And now this is going to be his battleground. Meanwhile, Beastie, we said he could move fishing boats away from this, but he's going to be seen doing it. If we check vision, Beastie doesn't know about this other dock yet.
Oh. Indeed, he has no idea. He's scouting in the completely other direction.
This is even worse than his first apparent, because now, by the time he sees the dock, it's going to be built, so he'll just assume this was the first dock.
But he won't see any fishing ships potentially dropping off there if he has
Maybe
an eye for that.
Peeled or something. Like if Marine Lord want to get big brain, he could bring the fishing boats down. It'll idle a little bit, but you're still building more fishing boats on the right side. And as you saw there, by the way, we are going to see some funky stuff because we're not used to it. This is the first time Abasses have been picked this tournament on Border Bay.
Oh, man. The thing is, we have to take a close look if Marine Lord is going on stone, because that's the main resource we need for those arrow emplacements. And also, what are we seeing on land in case we see this? Okay, I go arrow slits defense and just give up my fish. We've seen it from Capwatch, and he tried to go for a castle age all in, actually.
Yeah, we did. Kapotch has some very interesting strategies, just to kind of
double instantly scout it. All good.
Yeah. So he sees it in the end. So one thing I want to highlight here is that the Roost right now can quickly get into the extra wood benefit, right? They build a wooden fortress, they get buffed up at home on the gatherings. We haven't seen it yet because of the fishing, but it will come. One tough part for the Abasses in comparison, usually we talk about the Golden Age, which shrinks the gap. You get a 15% gathering rate after 10 buildings, but you're chaining less buildings early on because, you know, usually on a land map, I'm building a stables, I'm building a racks, I'm building mills. On water maps, you don't do that.
Yeah, it kind of has to be like the 3-4 houses, trying to get to your gold there.
You'll get there, but you won't get there as quickly, right? So the Roost keep the big wood advantage for a little bit longer.
House of Wisdom now, trying to connect everything quite nicely. Marine Lord 2 on gold, still 13 on wood. Will he get enough food? I think he will certainly need to force drop to get up to Feudal Age at a reasonable time.
I think so. Like, you don't want to fall too far behind here. Something to keep in mind is Marine Lord is definitely going to have to rely on some turtling. The multiple dock approach means that he should have a decent amount of room to keep fishing boats safe. Because remember, BC's almost complete with landmark. As soon as Marine Lord actually starts hitting the button, he's going to have to wait almost 2 minutes.
Yeah, what's the timing difference there? It could be the full, like, 1 minute, 35 seconds?
Maybe.
Yeah, something in that ballpark.
Yeah, Marine Lord's going to be about 1 minute 30 here. So he should... Oh, wait, the goal is... He's got it.
Click, click.
So
click.
now, yeah, it's more like 1:35 then. But it's not the end of the world. It just means BC gets initial aggression, which he should as the Roost anyway. Like, you can even choose to convert your ships if you need to.
Oh, ball rush!
What? Pig came to play. Marine Lord's like, no, I do not need to see Benny Boy's mom right now. Please get her away.
He's moving over there, but again, second move.
He's like, no, she can come see me after the tournament to celebrate, but not now. Stay away. But what a play out of Beastie.
Oh, what a crazy move.
He forces him to make another mining camp. That slows him down.
And technically, wait. Marine Lord is not allowed to... No, he is allowed to attack it because it's against Roost.
As long as you don't kill it. Actually, yeah, that's the thing, that Matt, you can't kill, which is kind of a weird one to find yourself in. We saw it with a Malians player, Vortex, where it's like this boar is attacking him. Like, he could kill it in that situation, but like, imagine if you're a Civ that can't, and you've built a whole eco area there. It's pretty frustrating.
Marine Lord, those 3 fishing ships are idle now. Luckily, still has a lot here at the side. Third dock being added there, but still 40 seconds away before he can even start producing.
Look at
now even dropping a 4th dock.
But yeah, that's the thing. It's his garrison point. He's paying very little wood to get a safe place for all these fishing boats that cost more wood.
But where's the where's the food income now?
You have to delay it. You have to accept that this is a downside, but you have the upside that you're going to push a crap ton of food into your bank 2 or 3 minutes down the line.
How many fishing ships does Beastie Cutie have? Because he might have transitioned a
slower,
bit.
right?
Shouldn't be crazy. Yeah, only 3 fishing ships. That's not sick.
Because they cost more, and you want the aggression. He went 4 aggressive ships, right? 4 archer ships.
Yeah.
And now, this is one of the things that's interesting about this play. Like, you lose map control on the water for the first 2 to 3 minutes. Once those emplacements come out, you get full control again. And Marine Lord, he's got even more wood in the bank. So, curious to see what the plan is here. Should just be a few boats coming out. It is going to be a spring play. This is a good play. Because Beastie hasn't prepped demo ships when they come out because there's too many docks. He can't camp the docks with the demo ships because they could come out of any of these.
Yeah, where would he go is the big question. Scout now could find the kill against Marine Lord, but he is too active there. And BC Cutie might be missing this, and then scouting on land will be more tricky. This is a good pickoff potentially, but fight!
I don't want to fight. That's how I want to do. Oh no, I'm gonna have to fight. Wait,
what? Did he lose more HP?
He's gonna lose that fight. He's gonna lose
he took 2 hits.
I think he mistimed it.
Sneaky villager.
Beastie. Don't do it. He's got 200 wood. He's gonna drop a wooden fortress on the other side of that wood line.
Marine Lord, by the way, floating 800 wood. Crazy numbers here.
Just look at the damage it takes. But On the other side, the Spring Wolves are now going to start cleaning up. Two are coming to play, and now there's the demo ships we were waiting for, and then both the Spring Wolves are here. Heavy damage done. Beastie maintains control.
What?
He strikes back with a quick GG out. 1-1 apiece.
Roos are crazy on this map. All the aggression, the sneaky villager would have been behind, and those beautiful demo connections.
I loved it. BC was playing multiple strategies at the same time. He was prepping a wooden fortress on the back of the wood line that would have killed villagers off. He timed the demo ships perfectly. We've actually seen players GG out very early on this map. Boulder Bay, I think Viper comes to mind. I talked to a few players. The feeling was, the demo ships came out a bit too soon for him, and he didn't have value for them. You have to time it perfectly with the Roos, because if you don't, you cripple your entire ability to play water at all.
Absolutely crazy. And so many fishing ships were still in the dock, so there's no way that you can maybe sacrifice your fishing ship going in front of it.
And the way he plays it, he intentionally pushes Marine Lord into the corner, because even if he's got fishing boats up elsewhere and they're farming, if they have to come and repair, they have to run past these archer ships. They're going to be out in open water. They're going to be sitting ducks waiting to be shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the splash damage, with all the arrows in the air, they are going to die after that. You try to micro, but it's going to be really ugly. And those two demos, absolutely perfect. BCQD, he puts out the...
I'm glad to see it. I said this is going to be close. This could easily be 5 games. And you're seeing like the next steps, right? They're trying to play one step ahead of each other. They're very patient in their timings. I've seen other players try similar strategies, but they're a bit too fast. They're a bit too quick to pull the trigger, and they don't get that bullseye headshot. Instead, they give you like a flesh wound on the arm.
Yeah, it was a flesh wound, but they finished it off with the galleys afterwards.
Yeah, decapitated him.
Looking at the draft, BCQD still has his first 3 picks. For Marine Lord, only 1 out of his first 3.
Exactly, and here's an interesting thing to think about. We're going to Four Lakes next. We talked about this idea of Abbasids and the Roos clash. Abbasids are gone. Does Roos tempt you in? And if that happens, do we see HRE? Or here's another idea. Here's a crazy one right now, Nilly. Try not to have a heart attack.
Crazy ideas.
Mongols.
No. Why Mongols?
Tower rush him.
Tower rush him?
Woodlines usually can spawn forward of you. If you see they forward spawn, you block him with outposts. Because I'm wondering, like, where, like, he could say, he's probably not going to. I'm going crazy here. It's going to be HRE, I think. But then if you pick HRE, you're kind of forfeiting Medi, unless you've got a crazy strat, because Marine Lord still has HRE.
Yeah, I think it should be HRE mirror, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And then I think Mongols actually become more and more reasonable, because Delhi, we are never going to see them on Four Lakes, so Delhi has to be for Prairie.
Could you imagine?
Mongols has to be the pick here for Four Lakes.
Could you imagine there is someone they know about Delhi for Four Lakes that we just don't know? I don't know what it would be.
No way.
Maybe another ball spawns close to someone's base, right?
What was that all about?
That was crazy.
The ball
I didn't
that close
it because I don't think they used to spawn that close, but there's more ball now, right? So it gets wacky.
And then instantly moving away to the other goal, but it was still too close. and then he just got
aggro range on that pig is insane.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it holds a grudge. You know how we say elephants, they have a memory they never forget?
Boars.
That pig never forgets.
Oh, Marine Lord also was a bit off with his eco balance. Obviously, those fishing ships were so often idled, but at one point he was sitting at like 900 wood and couldn't really produce anything else.
Unfurl the flags, my friend. It is going to be HRE versus Roos. So as anticipated, Beastie, it does mean Medi is a potential weak point unless he has an off-brand strategy for what we're seeing this tournament. But
is it Mongols on Medi then? Is it Tower Rush against HRE?
I think like it's Mongols or Ottomans. I think he might try something on land with Ottomans.
Ottomans?
Yeah.
Oh, that like, seems like a...
It sounds really weird, but like, where else is he going with Ottomans? Because he's still got Mongols, and I think he wants them for Prairie.
Oh, it was a 6 pick, right? So it doesn't need to 100% have a plan with them?
Sure, but like, the thing is, when these series go on, when you see these curveballs, like we just saw there with the Abbasids coming out on Boulder Bay, now you change your plan, right? That's the beautiful thing. I love that in Age of Empires 4, one thing that makes it so sophisticated, imagine if you could just pick whatever civ you want all the time. You just, I counter you, right? It turns into a game. You activate my trap card. But the beautiful thing is the drafting phase makes this game so beautiful and elegant and offers you ways to throw your opponent off their plans with throwaway civs and whatnot. But nothing to throw away here. All strength coming out. 1-1 apiece. Let's go to Four Lakes for a Roos HRE showdown.
We need to take a look at the relic placement here as well. It seems like 2 relatively close for Marine Lord, but he is obviously the Roos player. It feels like 3 at the top of the corner.
And look at this. We talked about the fact we haven't seen many Four Lakes, and that's why. 6.8 out of 8 score in terms of ban prioritization, that means it's been banned more times than the next 3 combined.
Sick. People really had 4 legs.
Yeah, they're sick of it. Take that, Biddlin. It's a wild beast because it's like what you think you know and what actually happens. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be Roos dominant, but as I mentioned, like Roos have yet to get themselves a win on this map. It's been picked, I think, 5 times maybe. Like it doesn't come out often.
When I've seen it, I've seen extra town center play, which really like it's already questionable with Roos in general. And I think on 4 legs, like obviously, I like. Age of Empires 2 background, we have 4 legs there as well, and we've seen a lot of 1TC plays, simply because you're so heavily carried from your food eco on
like,
water.
You know, you want to be greedy versus the greedy Civ, right, in the HRE, because you know, if you spell it wrong, you can slot HRE in there. I think you just can't do it. Like, the timings will be so fast that by the time you're like doing this double TC and you're feeling good, BC is going to be Castle Age picking up all the relics.
Yeah, and all 3 at the top, right? So Regn's Cathedral a bit higher from his town center and can easily pick some up. And then, well, uphill battle, so much gold income very easily for the HRE.
It's so easy to sneak for the ones on the south side. Like, check that stealth forest in the center. It's almost just like vision is denied from both sides here. So keep in mind, if one of these players loses their scout early on, it's going to be incredibly crippling here because you just can't play mid-map. And we have seen a prioritization on 4 legs for a quick switch onto land after the initial boom of food eco, whereas it used to be, we saw players prioritizing the lakes. It was always the lakes. Even 30 minutes in, it's like, I'm going to sneak back on your lake.
yeah. At some point, obviously, it loses in efficiency, like fishing ships kind of have to go a bit longer. Plus, you have so many villages that it's not such a big difference if you have 5 fishing ships left, if you're already at 80 villagers.
Yeah, and then we're seeing the walls go up from BC. He goes, I can do this and you can't. Because the Roos walls take too long to build now. So if you go and do, if Marine Lord says, I need to wall as well, it's going to take over double the time that BC takes to do it.
We have seen it earlier from Lucifron, who was, how short was he? Like 3 seconds, 4 seconds, something like that?
It was a stinger to watch. And then he had to pull the villages to try and rectify the issue. And I've seen players on maps like Prairie, you know, they tried to wall themselves in, which is a hard map anyway.
Yeah.
But it's over double the difficulty for the Roos because of that extra time.
Yeah, and it's weird how that changed, right? In the past, we felt like, oh, Roos walls are too strong. And now they just take so long. Ooh, nice pickup here. Late sheep.
Has Marine Lord been checking out the local doner kebab shops, maybe?
Likes those. And
of course, these don't give bounty anymore. Like, something we have to keep in mind is unless he's going to go for some sort of landmass focus, these sheep, they might as well just not be there.
Yeah, relatively speaking, the water income is just so much more. How many villages does he have on sheep? Like, not a single one right now.
Yeah, you don't want to. I mean, you want multiple lakes, right? So you want to be able to access them as quickly as possible, but he can't. Check what BC done. He snuck north. He has the northern lake. So the only way you can do this is if you now go to the southern one, which he wants to, right? It's weird because when you look at the generation, you almost feel like BC's lakes should be the east side, but they're not. They are still playing home lakes, but because your fishing boats on the Roos side cost so much more, I feel like there's a very heavy delay in you getting on a second lake, especially when you also then add in the fact that HRE have a 40% gathering speed buff. And Marine Lord probably doesn't even have the wooden fortress yet because you're delaying yourself with all these boats.
I think he built the wooden fortress here. Yeah, exactly. But still, like that's such a heavy investment. And is there still not a single villager out for Marine Lord on the map?
No.
I think he sent a second one to his pond, try to defend. Is he building second block here?
Yeah, he's doing the walls. And he's doing the correct, like he's found the right pond, I think. He's now only scouting the other one to see if it was better, maybe, because like some of these ponds just get a lot of mountain size and tree lines that mean you don't need many walls to protect it. It's the one way that Roos can maybe be protected. Like if you get a very open lake though and you have to full wall it, oh good God help me.
Villager now coming over, and yeah, it's like such a big investment, right? And how many did he need? Like 4 tiles, 5 tiles there? That's pretty cheap to secure yourself the whole pond.
Very efficient. I don't want to stroke his ego too much, but he's not wasting too much on this. And great dock placement here, because what you'll notice is you've got this mountain area that's going to stop a dock coming in from Beastie. So the only thing that Marine Lord needs to do is head right to the right side, put 1 or 2 small slots there, and once again, you're not wasting too much wood or time.
But Beastie, you can see it on the mini-map, he is sending a villager there. Oh, and I think
he's ahead of time.
I think Marine Lord won't be able.
It's the scout. It's the scout difference. Check where Marine Lord is. He's not at home with his scout vision right now. Yeah, he's actually now starting to mirror the other scout, but he's a health differential, right? So now if BC intercepts, he can kill you.
Yeah.
But luckily for him, BC wasn't looking at that.
Feudal Age timings will be pretty similar, or he might see the scout, the villager pretty soon.
He's coming fast, but the dock should go down faster, right? And it just drop it right now. He needs to find the slot because it's a bit janky sometimes. It looks like you should be able to appear, but you might not place, but you might not be able to. But now the scouts arrived, and this is a fight that you can't win as Marine Lord. You have to back off from this. In fact, Beastie is going incredibly aggressive now because he sees he has the edge. He might even try to drop a dock right next to this one.
Okay, some fortification here to the left. Could he not drop one at the right? Why isn't he, like, it feels like so easy to build a dock, no?
He's going past it. I think he's just going to drop it right next to the edge here. Yeah, there it is.
That villager's going there.
The villager's ahead.
He wins the race. Tries to block it with a...
What?
Scout blocks it off.
This is too much.
What? How can he build on the scout?
What the hell? But now he has to go back. So I think Beastie wanted to drop on the right side here, but if you check that terrain, I don't think he could drop a dock just to the east of Marine Lords.
No,
so he
this
had to
too
make
tight.
that run. And Marine Lord was calm. He stayed ahead. He has the advantage because he's already going to begin his build first as he's closer.
Could he not build anything at the right side?
No. Like, look at it. Look at how tight it is. If you check next to this, I think, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he can't at all here. But also, more important than that, BC saw that he had the edge because Marine Lord Scout was damaged, and they both had a villager. So you just win that fight long term, right? Like, there's not a one Marine Lord can win. So he tried, I think, to go for a dock drop right next to Marine Lords, because then you just get arrow slits and you screw him. But the terrain wasn't there.
But then just go to the right side, no?
It just feels too late, though, because the tech up timings. Because then Marine Lord techs up to Feudal. The time it takes you to build, it's Roos. He already got his first fishing boat out. He can turn it into an archer ship and kill your villager.
So Marine Lord, it felt like he was late, but still gets the full 2 pawns, has to be happy with this one. By the way, BC Cutie, behind all our excitement for the dock play, he actually is on the way to Castle Age with Burgrave Palace.
Wow, and this is what I was waiting to see. We saw the Abbasses. Don't focus on the water. Get on the land as quickly as possible. And this is going to be quick from both sides, not just the Burgrave, the reaction. Marine Lord is going for the Abbey of the Trinity. We have to remember these guys outside of dropping their docks didn't aggress at all.
But this is going to be tricky for Marine Lord if he doesn't get proper scouting. Oh,
he needs to.
Okay. What am I saying?
Yeah, you think he's going to miss out on his scouting? He's like, Nili, please.
No, he's coming in with the knight there as well, tries to arrest the gold a bit. And Marine Lord should actually get the advantage in relics. Can he maybe get up to 4?
I think so. I think it should be quite easy for him right now. He's already got a few knights in the field. Archers as well.
Prelate counter 2, though.
Maybe BC has 2 prelates. Yeah, he has the prelates in location. Maybe he can grab them straight away. But now that you see knights, you can't do that. You have to be very contained until you have enough troops. And also keep in mind, this was naked, right? He only just dropped the blacksmiths. He hasn't even upgraded the men-at-arms yet. This is going to delay the time for BC to move out to the map, while Marine Lord should move out straight away. And all he has to wait on is the production of the first monk.
Oh, some archers trying to be annoying here. First monk, indeed warrior monks there. Should be coming pretty damn soon. Now upgrades his knights as well. And that's quite some harassment. And that Burgrave Palace rather wanted to be more aggressive.
Yeah, this is kind of tough here. Like, you got the prelate trying to heal, but he just doesn't heal well enough compared to the knight damage, able to just scratch him down. We are going to see the heavy maces being prioritized right now, but behind this, I'm curious to see what Marine Lord's doing. He's actually going into crossbows, the correct play. Remember, he's set up the archery range already, and he got 1 or 2 archers out, and this is the natural counter. HRE, one of the downsides is they're very predictable, their comp. They want melee, even more so when they build the Burgrave.
This could be a really long game. Both 2 pawns, uncontested. Burgrave, though, not scaling that well in the long game, right? Relic count won't be that crazy. And Marine Lord has to be happy with how well he is going to deny the relics away from HRE.
Especially the way that BC had to play his base. One thing to keep in mind, a difference between these two, is that Marine Lord had a better layout of tree lines to create natural barriers, wood walls. You look at BC's side, look how open this northern side is. That's where Marine Lord came in from. So he guards this area, and a knock-on effect is he actually has influence over all of the relics on that north side.
Yeah, right now just controlling everything. We have a run for the one at the bottom, and it feels like we're picking up the relic right next to this one.
He's an Olympian. Look at him go. He's like, I can do this early ahead of time. So only 2 prelates there, right? BC was keeping 1 at home, buff his people up. And keep in mind, every time he loses one of these, because he went Burgrave, it's hard to replace, because any time you build a prelate, it's 100 gold, and that means you're also not making a villager.
Slows down your economy significantly, and 3 at the top there. Is there an option to go second archer range here for Marine Lord?
I think you can do it here. I think you've got good enough wood to make a transition now, and your food should be decent. He's getting heavy on the gold. He needs that for Knights anyway. And these Knights are getting maximum impact. One of the issues with what BC has to do is you mass Men-at-Arms first, and Men-at-Arms are great in prolonged clashes with heavy Knights. You just don't get it, right? Like, they don't let you do that. It's like they charge you, and then they run away. Yeah. Spearman, if you charge him, you're going to find a spear going through your eyes. It's not fun.
And then you're stuck, not knowing
where
to
I can't
go.
get this out of my head. Do I pull? Do I push?
In your eye.
Yeah.
Or... yeah. They're pretty sick. And now let's take a look. The Knight transition won't happen.
Like, he'll get it still, but it's like slightly delayed. There's another villager going down. I mean, they're neck and neck right now. It's the map control I'm worried about. BC has done a good job of getting one relic, but I think Marine Lord should get the remaining 2, and that means there's going to be 4 versus the 1, and this is not double gold for the HRE.
Oh, could get the relic as well. Oh, gets it and gets out of there.
Yeah, he even keeps all of the Knights alive. He could even send one north, one south, and just wrap around in circles, and that's forcing BC to once again commit into prelates. I hope he built a monastery, because this is starting to hurt.
He has the monastery here to drop
good.
off some stuff, but this feels like it should be 2 relics for the HRE and 3 relics for the Ruse player. Heading into a pretty walled up, stable mid-game. Feels like Knight, Crossbowman, and BCQD. He can't address that by only going infantry.
He needs to find a way of getting into Langsneck, I think, because you can sneak them into the crossbow formation and they just eviscerate them. It's very difficult when you don't have this gold trickle. And you're not going to have this gold trickle. Even from the 1, you're only getting 80 gold. You're not the true HRE with the Regnets. And I'm still very doubtful that he's going to get maybe more than 2. He's probably going to get the 1 at home, but the rest are just going the way of Marine Lord.
Yeah, try to go for the left side, try to find someone. Oh, an overchop here.
Yeah, he'll fix the wall now with all the villagers. Spearman will be committed onto the Knight, and the body blocks on the villagers even allows him to get it quickly. But you can see he's rushing. Quick wall. Crossbows! They intercept. That's not been built. That's just going to be torched down. You're going to have to fall back here. Beastie is not ready for a fight.
Army a bit out of position. Knights even going for the gate. I think he could go in.
Okay, it's going to be a whiff. Beastie, he's going in for his own raid, but this is the bigger one. Like, this is going to idle all of the wood lines. Yeah, you only want food and gold, but you need more spearmen right now, and that does cost wood.
No wood income right now for BCQD. Spearman, not the craziest raiding unit. Another lumber camp there, okay.
Yeah, we'll body block them. We'll create choke points with more lumber camps. Why not?
Oh, I really likes lumber camps next to each other, apparently. And yeah, maybe going for the dock, but obviously Ruse not that affected by that.
Exactly, like that's the frustration. Another civ this works on, you just torch the dock, it's like, haha, you're not dropping your fish. It's the Ruse, they don't need to. They've got, I don't know, what is it, remote pickup? I just phone Amazon and they just come pick it up from my boat.
We have to ask Riley how that's historically accurate.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even argue they train the birds, right? That was a thing in China, I think. Wrong country.
And how would the birds, like 40 fish, fly over there, drop off every time?
You know about the fishing with the birds, right? Like there's fishermen that they train them to pick up the bird, like the fish, and if they eat the fish, they beat them.
What?
Yeah, okay, enough animal abuse. We've already seen enough of that in the game. Let's focus on this because it's getting very important now. The Horseman switch is coming out from BC. He needs to keep this wood coming in. Look how close he is to running out of wood every time. He's massing spears and horsemen. Although they're only 20 wood each, it adds up very quick. And all of his wood is on the front side. This is why I was talking about the idea of something like Mongols could work on this map, because it's so hard to defend head of your base when you start to lose control like this.
Oh, this could be a big fight, obviously, in the stealth forest here. Tough for BCQD to know what army he's actually facing.
Yeah, he just can't dive onto the crossbows here because the rest of the army is just too close right now. Marine Lord is just proven to be a crafty bugger here.
Ooh, that's a scary force.
Why is there a boom ship from Marine Lord? He hasn't stuck on the dock. That must just be. Let's not focus on it. You know, it happens. Maybe misclick.
Maybe he wanted to kill the infantry at the left side.
Yeah, that's a possibility too. I love that he's cutting off reinforcements. BC, like, he can't take a direct fight, so his only hope of getting back in this right now is stopping more troops from arriving. But there's already so many troops from Marine Lord in his base.
But crossbow, yeah, a really nice unit, but against spearman, horseman, not really the craziest one. I think Marine Lord, he needs to add a different unit now as well. Goes for mass horseman himself with the HP upgrade.
The Langsneck are coming. Beastie is buying the required time. This is very important. If Marine Lord plays into these choke points, gets pushed back into an open field, you can get on top. It's very important that he uses these buildings to keep the Langsneck at bay, because remember, melee units, they can't fight in their full potential when you're fighting between buildings. Ranged units can, and Marine Lord is still heavily relying on crossbowmen.
Marine Lord did a really good job splitting off one horseman away, is trying to see a bit what's happening, is now raiding the top, is raiding the gold there, and, well, that's mainly actually was intended as a scout. But why not raid the gold?
Time. BC doesn't have wheelbarrow.
Wow.
This hurts. This really, really hurts. It's why the aggressor is favored. So many players don't go wheelbarrow. They don't have on either side. Also, Boy's Fortitude is now coming in for Marine Lord, so his horsemen are about to have the edge over the HRE.
Oh, villagers, they need to run. Most of them will make it home, but crossbowmen still slaughtering, and that means no proper gold income right now for BC either.
No, but he's got a few Langsneck here, and you need to target them down as you retreat. Marine Lord is trying to step back, but the crossbows shift to the back of the formation. Horsemen looking to block him out, and you might quickly lose the crossbows here. Needs to re-stabilize control over the fight. Langsneck count still at 6 here. They haven't even been targeted down yet. It looks like he could easily just be pushed fully out of the base.
Wow, split formation here, tries to go through. Some men-at-arms are trying to intercept, but not enough.
He's trying to slow him down the retreat to kill more crossbows. Like, everything he's throwing at this is to buy more time for the Langsneck to get on top of the crossbows. And these staggered formations, Marine Lord is forced to do it, and every time he does it, he keeps more troops in the waiting arms of BCQT's army. Langsneck are in. The stealth forest gets dangerous as well. Neither player can see anything here. There's no scouts.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
BC has a scout to the south side. He sees everything.
Oh, and now more barracks. Tries to get some men-at-arms in front of it. No, actually spearman, and needs to retreat. This was a beautiful push-off by BC.
C'est la magnifique. Now he goes on the offensive, and he has all these melee troops that can torch down buildings. So Marine Lord can only give over so much ground. Look at his army. Barely any crossbows, barely any archers. You don't want to throw melee at this, but you have no choice. Langsneck is still alive for the time being. They're going to carve through you like you're a turkey right now. And even if Marine Lord holds here, BC now has full control of his base and the map again. Second wave of Langsneck coming in. This follow-up will clean up what is left, and Marine Lord needs to reset and come again, but he won't have time.
Absolutely crazy. BCQT very limited on wood, but that's not important. He goes full food and gold. Full production here on now men-at-arms, horsemen, and now add some lances as well. He knows, I have a timing here. I can push it because I'm in your production.
He needs the mangonels. Marine Lord is switching into this now. It's a great read. Langsneck are glass cannons. And interestingly enough, BC has stopped making Langsneck. He says, oh, the crossbows are gone. Let me just turn on my watch and, oh, it's men-at-arms o'clock.
Well, loves those units. 18 on the field right now for him. And this amount of resources, he's thinking about Swabia.
For good reason. You get up to the swabification, right? That whole Boy's Fortitude logic, don't care. Now I'm going to build horsemen in mass again. That's going to counter out the siege. That's going to counter out the remass of archers and crossbows. Everything Marine Lord is doing is going to be discounted. He has to get the right read to go spears, but every time he goes spears in this matchup, BC is going to add in a new layer of Langsneck to clean you up.
Look at that Swabia as well. Between gold, stone, berries, and woodland. What is this?
It's the dream.
The dream.
Can I have my starting TC here in future? Yeah.
That also produces a third of the cost.
TC also produce 3 times the villagers. Thank you very much. Walls going up. Doesn't complete it just yet, but he gets the initial foundation in place before the crossbows arrive. This is going to delay the timing. Beastie, remember, he's teching up. He doesn't want to commit just yet. Marine Lord seems to have sniffed this out. Instead of being on the defensive and turtling, he allows the raids to go in, and he goes back into the base.
Sick. How did Marine Lord realize, wow, you just pushed me back fully, but I can actually attack? I think another player would have been way more scared than Marine Lord.
There wasn't a true second layer from Beastie coming into that assault, right? It's like you pushed him back, you went, okay, now I'm going to retreat. So Marine Lord just reads it perfectly. He says, okay, there's just nothing else behind this. You must be doing some greedy elements at home. And wow, I mean, this is scraping the bottom of the barrel. When you see a ram, and we're this late into the game against HRE, I say this late, it's only 20 minutes, but what can you kill with this? With the emergency repairs always being a threat?
Well, maybe he wants to trigger the emergency repairs on some houses and then make a massive play for the Swabia?
Maybe he just really hates Ark and Chapel and he's sick of PC saying it's much better than mine work.
Oh,
keep going up though.
Now. Yeah.
I mean, the army will defend this. I think they can get in position, and what's going to happen is Marine Lord's probably going to be baited into attacking the villagers, and if he does, he gets wiped. So if you check back in the base, like the keep, he backs away. This is the right call. Like if you go in there, these Langsneck and men-at-arms, whatever's there, wrap around the back, and you get cleaned.
Beastie still without any elite upgrades, right? Yes. So it's still Castle Age army versus Castle Age army. The only advantage that Beastie has, that he can now heavily catch up with the villager count.
Yeah, and you know, Marine Lord, has still got some fuel in the tank, right? He's not out of this yet. Yes, he is an ace behind, but he has a decent economy. The problem is the longer this goes on, the more Beastie recovers with a land economy and gets out ahead. Choke points also working the advantage of Marine Lord, but the wall break straight away, wraps around onto the Mangonel. That's going to be taken out. And sure, you've got these crossbows that are exchanging well, but behind this, more horsemen are on the way from Beastie.
Lots of low HP, Man-at-Arms in the front here. Another Springle trying to help from distance. I'm shocked that no one is building a tower there to get some more vision. A wooden fortress could have helped in so many engagements.
When would you felt like you had time to bring a villager out to no man's land with these horsemen running back and forth across the field, right? It's so difficult. I agree, it'll be great. Even maybe just a scout, because you can hide in the tree lines. It's so difficult to see them unless you have your own.
Also, like Springle placement then could have shot a bit more.
Yeah.
Scouts, it just feels like it could have died very easily. Indeed, a highly contested area. Swabia still printing away, but seems like Marino at least winning this fight.
Yeah, the Lava Hotel is revitalizing Beastie's economy quite well on land, and also that placement secured a new wood line, so this threat of running out of wood isn't there. He even secludes it. He says, now I'm playing 2 players, right? You could the HRE in the north, the HRE in the south.
Yeah, double town center setup there. At least it feels like it, but actually it is 4 town center setup. Still 2 relics here. Now we go for the emergency repair on the house. Could trigger an attack to the bottom. Another ram attempt.
Marino's coming in with traps. He realizes BC's not fully online yet. There's a danger that he has to go full on land with food as well, as he's starting to drain these deep water fish. As this game goes on, you become more and more reliant, so you need to have that kind of pivot point, especially when you want to still go into premium units like Horsemen, at least in the food department.
Security, first upgrade. In him,
it's
the
cannons.
attack upgrades. Yeah,
he's going cannons.
Cannon
as well,
placement here as well. Is it out of the keep?
I mean, it's in the keep to the north, which doesn't...
That's a tough area to break regardless, right?
Like, dog, you ain't got enough housing to go around the kingdom right now. I don't know if you need to arm people with cannons. All these houses on the south side, look at his pop caps. He has to rebuild north. He'll be able to stabilize there, but my concern now is if you're Marine Lord, do you not just push south?
I think you should.
Oh.
By the way, 1 relic transferred into the keep there, so crazy range, crazy damage output there. If we were to push in this area, and be security, look at his population. 126 out of...
110. 100. Just keep going down right this way, because there's still more houses in the area. This is going to get tough real fast. He's even taking out the docks. BC's going to run out of food.
Oh, yeah.
Where is he getting it right now? He's tapping the gold dry. You don't want to be on berries in this situation. There's a very big risk that BC could just wave the white flag in the next 2 minutes.
Only 400 gold there as well. Military count looking really good for the Ruse player now. Completely overwhelming. Remember, this is still Castle Age against Imperial Age. But
so good.
BC Cutie, what does he have? Only now starting again with Men-at-Arms, but only 2 on the field right now.
Starting to feel the strain, starting to feel the pressure. Even going to lose the monasteries. That little bit of gold trickle going to be gone. He even has to double down on gold on land here. But now he's starting to run out of wood. He has to pivot everything south side. And this is the value. Because you took in the main base, because the wood lines are more or less exhausted, the only move for Beastie is to push everything south. So Marine Lord, he can just go. He can follow this. You could try to chase him, but right now you still lack the economy to get the army to fight him.
Ooh, monastery goes down. And we also see the dock going down after emergency repair. This could potentially be a clear-up, but massive hits on the economy.
He's trying to hold for the moment. He even gets the outpost up, has a cannon emplacement in there, so that might be the redeeming factor for him. He'll have E-repairs to keep it alive, and keep in mind that Marine Lord has bunched a bunch of squishy boys in the backside that can be sniped. Ram is still clear to go in for the moment, though. Looks like Horsemen are starting to clean this up on the backside for Beastie. Marine Lord will have to reset and go again, but no doubt he's done a lot of damage.
If we look at the population, Beastie only 15 behind now, and all of a sudden, he's an imp, his opponent isn't, he's getting proper upgrades. He will hold this, but more raids are coming in.
Yeah, keep in mind that he more or less eco-evened off that Palace of Swabia, and now he's down again. So it's deceptive. You think it's good, but it's really not for him. And also, Marine Lord always has this trebuchet play behind him. He's now taking up high armory. He's going to be spamming out the mass siege, and he's even prepping for the military academy, because unlike Beastie, he has the economy to support additional production. This game is about to take a turn for the worse for any fans of the Beast.
Oh, man. And then the question is, what is our army composition going to be for the Ruse? Mass siege makes a lot of sense. Are we mixing in Stolze here? Because then, we need another attack switch for the HRE.
I think we see Streltsy, and I think BC has to go back to Langsneck to try and weave in. Maybe he needs to go Mangonels. Like, either way, it's all gold, right? And what are we seeing on BC's side? How much gold does he have left? I feel like he's exhausted most of what he had. That vein's almost gone. North side isn't looking too bad, right?
I think that's kind of saved, yeah.
But this one's kind of on the front line, right?
We just had a wooden fortress being built there. Not sure if that was stopped because the army was pushed away.
There's 2 traps now, right? It just dies. And how do you defend against that? Because one issue for Beastie, he's got a few horsemen, but he's going back to static.
And still the monastery is still dead, right? Right now, it's 3 relics that are generating gold against only 1. Tide Barnes is coming in. Marinlord is setting himself up for the late game beautifully. But population getting closer and closer. And we always keep saying BC Cutie, arguably the best in the hyper late game.
Yeah, but Marinlord up there with him, right?
The second one.
Exactly. They're always 1-2 on each other's lists. And after this game, someone is going to be 1-2 on the score. But I definitely feel even after this, you're seeing how close each of these games are. From game 1 to game 2, sure, they're fast and there's a vicious end, but you feel like there's a plan in motion. And we're seeing it once again as we are reaching the late game. A late game that has come funnily fast. I feel like I say late game in these situations and look up and see 25 minutes.
Trey, the trap in quite some danger here is easily going down, and that means the keep is going up just slightly higher off the screen, and more villages are going to go down. Marinlord suddenly being the one pushed back.
It's really great what he's done here. He's pushing back into the base, and Marinlord's being forced to invest in walls. What you're seeing here is a no man's land develop. Think about how many games where one player has to wall and the other just gets the map. That's no longer the case. They are arguing back and forth, and it means we are in for a very fun 4 legs that is not going to just end abruptly.
And then Siege Micro obviously will be important. Vision in the center, right? That's still the massive stealth forest area will be quite tricky to get proper fights here. It seems like Marinlord dealing with all those raids, then walling the whole map. This will become a heavy fight through the center.
I'd love to see Beast just smuggling out 1 or 2 Langsneck with these spears each time. Because when you reach in the eco, you're seeing Marinlord's like, I do not care, right? It's just spears. They're not going to kill you quick enough. 1 Langsneck gets in there, it's like, it's carbon time, boys.
Ooh, those villagers in some danger as well. BC Cutie with quite some nice raids, honestly. How many villagers is he killing? Only 20. Feels like more. On the other side, we have 66 killed.
Yeah, but I mean, is it really that many? I mean, they were cheaper. Do we count them? Right, because he's got the power to swap your pumping. So it's whoopty freaking doodah. At the end of the day, we're still like 2 TCs versus 4, right? Because Marinlord did go for the second TC to prep for the land.
First time we're actually going for a sacred site. With all the prelates that we had, with all the warrior monks that we had, could have been a bit earlier. First bombards are now coming in, and siege workshops going down at the front.
Marinlord's going for mass horsemen. You saw how many queued up there, so it looks like he's going to try to pull the story back into BC's base, right? Because right now, it's Marinlord defend, BC goes deep, and BC loves this playstyle. It is what makes him so frustrating to deal with. I call him the king of Dry Arabia, especially, because he always finds a way to reach that late game, and he runs horsemen on the flanks, and instead of doing something productive, you're just running around your own base doing nothing.
That's so ugly to play him, and it just feels so unfair because he's also holding in the center at the same time, and he's just being so annoying here. By the way, this keep has the relic inside. Now jumping here with the horseman. I think could have waited for a bit more, but it's just too juicy.
Yeah, and you see him just wrap around now, just get himself a little freebie. Easy siege out in the field, pretty much unguarded. Love the TC coming up from Beastie. Emergency repairs, it's very efficient. Just allows you to keep repairing something that now costs stone. And of course, stone is going to dry up fast, such a finite resource.
Culverine being added as well. That keep going down dangerously low.
The timing is good. Watch this, look at the TC build. This is going to be so tight. He needs to hit the E repairs, and there it is.
Oh, what a good move.
Just in time. So it will stay alive. Barely.
Well, still some more shots. How many traps do we have? We have none. It's only 2 bombards there for Marinlord.
It's probably 1, right? Remember.
It's 1-1.
Yeah, remember. We like to get baited here. But it's the Streltsy I'm looking towards from Marinlord. Archers are buying a lot of value here. Like, it's buying so much time for a more expensive transition. One of the biggest mistakes we see Roost players make is they go Imperial and they just start pumping Streltsy. It takes too long and it's too expensive. Cheap things like archers, spearmen, horsemen, they're your stopgap. They allow you to get to this premium army, and it also gives you a front line so you're not trading the premium army. You're trading crap for probably good at your opponent.
Are we overbooming here? 134 villagers against 145 with more production?
Just go 200. Drop a key.
But who's fighting then?
I mean, in that situation, you're like, maybe BC's winning because he can build the villagers again cheaper and faster, right? Just I'd love to see the chat in game. Like, do you just want to have a villager war? Yeah, let's do it.
That's how friendships are being made.
Yeah, beautiful. And, oh, this is beautiful. The reaction straight away. Marinlord forces a cancel of the keep and now gets his own up because remember, as we claw deeper in this game, gold is going to become the priority. Men at arms, potentially Langsneck, even Siege on one side, and then of course Siege and Streltsy on the other.
Diving in there, Bombard, not sure. Oh, it's getting repaired. Nice move there. Horseman can't get there, but Overeat.
Thorin's going to be gone. Does at least get that. So cheap spears thrown away to get rid of some of this annoying siege. The anti-siege is really what Marine Lord is worried about more. But now we're seeing the transition out again out of Beastie. He sees all this cheap crap, all these spears, these archers. It's time for more Langstack.
Archer's finding lots of kills here, so we have to question, like, look at the result of Beastie. Absolutely at the limit. Why he only has 22 men-at-arms. He can't take a heads-up fight.
I'm looking to see who's going to run out of wood first. I feel like longevity, I favor Marine Lord because he's actually secured a lot of wood to his north side he hasn't touched yet. Beastie's going to have to fight and scrap for anything he wants to get. Even this area is no longer secure.
He's just moving out at the bottom of the map there as well. What is he moving into? Is it
Yo,
stone?
dog.
Oh, keep outpost.
On the gold. It's going to reach the gold, right? That's what he wants to do. It's just all about denial, and it's out of vision, barely. And I don't know if Marine Lord really clocked what that move was yet, because he's distracted by the front and center. Beastie once again just distracting and drawing attention away from the real play.
Great armory spitting in tech, but those three bombards.
They're gone. There's no way to get out of here. One's going to go down, second one's going to be sacrificed. A great maneuver again by Marine Lord, but after this, he needs to find a way of getting rid of this keep. He's only got 2 trebuchets, and E-repairs can easily outdo that.
Okay, no more bombards. That's so tricky. Yeah. And you can't sit under this.
And also there's extra armor on these keeps because he has a relic inside. So it takes even longer than it normally should.
Oh, God. And that's the beauty of HRE and their great moves that they can go on with the relics. How many traps do we need to kill this? 4?
I feel like 4 is a solid way of doing it. 3 maybe, but it's going to take you so long. You're going to want to like grind your brain out your head and flush it down the toilet. Like you won't remember that experience.
How many kills does that castle have? I think I witnessed like 30.
It's like, you know, some moment like you ask the keep at the bar, like, how many people you killed in your life? It's like, I stopped counting.
Okay.
I no longer have a conscience.
Good evening, sir.
And this keep, now that it's up, you see, like, his keep's kind of relegated. Like, what he wanted here was the gold. He at least gets the small stack of stone to the side, I believe it was, but the gold is now out of reach, out of bounds. Marine Lord, he goes, what did you think you were doing? I have 4K in the bank. This isn't going to kill me anytime soon.
Not anytime soon, indeed. More bombards are now arriving. Horsemen are dying. Not even sure if this bombard is dying. No repair. But the keep is just so strong.
You're diving with archers and Streltsy, by the way. That's not just archers anymore, so that does sting you. I mentioned he has a lot of gold in the bank, but at this stage in the game, 4K can just disappear fast.
It just feels though, behind all this, Marine Lord is constantly going for crazy late game upgrades.
Yeah,
well, BC Cutie, he doesn't even know wheelbarrow.
BC's going for crazy upgrades. Cannons everywhere, right? It just feels like every time I'm looking across, there's another cannon being in place.
Vision still limited here. Bombards a bit exposed. Horseman diving. Keep goes down.
Keep's gone. He could even have killed the bombard straight away. He's finally done it. He breached it. And it's because he went up to the 4 trebuchets we talked about. Great move out of Marine Lord. Another thing. These are cheaper. High armory, right? It's not as straining for him. He's not going to run out of wood as quickly as Beastie will at this rate.
Ooh, crazy moves here, Marine Lord. He's pushing in further. And did you just tell me that he had 4K gold in the bank? Where's all that gone? It's only down to 1.5K now.
I don't know if it's too soon to use this kind of pump, but it's a magic trick. It all disappears. Yes, that was a reference to what happened to him at the start of this tournament, but looking very different from that series. This is the Marine Lord we wanted to see, and we're seeing it in full force. Farm transition now coming out as he moves onto land. And I mean, Beastie Cutie, he's got to start feeling the pressure. I feel like every time I'm checking, he's getting a little bit red, a little bit more sweaty. I don't think Marine Lord could get much more red at this stage. He's in full Maroon Lord mode.
Oh. Yeah. Oh no, don't tell me those can squeeze in.
Oh God. It's the worst situation. You have to pull back when you need wood most. Look at BC's income and look at the wood he's running out of. He's going to react quickly here. He even just sends the villagers back in. He says, no. They're like, please, we're being killed. I don't care. Have you met your quota for wood for the day?
Oh, and another raid here. No more villagers around that area.
These walls do nothing anymore.
Yeah, it's just all like, it looks a bit like Swiss cheese. Like, there's so many holes inside. And the traps just moved over and going for the next keep.
I feel like we're just going through a hedge maze at this stage, right? It's like, oh, well, I'll find my way around eventually. The beautiful thing in Age of Empires 4 is you should click somewhere and the AI
they
does
find
it for you. Yeah.
Easier than in real life. Those horsemen will deal with the villagers.
Where are we going right now? He's like, let me in. I hate being part of this empire. Can we join you? No, stay away. Keeps are going to go down. BC losing even more villagers here. I mean, luckily for him, HRE Le Shrug, but just look at the bottom there. 123 workers gone.
Sick, and Beast is still producing just to get some more meat. Shield there, which are villagers for him. We now see chemistry coming in, bombard placement for Marine Lord as well. But Beastie Cutie, he only now gets the first food upgrade.
And he now only gets Wheelbarrow. It makes sense if you think about it. My villagers are dying, they're getting produced, they need to run back to the gathering line, right? That's a lot of inefficiency.
Mangonel shot behind, Streltsy somewhat exposed. Can he micro against it?
He needs to move away right now. Nice dodge. Loses like 1 in the end there. Cleans up the front line. Sure, it's going to be exchanged. Somewhat in favor of Beastie, but as long as he gets the Streltsy out, Marine Lord is happy about this.
Goes back to his production point. 3 straps still firing away, and no emergency repair here, KP.
I mean, I feel like we're looking at Cold War era Berlin, right? The divide down the center. This is the center that no one's allowed to pass through. No man's land right now. And just feels like a never-ending slog here. But you know eventually it's going to stop because stone will not last forever. And these keeps no longer sustain for Beastie.
Actually, funnily enough, they still have crazy amounts of stone here. They can add keeps, but this keep is falling.
Yeah.
And with it, the relic can come.
That's the tough part for me is like Beastie doesn't have the ability to kill keeps anywhere near as quickly as Marine Lord. And Marine Lord's been efficient about it. You know, Beastie's spending 1,000 resources every time he wants to bombard. You're spending less per trebuchet and even less because of the high armory discount.
How many traps did we already see falling by those traps? It feels like 4 traps. Oh no, 4 keeps are already down. Now going for the 5th one at the bottom.
I mean, I really want to see like kill counts on units to see how they're doing, right? Like, you know, Bravo 6 squad, Trebuchet squad, how did you do today? Yeah, we took a few skulls, and some more skulls going to be claiming the center. The Stealth Forest is kind of becoming a nuisance for BC. If we check his vision, I'm not sure if he fully sees in this area anymore. Yeah, it's just a blind slog. So he never knows exactly what he's running into. But Marine Lord on the other side, I believe he has full vision over this area still. Yeah, and that's why you see Beastie build an outpost just north of here to re-maintain vision.
But is it really going up?
They're going to go up and then instantly down.
Yeah, because we already have the traps here. No emplacements can be put, and this is going to be a nice push. No emplacements on this tower. Relic still not taken, and villagers are going to die behind this.
They just have to run back to nothing because there's no resources at home. You burn it all already, and you know these outposts that are giving you temporary vision, they're lasting about as long as what my pro career would probably be. I'd have 1 game and say I'm not made for this. I'm retiring.
150 villagers for Beastie Cutie now. Tries to go into stone walls. Tries to go for the heavy repair for the bombard.
Repair. Just keep going. We're burning the resource we need most and are running out of. It's wood, but it's fine. He'll hold for the moment, but the problem is that you can see the ground shift. Keep in mind where we were about 5 minutes ago. Marine Lord is slowly pushing Beastie into a box.
Absolutely crazy, and he just needs to push the areas where there's the wood, right? Because Beastie Cutie, he's running out of area. Yeah, right, like this area indeed.
Perfect place to be, and Beastie can't send troops over there because there's a Congo line of death into the waiting arms of Marine Lord's main army. Once again gaining ground. These Streltsy, no bounds, just 9 of them, but that's good enough to always keep Beastie screaming 999 himself.
Now the thing is, Archer's overextended a bit too far.
The villagers have to go all the way back to base. So, like, even if you lose Streltsy now, I think you're kind of the shrug to it, right? It's annoying to replace them, but you've gained map control. BC is now down to, what, 1/3 of the map?
Feels like it, right? And the pawns obviously limiting your way to move as well. More units are coming in. Mangonel trying to find some kills here, but beautiful micro. How is Marine Lord so good every single time microing?
Don't say that too loud. His head will get bigger, but he'll get bigger for good reason. This
How
guy,
is Marine Lord so good every time microing?
Incredible. He's incredible. Not just a micro, macro, the way he balances his economy and moves around, the way that he read what BC wanted to do around stone ahead of time, around wood ahead of time, and beat him to the punchline. Now just look at this. HRE don't even have all their upgrades. You don't say that often. Usually HRE the one bumping it, especially when I say on the other side. Marine Lord's pretty much got everything gold ticked.
Absolutely crazy how good the macro of Marine Lord was, but he arrived in Prill Age simply with such a good economy and no real pressure by BC Cutie because he couldn't go for siege. That Marine Lord could set himself up for the late game. It's basically the moment he reached him.
And this could just be game at this moment. Like, BC has nothing really to fall behind. He's got his farms on the front side. The keeps aren't defending that. He's losing south side, which means he's losing wood. You know, so far what's kept him in this game is horsemen and spears. You're not going to have the wood for that anymore. And if you start losing these farms, they cost wood as well. So where are you getting all of this?
Absolutely at the limit, and one raid away from the GG potentially here. He is still getting wood, which is beautiful for BC Cutie. Now spams in here, but we just had like Roos with their Streltsy and 70 more in the queue, 43 more horsemen in the queue. He's setting himself up. So, like, how do you even kill this army?
He's getting ready to chug a choo-choo line over the finish line, at least to put him on match point. And it's hard to see a way BC's going to be able to buff this back. The best thing you can do is march in and trade out some siege, but this keep drop restricting him even further. And if just one horseman peers north side, BC will be out of this game. Even if he gets the wood, though, keep in mind Marine Lord on the left side, just behind his own walls, he has his own wood. He can outlast this.
Yeah, even if he's getting pushed back, he can continue for such a long time. And what the big raids are coming in here, all the villagers are getting killed, pushed through the center, feels pretty even. Marinelord needs to realize that the left-hand side is so crucial.
I think BC's going to realize that wood is not going to be accessible anymore. You saw the Wooden Fortress drop. I think there's a keep drop up there as well. Marinelord has just fully restricted him. And it's just knocking at his door. He's going to have to come for these tree lines soon, and at that point, he's going to be gone. It looks like that is enough. Little shake of the head. He says that's going to be a long burn-up, but one that will put Marinelord ahead as he takes game 3.
Wow, what a draining game, and what a cut into confidence of BCQD as well, right? Considers himself to be the best one if we go to the late game, but had too big of a disadvantage going into the late game.
Considers himself to be one of the best of HRE, if not the best. I talked to him a little about what his signature civ was. He's like, I still think it's HRE. And he historically loves HRE in this map. Even if Roost was available, he'd go HRE when other people were going Roost on 4 legs, when other people are looking towards the Chinese, he's still shaking his head. It's always been HRE for him. So this is one of those games where maybe it smashes your confidence a little. You need to shake it off, you need to reset. You get to this stage where Marinelord's on match point, you can't think about it. You say, one more game, just one more game, and then one more game. But where that gets difficult is the drafting element. You still have to be aware there's a 5th game, but you can't fixate upon the fact that this could end soon.
And Marinelord obviously still has HRE, and we still have Maddie there. So one of the crazy civs still an option for our Frenchman.
And well, our Frenchman's got to be feeling confident, and we're going to go check in on him. We had a chance to interview him. I want to see how confident he was coming into this series.
My nickname is Marinelord. I'm from France and I'm 27 years old. I play pretty much all day long. I do my best to find like good practice partner and make sure I have the best chance coming out. Just play not like 16 hours a day, right? Not too much, but 12 hours a day I think is a lot, but that's what I have to do to make sure I win. I don't really have an opinion about my group. I think it's pretty much even with everyone, so I think if you just play well, you're gonna win, and if you don't play well, you're gonna lose, so playing well will make me go first in my group. And playoff will be for sure pretty hard. Every player is good here and top 8 is even better obviously. Best of 5 it's not like bad obviously, but it's still like only 3 games and you're out, so it can go very quick. So like I don't know, like you just have to play your best every day in this format. And for sure it's the first time I play in a castle, but I'm very used to offline events. It's been a while though, because obviously with COVID we don't play as much offline, but no, it just feels like an offline event in a very beautiful place. Devon Slim, because of his face. His face is very scary, not because of his gameplay, he's pretty bad. Obviously the last seed players are not as good on paper, so technically you are more confident against them, but I know like everyone is trying very hard. Even if they are lower seed, I will prepare for them and I will make sure I win cleanly.
First time in a castle, but you wouldn't think of how comfortable he was with all those castles in that game.
Yeah, putting them everywhere. And at the moment he saw one of Beasties, just destroyed them. So many traps there. Emergency repair couldn't even stop him. Also did a nice job of constantly sniping those bombard cannons over and over again.
Yeah, it's nice to see the French Maginot line working, as in he's the Frenchman. It's a historical classic for them, and it just comes out ahead for him. I love the pivot and trebs, like the patience to just not rush Imperial. I think in older patches, getting Imperial is like, go, just get it as fast as possible, win the game. Now it's kind of a bait, right? It almost feels like if you do it, the person goes, you spent how much on that? Okay.
Let's attack.
Time to go kill you. And it's crazy because you think you're enabled because of the nature of water maps. You get it so much quicker. We have to remember like Imperial Age came in what, 20, 22 minutes, something like that? Incredibly early.
Yeah, but still, like, Marinelord had so much Castle Age army left, right? And it took quite some time for BCQD to then take the fights with upgrades. The first one was really next to his Palace of Swabia, where he cleared everything, kind of stabilized. But behind this, the beautiful setup for Marinelord, just like his long Castle Age aggression put him so far ahead.
Yeah, and now, well, we have to look forward to potential aggression here, right? What's left? Mediterranean, Prairie, BC had to go to some of those home maps, and Prairie is a very aggressive map. And what I'm seeing is Mongols still available, and I think that's exactly why Marinelord has been holding this French pick this whole time.
Mongols against French, obviously tricky tower rush. Like, basically, this hasn't changed that much, right? Basically, since like November, December of last year, we constantly had like tower rush and spearmen coming in.
Yeah, and the comparative to think about here is French, they have 5 wins on Prairie out of 8 picks. Meanwhile, Mongols that started off strong with Mr. flexing with the Magadai build against Sort of, that's the only win they have. They have 3 losses after that. So if that matchup happens, don't think Mongols are king here, unless BC's got some miracle in mind, because the French are, at least by stats standards, the favorites.
Okay, well, that will be certainly interesting to see how it plays out. Obviously, Beastie Cutie, not typically the one that we think of if we hear Tower Rush, right? It's more like, okay, I will try to play second to city, I will try to play more defensively, we'll try to play the super long game. But Mongols, if they get into this matchup, he will have to play it.
I'm going to have to combat. Mongols, he's done his fair share.
Okay.
Like, I think I've talked to Beastie. I think there's this.
Maybe I only tune in after 45 minutes every Beastie game.
You just check it. You just check his like Twitch channel. You see it's 50 minutes long. What a snooze fest. And you just click off of it, come on to like mine, and see I'm losing in 10 minutes. Right? It's much funner that way. But it's the thing I've talked to Beastie, and there's this really inaccurate picture that's painted of him that he's just this guy that ruins the game and goes late, and you know everyone else gets a stage and they're like, I'm not enjoying this anymore, and BC's they're like, all right, suffer. That is one face of Beastie. But the other one is, if you want that late game, if you want that greed, if you want it too much, okay, I'm just going to all in you. I'm going to end the game now. I can see you want that. I'm not going to let you have it, which fits the theme. All he's trying to do is deprive you of whatever you want, your happiness. So don't be surprised. It's painting a mean picture, but it's a smart strategy, right? Like, it allows you to more easily tilt your opponent. It allows you to more easily play those low percentile chances because you're like, I'm still screwing with him, I'm still annoying him. And it's why I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a 15-minute tower rush attempt by Beastie to end the game. Not wait 15 minutes, but end the game by 15 minutes.
Well, BCQT also really good in scouting. Like, what is he doing? He's writing on Discord. Hey, the Muslim here having problems against Marine Lord.
He's like, hey,
what should I do? And the Muslim like reads it but doesn't answer.
No, the Muslim would happily answer as much as possible. Like, let me tell you how to beat that smug son of. It's probably that he's got some way he's keeping notes in the Discord, right? Or maybe they're just talking to each other. Marine Lord just randomly DMs him out and knows like,
did you just see this game? You think you can win HRE?
You think rules are not MVP? No.
No. And now he unlearned how ears work.
This is very hard, man. I mean, do you really need ears?
Is this my left ear?
That was my first thing I noticed. I saw one of the players in day one, like he got on stage. It's actually Magic. It's like, put his headphone in and instantly came out. I was like, well, I hope he knows how to at least do headphones, because I don't know if he's going to know how to do AU4. Of course, Magic turned up and done phenomenally well. So maybe that's the trick. If he starts failing to put his headphones in, that means he's going to win.
That's how it works?
I think so.
Okay. Learned something today.
Maybe what that is like, I will try to look stupid to Beastie, but I know exactly what I'm doing. And then Beastie underestimates him.
I'm not sure if Beastie looks over there right now.
Yeah, he's too busy looking at the ha message he got on Discord, right?
No, he's just so focused, and Marine Lord probably typing to the Muslim. Did you just see? Rules game?
Did you see what I do? You could have made finals if you didn't meet me, but I stopped you. Hey, that's the tough part, right? Like, I remember Marine Lord after that Magic series. He got a lot of smack talk his way, and part of it was the frustration. The players like, you ruined the brackets. You may have just screwed someone who could make it deeper by doing this, and well. We are going to see Delhi versus French. So this has to be Prairie. This is the move. I like it out of Beastie. I don't think you go Mongols here. I don't think you can.
And then it's Mongols against HRE, most likely.
Quite possibly, yeah. And then maybe he just goes land. He just rushes land, because the HRE can be incredibly greedy. It's tough, though, right? Because they can still build men-at-arms and whoopsie-daisy, but he's got something in mind, right? He picked Medi. It is his map, right? This is the correct way, though. I think if you go Mongols, like, you're just... The stats are against it, and I think the playstyles are against it.
And then you have nothing left on Medi, right? Like, you can't play Delhi on Mediterranean.
Yeah.
There's no way around that. So Delhi against French. The Frenchman, obviously his potentially favorite civilization. Expecting lots of knights, archers, and Delhi has to open with spearmen, then try to contest the sacred sites.
Yeah.
But typically it becomes tricky once like 2-3 archers are out. You need to go for either horsemen horsemen typically to deal with those archers.
But the tough part about the French and going archers is like if you don't have full map control, you're going to run out of wood, so you're going to be burnt. You know what? These guys ain't burnt. We ain't done yet. These are best of fives, folks. Let's hop into Prairie. Marine Lord on match point, but BC not giving up. It's throwing a curveball.
Ooh, French are 5-0 on Prairie.
That's what I was saying. Like they have 5 of the 8 total wins. That's nuts. So
thanks to Lucifron. No, only one. Only one.
It's spread out. There's a few different players. So Lucifron had one, Mr. Like, you know, I don't think he's played French here. He's the only person to get a Mongol win, the 3 losses for them. But that's why I like that BC just didn't do it. It looks like it just doesn't work. And another cool thing to think about here is, you know, he's going to get a decent amount of food at home. He doesn't need to necessarily go out into riskier resources early on before he has a critical mass of horsemen. Once he does, he can easily take on these knights. And that's why I love Marine Lord. His pivot is going to be to go for a second scout early on. There's about 40 sheep on Prairie. If you can get 2/3 of that, it's going to inflate your ability to push knights, or maybe even horsemen if you have to switch into something cheap.
But BC Cutie, simply because he can go for all those villagers next to the berries, he doesn't need to go to the town center. He doesn't need to drop off. So not unlikely that this scout being out for so long could pick up 15 himself.
Yeah, that's the nice thing, right? Like, berries are just so good. You get the extra 30% gathering rate, as well as inflate them so they last longer. And typically, like, some of these spawns on Prairie, you just get very generous clusters of berries next to each other. This is like a spit in the face, though, I'm not gonna lie. Like, he hasn't got any good follow-up berry at all. Meanwhile, Marine Lord is just flaunting berries in front of his base like, I could have them if I really wanted them.
Marine Lord now runs over the area that Beastie just scouted, so that top scout won't find a single sheep anymore. But we'll see. Okay, lots of villagers on berries. No big surprise there, though.
So I want to see what BC's opening is going to be. I'm kind of expecting some sort of blacksmith play. Maybe you just go horsemen to start with, blacksmiths. Usually French players, they're always going to have their school cavalry, so they're going to be instantly into knights. But then the most typical follow-up is the archery range, right? So spearmen come last, which means your horsemen should be counted last.
I've seen Beastie play a lot of double blacksmith, simply to get to that crazy power spike, get wild in feudal age, and once he reaches castle age, can go for the double instant upgrades as well.
Something I'm curious to see if BC does, especially with so much sheep. I wonder if he was paying attention to the Puppy Paw Lucifron game on Dry Arabia, where Puppy Paw just came over the top and went for a very quick castle age's deli, and then took map control. So maybe he just plays a very condensed start. It's not about sucking in those sacred site golds. You stay at home and you go past castle and then take over the map.
School of Cavalry? A bit in a weird position, right? It's closer to the goal. Typically we see it towards the opponent. Like the rule of thumb is 2 tiles away, but I would have expected it more exactly where Marpu just showed it.
I guess it's because he wants the person on wood. I don't think he started researching into the wheelbarrow yet. Right, so he's trying to optimize just to get the correct amount for wheelbarrow and then get the optimum timing for the knight after that. Most players are aiming for School of Cavalry to complete around the same time as wheelbarrow, so you need to get on course for that. And hold the front door.
But wheelbarrow? Tower of Victory.
We go on Power of the Dub. BC's like, well, I need a win. It's in the name. Let's do it.
Ooh.
I've been wanting this so badly. I've been wanting it for so long. It even got buffed now. It has, Delhi Wi-Fi, right? You know, it affects all the buildings in influence of the mosques. It's not just this annoying, finicky thing that you have to run people past anymore. This could be a great play, and maybe unexpected. Marine Lord is on the left side of the base. He built it on the right side. And what's the most logical thing French players do? They run in with their scouts and they poke the gold villages so knights can follow up. So he might not even see this.
Oh, could be tricky here for Marine. It could be a bit caught off guard, because then feudal age armies clashing against each other. It's not that pretty for a French player anymore.
And he even builds the racks here. He's like, yep, this is what I'm doing. I forfeit control to you, Marine Lord. I'm going to build spears and defend. Well done. You've done a great job here. But wait, what about that Tower of Victory you still don't see?
No, you still don't see it. Nice scouting on the minimap. We just saw it, right? Saw like 85% of the map there. Security.
Another thing I really love from Marine Lord in this spawn is, if you look, he's got Boar behind his base, so he can play pocket ecos very safe and draw attention to the mid-map and still get those inflated rates. That's going to be something to watch out for in about the next 5-6 minutes.
Okay, Tower of Victory now scouted.
So he finally sees it. Now, what's Marine Lord's reaction going to be?
Where exactly is that Boar?
It's
down.
It's really
okay. And can go to the deer afterwards if you wanted to.
There's gold here, there's a decent amount of wood. Like, this is a great area to play in towards. And the benefit is it plays further away from sacred sites where BC wants to situate himself.
potential spot for a second town center there if we feel like, okay, we control the sacred site in a reasonable way.
I feel like it's going to be difficult to get that second TC with this configuration from Beastie, unless Beastie completely chokes on a big fight, right? Like he loses the whole army and they're like, I'm so far ahead, I'm going to get economy.
Yeah, and that could be a way to get ahead there if you feel like, okay, I still can't finish the game in feudal age. And we are expecting massive feudal age army though.
I mean,
double mosque here?
Like, can you think of 2 civs that are willing to play long feudal more?
Not really right now. Old meta, maybe Roos trying to go for 4 archer ranges and try to finish it there, but Delhi, Tower of Victory, like they know that their army is crazy now. Maybe Ottomans in some form.
Like Ottomans would be the other one I was about to say, yeah. I'd say even, you know, Roos kind of fallen down the list in my eyes. I think English even almost want to stay there longer, but these are 2 of the highest ones that are willing to duke it out.
Men at Arms rediscovered.
Yeah. It's like, oh, we forgot these things existed. They're pretty busted, especially with all the gold spawns now. And you know, someone I'm curious towards, like, is if we do go into Castle Age, I actually think this is so much better for Delhi, because one of the issues Delhi had in the past is that they went for this Dome of Faith build, and then Compound Defenders just makes sense because Home Blades is cool, but you don't get as much value. If you do Tower of Victory, you get Home Blades, and then you also get the attack speed buffer on top. We could see a Men at Arms play if this game goes late enough.
Okay, so those 3 attack coming in a bit
with
more
an extra
often.
20%, yeah, it adds up in a fight. You know, it's still hard to beat out Mass Knights, but the question mark is whether you get to Mass Knights if you're at that stage of Marine Lord. But right now, he's hitting the timings. Nice raid on both sides. Marine Lord is just pulling BC left to right. He only has 5 spearmen, and you instantly see him queue up more because of this.
Oh, 2 archers are in the field, instantly running over there. No protection at all. Obviously, Beastie doesn't even have a horseman trying to intercept. Now the first one, they queue only.
I was about to say, like, what are you going to kill him with? The scout? Yeah, that's going to take a while. So, yeah, he will at least stop pumping the horseman. But delicate balance here. If we check on the Beastie's TC, how many sheep did he get? This is going to become very important. He is safe for a long time. Yeah. The berries aren't going to last forever. And as we already highlighted, there's no additional berries near his base.
So far away indeed, and as we pointed out earlier, Marine Lord, like, he has the aggression here. It's so easy for him to go to the bottom, and that would be super far away from Beastie, who obviously has no chance of contesting the sacred site for multiple minutes.
Yeah, and Sanctity is coming through soon, so Beastie maybe wants to make a move. He just needs to hit that timing, but
second stable instead of second archer range.
I was about to say, I love this balance. You can already see the effect on his comp. It's 50-50 archers and knights. Mass Knights can actually do what he needs.
Really?
I think it's a good play, because the whole idea is, like, you're predictably going to go mass archers, and Delhi should want to predictably go mass horsemen. If you have enough knights, you just keep body blocking them in the fight. And the archers are the premium unit to peel the Delhi, because you have the counter to the spears, but then you also have the counter to the scholars. Think how many times we see melee mosh pits and scholars are there just, like, you know, they're vibing on the backside like, woo, I'm just having a good time, no one can hurt me.
But he's not producing a single knight right now. Now he has 1 in the queue. I think he needs 8 on gold to have, like, a stable and the School of Cavalry working. So, like, he needs to adjust to the double stable play.
He could even inflate his numbers with a few horsemen as well. Looks like he's actually going to catch out the double blacksmith play from Beastie and idle a lot of villages in the process. Great read, and Marine Lord just circling the base like a shark, true to his banner.
Ooh, next to the town center though, Spearman dies. Villager have to be pushed away.
Just more villagers idling, right? That's just his goal. Like, how much can I get out of this? He's going to lose 1 of the scouts. Remember, he still has a secondary one here, though. But now we're going to see the move out towards the sacred sites. The reason BC wasn't able to defend well here, he went off to the center.
Knights again in the wood line.
Oh, God. But this is the thing. Look at the center of the map. This is big as well. Beastie, he went for the sacred site. The spearmen aren't at home. Marine Lord, I think he scouted this out, and that's why he keeps diving in. He's like, where are you right now? If you're not going to defend, I'm going to do what French do best.
And it's still not fully walled in. Those knights can get in.
Boy.
It's only 3 spearmen.
I mean, if he snipes the south side, I don't think it completes fast enough. It's going to be like a quick half wall. Instead, he has to peel back, and that's just open. He says, okay, exit through the north side. We need to get out of here.
Oh, sacred side will be neutralized. The raids at the top still continuing potentially here, and D will snipe this one, but the counterattack.
Yeah, a small counterattack, though. That's the issue for him. Marine Lord now leading by 5 villages. BC's not inflating his eco through sacred site control that much. He still has the center for the moment. It is being decapped, and the scholar being lost here. Every time you lose a scholar with this build, it hurts. You're not getting them cheaper. Yes, you're getting them faster, but the Dome of Faith made you only pay 90 gold. Instead, BC's paying 150.
Marine Lord was just floating 700 wood, just lost all of it. What is he building? Did he just drop like double barracks or something?
I think so, yeah. Double archery, and then blacksmith. Yeah.
Okay.
So he needs to get more people on goal because the blacksmith upgrade is going to be pricey, and he's already trying to push more knights. This is probably going to be piercing upgrade because by the time it completes, you're going to have maybe 15 to 18 archers, which is the point of where it starts to really return value.
10 minutes in, how much Sacred Side gold did we get? 50?
Like
Something like
100
that?
maybe. Not much. I think it took a while to decap the Sacred Site after initially got grabbed, so maybe like 150 at least. But you see, he has to go left side, and then this feels bad. Just look at the layout of the Sacred Sites. These two on the right side are close together, and yet he can't go for it. And that's bad, because you're up against Knights, right? So you're not going to outmaneuver them at any stage.
Finds the villager kill here. Knights are moving back, try to test the water chivalry coming in pretty soon. And the attack for the archers still poking here. Beastie, his setup, like the gold, the wood next to each other. He needs to move to the second wood. Where is he going? This one. That's the dream for a Knight.
Yeah, the tough part is I'm just looking at the layout. It's like there's no direction you really want to go in. Maybe you just move to the central Sacred Site if you're strong enough. But I just don't think BC is strong enough to take a direct fight right now.
No, not at all. Like this is such a tiny army. He would easily lose that fight, and it's not even close.
Especially with the Chivalry just kicking in, and it just takes so much time for him to get back in position and double punish these Knights. I just think by the time they clash again, they're going to be pretty much full health, and BC's still going to feel slightly behind. He needs the next step in the plan. I'm wondering, do you try some sort of weird like pro scouts play just to get enough food to get you later in the game? I still would love to see him sneak castle, but Marine Lord is doing a phenomenal job of forcing him to reinvest everything into feudal.
Oh, another prelate goes down. This one is exposed. Not the biggest protection here. One spearman, one archer.
The Boogaloo back to base was quick enough. Scholar will get out, but you're just not doing anything in this. You're not maintaining more. BC does at least get one Sacred Site on the left side, and one issue from Marine Lord that is a typical issue whenever you see mass archers. You don't have a way of breaching these palisade walls. So BC is getting good gold trickle, and that will last a long time.
Marine Lord realizes, okay, we are fighting for the center, this area, and moves towards it with his villagers. Goes for the front with the wood line. This one is still getting raided, but obviously one Knight easily scares those away. Yeah. This is like in eyesight. So whenever he sees, okay, this is a big fight, he can even pull some villagers, build a tower next to it.
Because he keeps having to go to the south side of his base to defend. Like, imagine if he just goes on the gold here as well. It's nicely condensed, and it keeps you closer to your army when they're being aggressive. I love this. We talked about the macroeconomics of, like, if you have map control, why are you not on board? Why are you not on deal with, like, the Mongols? Same with the French, keep your
only 3 horsemen
close, and this horseman count is demoralizing to look at right now if you're Beastie fans.
Oh god, the archers can just work away here. Knight is defending this one as well.
And this Knight could probably clean up most of the horsemen. This is the issue. Like, you should be able to kill him that stage. You should outmass him. It's just not good enough. And looks like it's going to be a pushback again. Beastie just forced to mass even more spearmen. One big limitation is this wood, so he can't even surge into archers as quickly and cleanly as he wants. Speaking of those archers, they're just picking apart the spears. It looks like they moved the wrong side of the tree line. The Knights wrap around. They're going to reconvene into the fight, but the archers are now on the front line. So Beastie getting decent value out of this. Needs to be careful with the scholars. Knights are going to chase him down. The body blocks come in, and he's going to take out the premium 150 gold healers.
Oh boy, but archers are pretty exposed at the other side as well. Military-wise, pretty damn even.
It's just, I think Marine Lord is getting a little bit better out of this. Like, he's sniping a scholar here and there. He's slowing down BC's pace. And this is the advantage of having heavy amounts of cavalries. You become a body blocking unit. You become a reactionary unit. You shift through your squishy underside archers and block any flank attack. And we'll see those archers going again. They're going to target down the spears, so they have to. Marine Lord with a very heavy commitment and possibly a rough one for him. Archers are going to be exposed. The last of spearmen do get cleaned up. So Knight should reign supreme in this fight. But you're right next to BC's base, and he has more spears coming.
Oh man, military-wise is so much closer when it comes to the numbers, but reinforcements didn't really get there. He needs to combine his armies and then take another fight. This next fight will be way tougher for Beastie.
Yeah, I mean, those were the trainees, right?
Oh, archers, there are no spearmen here. Knights are here.
He can get inside the wall if he's quick, but he hasn't rewood it fully. Instead, the archers just had to run for the high hills. Scholars shift to the back, once again dead. Another fight for Marine Lord, and this is starting to get worrisome for Beastie.
Oh boy, where are his horsemen? He's trying to raid. He's going at the left-hand side, but what is he trying to find?
BC has slow eco right now. He pulled all the way to the east side to go on berries. That's another risk for him in the future. Like, this is getting incredibly dangerous. Beastie is gambling that this never gets spotted, because if it does, he's dead.
Heavily behind in villagers. I think he even slipped up in macro a bit. Look at how exposed he is as well.
Everything is exposed. This is the weaknesses on Prairie. This is why the French have 5 of the 8 wins on this map. They're able to freely just dominate the mid-map, and one Knight will reveal it. Marine Lord once again forces BC into full retreat. And sure, you've got Wheelbarrow, but he's got a lot of pain coming your way.
Oh boy, the pain is real, and that low HP Knight found the woodline. So many villagers are going to die, and now it's looking really really dire for BCQ.
They could all be dead. I think they got tech stars, right? It kind of feels like maybe, but it's just not enough, though. There's just too many archers, too many knights. He's in the base again. You've got some spearmen and archers to hold, but just look at that eco difference. Now 12 up for Marine Lord. Sure, Beastie has one sacred site, but that's not the only weakness. We mentioned the berry patch on the east side. He's now moved wood lines down there, and Marine Lord is wrapping towards it.
Oh god, and like Marine Lord, he just learned, okay, if I split one knight off, he will find something and then I can raid some more. I wouldn't be surprised if he continues with that. Just split off one knight. Indeed, that's what we are seeing here. Beautiful play.
Magnificent. You know, he lacks scouts. He's like, why would I produce a scout when I'm going to just produce another knight? That guy can be like a mini scout. And
look, he will find it. Oh boy.
He's like, what up, boys? You want your berries? I want something that looks like berries. I want blood. And this will spill a lot of blood. Knights keep the main army at bay. Berry workers need to go. BC's distracted because he's being raided on the wood line. He still hadn't shifted the workers, and now when he does, several more are going down. Marine Lord is just 2 steps ahead of Beastie.
And he will slaughter those villagers. And the moment you send your army here to defend, more knights are arriving at your wood line again.
I mean, this is looking grim right now for BC. You can kind of see the look on his face. You know, they're going red again. It's happening once again. Marine Lord is just back on form, and this is getting struggle central right now. They're even on military force. You're 16 minutes in the game. This is the stage where Beastie, with his deli and his cheaper units, should have more units than the French.
Yeah, obviously, remember, still 20% attack speed, right? So he takes better fights than what you would normally expect.
Yeah.
But if they reset armies, it's just so much easier for Marine Lord to get onto proper numbers because he's 20 vills ahead.
Because if you're in the min-map and you lose a fight, all these premium attack speed archers, they're out in no man's land. The knights will chase them down. We've seen it 2 times already, and it's led to this snowball effect. And now, Marine Lord looks to commit in the main fight. Plenty of spearmen here. Is going to back away for the moment, but pokes and prods from the side. And these spearmen, although they charge for longer than previous patches, they don't charge unless they're close enough. And you're already committed at that stage. Knights microed brilliantly by Marine Lord. He goes in again for the clash, and look how few spears remain in this fight.
Oh, and now the knights are diving in. Archers exposed.
He can lose the whole army. That's it. It's going to happen. Marine Lord does it. He makes it through to the grand finals. Beastie will go out in the semis.
And we will have our grand final happening later tonight. Marine Lord against the Mister.
What a way. M&M. I mean, my favorite chocolate. Best way to end it, right? What a way to do it. I mean, chocolate should be nuts. Yeah, exactly. There you go. You're on there, my friend. But this was nuts. This Marine Lord we saw from start of the tournament to this. This is the guy that people respect, that people fear. He was just a step ahead on the micro and the way that he didn't just reach for one advantage, but multiple advantages every time.
Yeah, it was just crazy how he split off. And like the last fight, technically, he didn't need to take it, right? He was so confident, wow, your composition is not 100% what it should be. I will punish you first.
And what I love is he played his style with these fast, aggressive type plays, like in that game, like in, I believe it's game 2 and 1. Well, game 2 didn't win again. It was game 1 in this game. And then you saw a game which, you know, historically is BC style, when we hear about Four Lakes and the way he likes to play, and yet he beat him there. And that's what you got to have so much respect for. This wasn't just him winning in maps where he gets to play his style. He won on both players. Home terrain, basically.
Yeah, it's so sick, right? And that like is the full story, right? Everyone like said, okay, what a major upset that he lost in game 1. And like some people, like casual fans, were like, yeah, maybe it's just worse than Magic. And no, we have seen how crazy Marine Lord is and how scared Mister has to be later.
And there's a lot of teasing going on, right? We grill him, but he takes in good heart. He knows, you know, what he does. He improves so quickly. But let's hear it up for Marine Lord. We're going to head across to the stage now and check in with Ellie, because she's ready to interview our second grand finalist.
Congratulations, Marine Lord. That was an amazing play. How are you feeling right now?
I feel great. Honestly, Beastie is a very strong opponent, so when I beat him, it's always I'm very happy about it.
Amazing. The last civ you picked was the French. Now, traditionally, they do get a little bit memed in the community. What is it about French that you really enjoy? What do you think their strong points are?
They are very aggressive. So I feel like when you're on stage and you tend to make a little bit more mistakes than at home, it's even stronger. And obviously, Paris is a very good map for them, so I felt like it was a decent pick.
Let's move back in time here to game number 3 on Four Lakes. I had a question about the Burgrave play from Beastie. It seemed like a little bit of a strange monument to be building and to go up to Castle. What did you think about that?
I think it was as a reaction because it saw I was going for pretty much a one-base play. But I think he didn't expect me to go one base and then just sell my wood and go edge 3 like him. So yeah, if he made Burgrave, it would mean we would have a long macro game pretty much, but I would have an edge because Rus is slightly better, even though they got nerfed last patch. He got 2 Olix, I got 3, so I was feeling pretty good, but I don't feel like I played that well in the mid game. But it was okay.
You had some really excellent tread play with those 90-kilogram projectiles being tossed over the 300 meters. How did you practice that micro? Because you were certainly sniping lots of bomb guard cannons.
I don't think you can practice micro in any way. Like, I guess you can play StarCraft and then you will get a good micro, but like you just have to play a lot and try to see what your mistakes are and just fix them, right? And for the micro, it's a little bit different, but you can watch us too, and you can try to replicate. I think the micro on this game is pretty easy, so should be doable.
And going back to game number 2, which was, I think, your only loss in this series, what were your thoughts on that kind of annoying boar rush that Beastie sent your way?
Yeah, that's fair. Because like it happens a lot in practice, but this time I had both gold very close to the boar, so I was a little bit worried when I saw that at the start. But I was like, maybe he's not gonna use it, but he did. And obviously, like, I just think my game plan was not good on this map. I looked at the draft, and since we vetoed like 4 very good chiefs on water, obviously we would have to play something a little bit weaker. So same for him in like game 5, if he played it, it would have been like Mongols or Ottomans against archery, which is not the best. So yeah, it was pretty much like, okay, I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try to survive this push, but I know like it's a very strong cheese.
Well, you certainly played really, really well, and
Thanks.
we're going to be looking forward to watching you in the grand finals against the Mista. But for now, we will take it back to the analysis and look over some key points of the set. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Yes, congratulations to Marine Lord there. A very well-earned victory against a worthy opponent, Aussie Drongo. Sad to see Beastie Cutie go down, but he did go down fighting.
He did go down fighting. He got a long game in there. I think we saw one go up to about 45 minutes there. He does have a play style where he loves to play the longer game. Unfortunately, didn't make it through to any of those longer style games. Would have loved to have seen him really take it to 5 games, but unfortunate for him.
Heading into this, I was talking with Hutt, and he was mentioning how Marine Lord does have a more classically aggressive style, and will be looking to, maybe turn the screws on Beastie there and get out to faster starts, and I think that's what sort of characterised this matchup. But let's talk through it here. Have you got anything you want to mention with the draft, or should we just jump into game 1?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of an interesting draft because we did see an Abbasid pick coming out from Marine Lord. So we did actually see this get revealed in the second game. We'll talk more about that, but I think we can jump into game 1.
Game number 1, Mongols versus Ottomans. This is on Gorge, the last remaining map here. Talk us through some of the stuff that we saw here.
Yeah, so I just want to first compliment Marine Lord on the build order. Absolutely perfect stuff. And I think a lot of people have been theory crafting about the way for the Ottomans to deal with the Mongols early on in the game. And the way that he went about it, he executed absolutely flawlessly. At every point in the game, he was in control. It might have looked a little bit shaky at sometimes, but to me, watching that, it seemed like there was never a shadow of doubt as to that game's first outcome.
I mean, Ottomans, a new civ. Maybe you can talk in more general terms about some of the lessons, not just from this game and match, but some of the learnings we've found over the course of this week.
Yeah, so I think the number one thing is that coming into this event, Ottomans were considered maybe middle of the pack, and they are very quickly moving towards the top of the pack. And we're seeing a lot of power through their 1 base and 2 base play. So I think a lot of people initially looked at it and said, well, we might try and expand it out a little bit, go for 3 TCs, stuff like that. But it just seems to be an absolute powerhouse. Once they really get going with their military skills, their unique building, they seem almost impossible to stop.
Yeah, just the ongoing value from something like a full set of military schools. You get a bunch of them, you get units being drip fed out, and yeah, pushing towards the late game is something that we're learning a lot about in terms of the dominance of the Chinese, the HRE wanting to get the early late game, if that makes sense, and now the Ottomans are finding their place in that realm as well.
Yeah, it seems to be a really strange position because they're just able to apply so much pressure throughout the game that they force their enemy to invest all these resources that they didn't have to invest into because they've got free units. So then they can take those resources, and similarly to the HRE, they're looking for that later game age up. But the next matchup.
Yeah, game number 3 here. Game number 2, excuse me.
One.
Yes, Rus versus Abbasid. This was on Boulder Bay, and Beastie talked to us as we weren't really able to share this because obviously, it was told to us sort of under the understanding that this was a pocket strat for him. He talked to us about his perspective of the Rus on water, and we saw it here.
Yeah, he said they are broken. He said they are the best water civ. If I can get it through, I'll get a guaranteed win. It was a guaranteed win. Marine Lord resigning at, 7 minutes into that game. Really wonderful positioning there because we did see from Marine Lord, he went for a bit of a more open strategy with his docks, utilizing the Abbasid bonus for cheaper docks. We saw, I think, 4 or 5 docks all lined up together, and Beastie just dove in there and said, hey, I'm coming home, and took him out.
Forced a final fight where, he just done enough initial damage, softened him up that this... And we're going to see... I'm looking forward to seeing Beastie's analysis of this when he comes more open, more publicly with his Rus on water strategies here, because it's going to be huge, I think. But now, we saw the Rus for Marine Lord on another water-ish map here, 4 Lakes. Haven't seen a lot of 4 Lakes, but here, talk us through what we saw between the Rus and the HRE on this map.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting clash of civilizations because both of these civs want to get to the late game, but if they do, the Rus typically have an advantage because the Holy Roman Empire, they make a lot of infantry, whereas the Rus has got access to the Streltsy, a unique unit that costs less. It's very effective against melee infantry. So a bit of a civ counter in the late game. So I think that Beastie recognized that he needed to take this game out early and did try for a push using the Burgrave Palace and doing so of 1 TC, which is quite rare, though he does have water. But overall, I think the strategy was solid from Beastie. It was just that Marine Lord identified what he needed to do to defend and did so perfectly.
And that's what, and that's really what this came down to, is just game awareness, recognizing the path to victory here. And Marine Lord ultimately, I think this is sort of where it began, right? He began to turn the tables, send that constant, steady stream of units over, and the pressure from this point. I mean, look, there were points where Beastie was fighting back against it, but Marine Lord kind of slowly but surely gained the upper hand.
And it definitely felt that way. He was strangling out pieces of the map and forcing Beastie away from it. We saw towards the end of the game that Beastie didn't have any wood source, he didn't have any gold source. He tried to secure up the gold mine down to the bottom of the map, but throughout the game, it was just Marine Lord just really running rings around him.
Well, so what we're going to see here, the way that things develop is into the Imperial Age, we see the landmark built here. You can see it coming up now. And Beastie kind of trying to push south into some of the resources here, and then north as well. You can see gold up there as well. But Marine Lord, right down the middle, divide and conquer. He came straight through this area where the starting TC was, and as a result, trying to fight from 2 positions, it's not what Beastie wanted there.
Yeah, he played it impeccably. Honestly, the way that Marine Lord was playing today, it's incredibly impressive. I feel a little bit of worry for Mr. going into the grand finals, knowing that Marine Lord is playing this well. The only reason he really won the second game, Beastie did, was because Beastie had a beautiful strategy there, and there's really no counter to that strategy, at least not that we've discovered just yet. So
heads up, really, between the two of them, you'd have to say it was Beastie's. It was Marine Lord's day to just be firing on all cylinders.
And that's exactly it. Because I think, as long as both guys are firing on all cylinders, it's 50-50 down the middle. But Marine Lord did look really solid today.
Yep. And we move on now to game number 4, the deciding game here, Delhi versus... it was, the
French.
The French, yes, that's right. And it's so important that we identify the French here because people just haven't had the respect for this civ that they perhaps deserve. And Marine Lord has not been quiet about this. He hasn't been sitting there going, oh, yeah, no, the French suck. He, as a, red-blooded Frenchman, he's been coming out and defending his people and saying, no, this civ is great, and he put his money where his mouth was.
And it's looking increasingly better as well. Coming into this event, as you mentioned, people look at the French and they think, that's a civilization I probably don't want to play that much. It's fallen off quite a bit, but we continue to see the win rate increasing for this civilization, and obviously helped out again by Marine Lord here. This is a difficult matchup. It comes a lot down to skill, and there's a lot of things that help Beastie on a map like this. So prairie, there are plenty of sheep that spawn on the map, and he secured quite a lot of them, but we saw that Marine Lord kept up the pressure past that first 10 minutes, and he was just really in Beastie's face, and because of that, he strangled out Beastie once again, and Beastie threw in the towel.
2 things to identify here with the French, right? The mobility that they have on a map like Prairie Cavalry-based civ, able to roam really effectively off the map. But another thing that really went well for Marine Lord here, and obviously a very deliberate choice by him, he has a tendency to sort of ball his army up and go around this, rove around the map, just one single army. But what we saw in the later stages when he was picking off those key resource locations, peeling a single knight off, and every time that knight would find the berries, find the gold, find the wood line, and then he'd collapse on that and just took out so many vills. So really, really good stuff from Marine Lord in terms of making the most of what the French are able to do. Mobility, quickly collapsing onto exposed villages, and ultimately that's what sealed this game for him.
Yeah, 100%. It was beautiful play by him. You know, typically, as you mentioned, we will see players just move everything to a resource, but the way he peeled off those individual knights, gets the confirmation, and then all gone. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And I expect that we're probably going to start to see players do that a lot more after witnessing Marine Lord do it.
Yeah, exactly. And it would have been tough for Beastie there, having to be in a million places at once. And, you know, look, your heart goes out to him. He prepared so carefully. This bloke was doing his very best. He was so hungry for victory. And there's no shame in going down to someone like Marine Lord, someone who is arguably one of the best people that Age of Empires 4 in its young career has ever seen. And I hope Beastie can look at that loss, take something away from it, and be happy with the performance he's put on here at Heidelberg Castle.
Yeah, he's done a wonderful job. He's brought a lot of interesting strategies to it, but it just feels like it was Marine Lord's day today.
Exactly right. Well, thank you, Aussie Drongo, for your words there. My friends, we've got a special surprise lined up for you now. Of course, just to give you some perspective on what's coming right now, it would be obviously monstrously unfair for us to go straight into the grand final from this standpoint, given that, you know, the Mister would be well rested, had some time to chill out and relax, and obviously Marine Lord would be coming in after that, you know, battle that we've just seen there. So in order to give the players a bit of downtime, make sure they can relax, regenerate, recuperate, and be ready to give you the show of a lifetime with our grand final, we do have something special lined up for you to enjoy. Age of Empires 4, of course, has had some very exciting new additions to it recently. Something that I really think was missing. A fundamental part of the fun that you can have with Age of Empires, certainly not in the competitive scene, when you're playing casually with friends or even at home against the AI, and certainly when young Riley was playing Age of Empires 1 and 2, this was his favourite thing to do in Age of Empires. And we're going to showcase to you the latest addition to Age of Empires 4. We've got Nilly and a very special guest commentator standing by to walk us through a show match with cheats. Let's get to it. I can't wait.
A show match with cheats. That's going to be super interesting. The Muslim and Capoch will play against each other, and with me is Eric.
Hi.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
So I'm here from Relic Entertainment, and we have a team of people. We've been watching all the games, talking to the players, seeing what they think of the new update. So we're super glad people are playing it and enjoying it. And my job there at Relic is I am the lead designer for the balance and gameplay teams. So I have a lot of different interesting things I get to do every day, you know, like looking at, you know, making sure the art and the visuals are well communicated, making sure, you know, everything is up to snuff with the civs, and just really excited watching these games. Has been super fun. Seeing the energy of the crowd is great.
And then you obviously have to deal with Reddit, with the Age of Empires forums, people telling you that you suck, how bad your work is, and then suddenly a month later, one of the best and most balanced Age of Empires tournaments ever happened, and people are loving the games.
Oh yes, it's been very satisfying. We're very excited about it, and like every patch, the game just gets like better and better and better. So we're really like riding this momentum, and for this show match that we've got here, we're going to be showing off this new feature that we've got, the cheats. And so the format is, it's pretty unique. It's nothing anyone has seen before. So we're going to let each player is going to start off. They're going to get to spawn a Photon Man in and just play a normal game from there. And after 15 minutes, they can spawn as many Photon Men as they'd like to.
Okay.
So that's wild, but that's not all. In addition, after 10 minutes, they're going to be able to use the teleport command to teleport their units anywhere on the map. So they're going to be going into the enemy base, defending their base, just being all over the place. And there's more. In addition to all that, they can also once do an instant age up. So they could use it, you know, to get really fast to the feudal age, or maybe they want to save it for imperial, right? There's some interesting options there. So really, really curious to see how these strategic masterminds are going to use these tools. And then the very last thing is, you know, that's going to mix it up a bit, but we really wanted to amp up the chaos here, right? So in addition, we have an extra player in the game, and he has access to some additional cheats, and he's going to just throw out whatever he wants in the middle of the game to really, really make it crazy. So this is going to be fun.
The third player, Cresini, our head admin for Age of Empires 2 and 4, he will not interact as a player itself. He will just like increase the chaos and will go a bit wild. We will have the Malians showcased by the Muslims against the Ottomans, showcased by Capoch here.
2 new civs. We definitely want to be seeing these, and it's going to be really interesting how they're able to use this first Photon Man, because it's the only one they're going to get for 15 minutes. So it's it dies fast, right?
It's not only the first photon man for them, it's the first photon man ever on camera, right?
Yeah, it's a really beautiful unit. Like, it sounds good. The team really put a lot of effort and energy into it. So I'm excited. You know, it's like, oh, are they going to play aggressive with it and try to like pick off some scouts? Or are they going to kind of like save it and hang back? Right? There's I don't know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be crazy.
I remember when I was like 8 years old or something, when Age of Empires 1 came out, and I tried to get as many photon men as I could, right, and try to overwhelm the AI. The problem was I was not good at typing, and like I always tried to like photon mech. Photon mess, and like I was so bad at typing, and like I tried like 15 times and maybe like one spawn, right? And then one of my friends showed me how copy and paste works. Oh boy!
Yeah.
Hey, I got crushed.
And it's real-time strategy too, right? So you're trying to type it, then like the AI's attacking. You're like, wait, hold up a minute, man. I'm trying to get this right.
Yeah, it was just so intense and good old times. And that's like one of the major beauties as well of Age of Empires. And we are jumping into this one. And, well, let's take a look at this one here. It feels like Capoch is playing in the yellow trunks, the Muslim in the blue, and Krazini hiding in the corner.
He's got his base he's wheeled there. So one of the cool things too about the Photon Man is it is kind of like quote unquote integrated with the RTS system. Oh, you want to read this?
Bet of the balls. The players will lose an additional hair for every cheat used. Okay, the hair that we lose is not visible right now, though.
It's not going to be hair on the top of their heads.
So what are the stats on the Photon Man? 299 attack, 300 HP, or what did I just see?
Yeah. So we specifically designed this so that there could be a fun little interaction, right?
So if you shoot, they still have 1 HP?
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
So it's not just like an instant one-hit kill. And you see he's moving here to the stealth forest.
But the card has been killed, so Krazini...
Yeah, so that...
Did you just run into...
Did he get killed by Photon Man?
But Photon Man is the other side. Capoch spawns in the bottom.
He might have just killed it just to not, like mess with the game or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So
but can you kill the Khan? I thought he always revives instantly.
He'll probably come back. I think he's going to come back in 2 minutes, but he's out of the picture for now. So I like how both of them are leading with their scouts.
They want to kill Krazini. Right, all the admin, like admin wins, like delays, always forcing them to be in time.
You're like, we just want to play the game.
Let's kill Krazini first, right?
Yeah, they're just headed right for it. So yeah, I think they want to preserve the health on their Photon Man, so that's why they kind of got the scout coming. And they're both looking around for it. Look. They're really close to each other. Oh, he's coming in. Capoch is coming for it. And the Muslims are retreating. He's backing out. I wonder if he's trying to...
Oh!
Big hit. He's got 1 hit point left.
But the
Scout's coming in.
He killed the deer. What a misclick.
Oh, shot a deer.
The scout, the killer there. And now the cheat code, all sheep are turned into wolf.
Oh my god, it's a villager massacre.
Are those normal wolves?
Yeah, they're just normal. So they only have 30 health, right? It's just a normal wolf. And so he just ran in, put everything in the garrison, and he was fine.
Oh, but anticipating that, the Muslim already killed all the sheep.
There's no wolves. So that means not only, did he not have to worry about the attacks, but he has a whole bunch of food there, right, from the sheep. So huge advantage for the Muslim so far.
Okay, another Photon Man. What? No, don't tell me Krazini's joining the party now.
Oh. So it looks like he's headed over to the Muslim's base right now. Oh, no, he's got another one, and he's sending it towards Capoch's base.
Did he cheat multiple times?
He can, yeah, he's allowed to cheat as much as he wants. So he's just doing well. He's running away from the wolf.
Okay, if he runs away against the wolf with the Photon Man, I'm fine if he can cheat.
Oh, sniped. He killed a villager.
Does Photon Man do splash damage?
No, it's just single target. It's balanced. It's perfectly balanced. Don't worry. It only does single target. Don't worry. We were very, very intentional about that.
You were responsible for the demo ship, so I better ask twice.
Oh, that's Spearman. It's fine. He's just running past it. All right, he's got this guy sneaking through the stealth forest, headed towards Capoch. And both players, they're just also, they got to do their normal thing with all this chaos, right? So we got the quarry coming up over here for the Muslim. He's chopping a bunch of wood to, you know, like throw on the houses and everything, get his gold income. And his town center's doing a good job against that Photon Man.
Okay, can we go production into Krasini's POV? How he's triple microing everything Photon Man.
Yeah, right?
His keyboard is burning there.
He's got a lot, and these guys are, like, they get killed, right? He's got 8 hit points on that one.
Okay, Photon Man here. Don't tell me another scout can find a Photon Man kill. Not really. The Muslim reaches feudal age, though.
Nice, nice. And we're going to have a feudal age coming up here on the other side. Oh. Yeah, Photon Man just one hits like most things, like 299 damage, and it's like siege damage as well, so it like goes through armor and everything like that. It hits hard. It's like 8 range, so it's not, you know, it's not ridiculous. Like a keep can hit you if you're, you know, shooting it with Photon Man. Yeah. So we took some considerations in when creating the unit. Not, you know, it's supposed to be unfair, but like a little bit fair at the same time.
To care about the feelings of the AI as well.
Exactly. When you got 100 of them attacking the AI base, it's like, well, a couple of them will die at least, you know. So
could have just built more towers.
Yeah, totally. Those cannon towers with the splash would be pretty good.
If you're clumped up there for sure. You only have 300 HP, so yeah, why aren't you killing me?
Yeah, and it sort of works with the rock, paper, scissors system, right? So it actually will like take bonus damage from horsemen and stuff like that. So you can like kind of counter it a little bit.
Okay, so what's next up on the menu? We are close to 6 minutes into the game. Starting in 10 minutes, we get a new...
Oh, look. He just set all his buildings burning. So that's one of the special commands that he has to be able to do is he selected all those houses as the 3rd chaos causer and put them all to burn. So now he's got to run all his villagers. Oh, he's not repairing. Can
you repair against this?
Yes, you can repair, and it'll stop the burning.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think he noticed.
The Muslim maybe thinks it's too hot. Doesn't want to throw his hammers in there.
I wonder...
Yeah, this is like, I want to see like the Muslim's face in front of it. This is fine.
Yeah,
well, all the houses are burning there.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, he's got the burning houses. So the burning houses is actually a lot worse for the Muslim because he's playing as the Mali. Oh, look. Oh, okay. He's got the repair. Okay, nice. Because that's his pit mine income, right? Like all those houses are juicing him up, so he really needs to protect them. And it looked like Kapach responded quite a bit faster to the burning buildings. He already put them both out.
Yeah, obviously had fewer houses there, so easier for him. The Muslim now sends villagers down there, wanted to go on to berries or what is it? No, was going for another pit mine. Now goes for the market, trying to balance his economy potentially.
Yeah, that's a nice little pickup on the villager kill, by the way, also looking pretty good. We can't quite see the villager counts here, but I think they're pretty even. I saw some Photon Man lasering a couple on each side, so I think they have a pretty close... Ooh, nice pickup here with the Spearman. He's going to be able to kill that villager and then burn down those houses, so it's really going to take down the income of the Malian player.
Malian obviously absolutely loving building all those houses around the gold pit. You get 90 gold as maximum around a small gold mine, 120 if you go for a big one. We have seen maps like Golden Heights where people like really ramped up their gold income.
Yeah, and the nice thing is you can build it on a small gold deposit or you can build it on a large gold deposit. And the large ones, they're further away from your base, they're harder to defend, but because it's so big, you can actually fit more houses around it. So like you're saying, that's how you get the extra income from those.
Krasini, winner of Drunken Forest team. That was actually a fun tournament, like Black Forest 4v4, and we were picking teams like in school. Like there were team captains and you were picking people there.
Love it.
Krasini leading his team to victory.
Nice, what a killer. These spearmen are doing a really good work down here on that quarry. They killed, I think they killed at least one house already. They killed that villager. Really been slowing down the Malian player.
Okay, so in 10 minutes we said we are active. Oh, not in 10 minutes, in 1.5 minutes. We get another chance for another cheat code.
Yes. So the teleport one will be coming up for both of the players. And they can teleport as much as they want, any units, anywhere on the map.
Okay, so if you had photomans, like how does that work? Do you select the unit?
Yeah, so any unit you have selected, it moves to the cursor of your mouse.
Oh.
So if you know you have a scout and you've identified where their villagers are, you can teleport right on top of them. Hopefully clapping's okay, not too much reverb.
Scouting them.
Yeah, you scout them, you know exactly where their weakness, and then you can put your troops, pop them right in there.
Nice. Okay, so what do you think? I think that's crazy for landmark snipes, no?
Yeah, like
exactly. Build 8 Rams.
And you can just
House of Wisdom. Goodbye.
See you later. Ooh. Oh, where? Oh, those Photon Man, they just got teleported. Oh, no, they got teleported into the wood line. Uh-oh.
What?
They're back.
Krazini is the only one who's allowed to cheat and cheat before the others are allowed to?
Yeah. He's just causing all kinds of havoc. It's like players are playing against the elements, you know. It's like we added like volcanoes and storms and random stuff, so he's just lighting all their stuff on fire.
And Krazinis.
So the players they have to deal with this, right? Like they've been throwing all these curveballs. They're doing a really good job. None of their buildings have burned. It's like these guys are pro gamers. They do this professionally or something.
Yes, there are also military schools set up here, right? So some production is happening. And now technically we can start teleporting some units here
10 minutes
for the Muslim and Capoch as well. Question is, do we have enough military? Do we know where we wanted to attack? Seems like the Muslim just had his units jump quite a bit. Does he know where Capoch is? Not sure about that.
Have they scouted each other? Yeah, I mean, they have to at this point. It's 10 minutes in the game, right?
I think so as well. So maybe tell us a bit about cheat codes that we aren't going to see today. Are there any, or how many cheat codes are added in total?
I'm not sure of the exact number, but we have a good variety of different interesting things players can do. So they can get like a ton of extra resources of the different types. They can reveal the map. And then my 2 favorites actually are the time dilation ones. So we have the speed up time one that we will potentially be seeing here, and there's also a matrix bullet time as well that slows time down so you can the projectiles are slow and the guy's got his sword and he's like swinging it. Yeah, it's like pretty fun.
So for your animation videos for the future.
Yeah,
Nice.
exactly. So I think people are going to do some really cool stuff with that.
Yeah, great for content creators there for sure. Already know Ozzy Drongo probably uploading 8 new videos about that.
He's got them done already somehow.
Yeah, for sure.
I've been watching some of his videos between, and I was like, he's here casting. When did he make these videos? This guy's a machine.
Yeah, I think he will really like this because his watch time is going up then.
Yeah.
So because it's so slow.
Oh. It's like, this isn't a 30-minute game.
Best invention ever. I can run triple the ads now.
Yeah. Nice. So I'm wondering, they can teleport their units, military and attack around the map, but they could also teleport villagers.
Ooh, sneaky towers.
Yeah, you're just like, surprise, there's a keep in the back of your base, so I'm going to send in 20, and then you can just teleport them right back out when it's
crazy.
done.
I can see that work with Chinese.
Oh, look at all the fire.
But look at how good Capoch is at reacting to this, right? Instantly villagers pulling there, trying to put out the fires again.
A lot of them, he mass repaired it, right? He was taking care of that.
Yeah, does the fire only stop once it's fully repaired?
Hello.
So,
this is a problem for Mali. This is a
shift click.
So this is where the teleport command could actually come in real handy, right? Because pit mines all around the map. That's a real problem, right? But they're just sending villagers everywhere. So the way the fire works actually is you should just need to hit it. Yeah, you just hit it once, and as long as it's above 25% health, because that's the normal burning threshold, then it turns the fire off.
Okay.
But if they wait too long and it gets really low, then it is going to take a little bit extra work. And because there's so many to deal with, look at those blacksmiths are starting to get a little smoky and charred.
Can we take a look at the Muslim statistics again? What is his macro stat? I think he was only 7 out of 10 macro, so this is really draining on him now.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the speed, right? His sands aren't fast enough. He's fighting the random Photon Man, right? And we're getting really close to the 15 minutes. That's when this game is going to go absolutely bonkers.
Okay, so what is happening then? Cheat code Photon Man. Before 50 minutes, you only had the one Photon Man.
Yeah.
But after that, they can produce as many Photon Men as they like.
Unlimited, and I think they're going to produce a lot. Nice little raid going on here.
Capoch reacts nicely, saves the villagers as well.
Have they used the teleport command? I think they're just playing, right?
Well, the villagers just teleported to heaven.
Rest in peace. Yeah, that would be a really good time to teleport a villager away, but it looks like they're playing pretty legit here. I wonder who the first one is going to be to spawn the Photon Man.
Well, also, like, do you think the timing? The thing is, like, strategically, you probably want to already build up before you show them, right? And
So
then
so you can just blitz them down, right?
yeah, exactly.
And then if you have enough of them, you could just kill the landmark in one shot, right?
Where are photomen spawning? Are they always spawning next to the starting town center?
Yeah.
Okay. So aiming for that. Can you spawn some if you don't have your starting town center?
It'll spawn at the location where the town center, even if it was destroyed. Yeah, because otherwise that'd be a huge advantage, right? Is like the first guy to kill the other guy's town center, then they can't get any more Photon Man, right?
Competitive cheat code Age of Empires would not be an option if that was the case.
We got all the strategies here. We thought of everything. Well, this is tough to deal with, all the fire while the enemy is in your base. Like that's really adding an extra dimension to it here.
Poor the Muslim, yeah, he's annoyed. He's just like, what is Krazini doing again here? I'm trying to kill this nerd, and then all of a sudden, houses are burning again.
He's put out some of them, but like he's also got to run his villagers away. Look, they're getting killed. Look at all these villager kills that are happening.
15 minutes. Let's go, Photon Man time.
Oh, party time.
Okay, who's spawning how many? I think now, after I revealed my copy pasta trick, they should be really good now.
That's gonna be huge.
Oh, so they're spawning in the back. Oh, look at that.
Here they come. He's got 11.
Oh, Capot is smiling. Is he spawning some as well? Yeah, he will defend. Oh, the blink!
Oh, he teleported in there. He's trying to run away. He's just getting basted.
Oh, how good are Photon Men against buildings? 300 attack?
Yeah, 299.
Yeah.
So yeah, they'll take him out.
Look at
real
how.
fast.
Oh no, they're just moving over
He
there.
teleported a little bit. Maybe he wanted to get away from the enemy. Look at the town center. Look how much.
What?
They all died.
What just happened here?
So the Krazini, he can do a kill command whenever he wants. So he can just select a bunch of guys and kill them.
Krazini? Oh, and he felt the Muslim had to suffer. Okay.
Yeah,
I think I would jump on Krazini now if I was the Muslim.
Yeah, both the players are like, all right, we've had enough of you. Because he's just another player in the game, right? He's the red. So if his town center is taken out, then he is eliminated.
Ah. Finally justice.
Oh,
Oh,
Photon Man
blinking
just popped
somewhere.
away. Uh-oh, he teleported to the enemy base, but they have Photon Man there too.
Oh, it seems like the Muslim is heavily outnumbering, obviously two-shotting, and the Muslim, he just keeps reducing.
Out. What a fight. I don't know, are these guys still producing units, or are they just spending all their time taping Photon Man?
Yeah, do you think production is the most important thing right now?
No, oh, he went for the landmark. He went for the landmark. Oh, landmark snipe.
Oh,
1, 2, 3.
he got him. The Muslim went for the snipe there. Has to be happy with that. The best cheat code player in the world.
Woo! #1.
Liquid the Muslim.
Woo! That was wild.
Or Krazini. No, Krazini resigns.
Yeah, because there's still another player in the game, right? So that didn't do match complete yet.
Yeah, they enjoy. No, it seems like the Muslim enjoyed it a bit more than Capos. What do you think?
Big smile on his. He's a winner, man. That's what he looks like.
And the Muslim is like, that's how winning feels on this stage.
Look at that victory sip of water. Is his pinky up a little bit on that?
Whoopsie. Okay, had the cheat code.
Great
the
match.
Muslim style.
Was
Hey,
hello. Oh, that was a lot of fun. And also, I just want to say, since the Relic crew, we are here, at the castle. So if anyone wants to, after the match, come by, hang out, give us some feedback, talk about the game. We'd love all your the things you like, the things you didn't like, talk about the 1.5 patch, all that good stuff. Come see me later, and we'll have a great chat.
Sweet stuff. Mr. Marine Lord, maybe you can give us some predictions for the great set that we will see?
So, yeah, I watched all the games in the semifinals today. They were super fun. I love the creativity of Mista. It's just a treat to watch him play. But then on the other side, Marine Lord, he's so solid in his mechanics and his fundamentals. Like, I feel like he's going to be able, to deal with some of his creativity, but like he might get thrown off his game a little bit. Stuff is going to happen that he doesn't expect.
So, but I want to nail you down. Give me your prediction. What's the final score?
Final score, they're playing best of 7. I think it's going to be like, I think it's going to be 3-4.
3-4.
Yeah,
okay.
3-4. And I think Marine Lord has a slight edge, so I'm going to give to him, but I'm definitely rooting for some crazy awesome stuff from the Mista.
Yeah, would be absolutely crazy. I'm excited for that one as well. Obviously, Killer Pigeon and Drongo will cover this. And now we have Riley taking over, picking the brain of, I think, the Muslim.
Now, look, it's actually both of them here. We've got our winner and our runner-up here as well, but very, very close, Kapoj. Very, very close, mate. I'll start with you, Muslim. Now, a lot of people, I think, are going to say that the cheat codes add variance and randomness and chaos and that sort of stuff. But, you know, with your victory under belt, what do you have to say? Is it just it's a very skill-based format?
Yeah, super skill-based format, you know. Like, now I'm 3-0 against Kapoj at this event. Very, very happy.
Now, Kapoj, obviously, talking out his bum, obviously, there's all sorts of...
You know, I let him win again.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the third time you've done it. He wants it more. Well, yeah. He needs it.
He enjoys it.
He enjoys it so much more.
I
he
like
does.
listening people.
Kapoj, what was the most annoying thing there? Was it the...
Well, I when I saw 15 minutes, I started like photo man, but there was one space, so I wasn't creating anything.
Oh,
and
dude.
yeah, copy-pasting was bad.
Oh, yeah, right. You're just in the chat log.
Chat. I was, where are my guys?
Yeah, exactly.
And then I fixed it, and I lost like 15 seconds there.
And 15 seconds to Muslim that were key. Obviously, you know...
Yeah, well, he beaten me in 5 seconds. We can say 15 seconds.
Yeah, and that was all it took for you.
I mean, I was...
Smelt weakness.
I was very fortunate. Like, at one point, I was hunting Crasini. Like, I killed his 3 photo men because I was like, screw this, I'm killing Crasini. But then, like, when I saw him typing and it wasn't coming up as a cheat, I was like, oh, it's time. Yeah. And then I started spamming. But, yeah, it was really fun.
Was there any thought to the two of you joining forces against the greater enemy, against the greatest villain in the Age of Empires community, Crasini? Was there any thought of a brief alliance between the two of you to take him down?
We thought about it, but then he had all the cheats, so he would kill us.
I guess, yeah, he would stomp that. Any ideas
the game, you knew we had to do nothing until 15 minutes, basically. So
because otherwise he would come down, stomp that descent out very quickly. Do you have any fond memories of playing any of the older games, Age 1, Age 2, with the old cheat codes, the Cobra car, the old photon men? There was the cheat that let you fling ballistas all the way across the map, that sort of thing?
When I was young, I seem to remember Big Daddy spawning something.
Oh, yeah. That was the first car, wasn't it? Age of Empires 1, that was the first car?
So I played Age of Empires 1 when I was really young. And when I saw that thing, I was, I was an abuser. Then playing the normal mode afterwards, I was like, I'm back to Big Daddy, baby.
Yeah. Well, that was it. Did you have a similar experience?
Yeah, probably dodgeball, you know. It's pretty good, but not cheats, actually, so...
Oh, with the bombard cannons firing at each other.
And then Castle Blood, I think, was back then.
Yeah, there's so many fun ways to play this. I remember one time, I was playing on my dad's old laptop, and I thought, I wonder how many units I could take out with the photon man. So I built this custom map with like stone walls, and I put a different type of unit between each one, right? I was like, I'm going to spawn one photon man, I'm going to let him just go mental and see how far he can get up, and then I opened the game, and my dad's computer couldn't run it, so it just crashed. It did not work out so well, man. Anyway, look, Age of Empires 4, cheats are in. How's this going to affect the competitive landscape of the game here to Muslim?
I mean, they've kind of already been in, right? But no. I think it's not going to be involved, right? Hopefully.
Hopefully not. No, you're not expecting it to make a big impact there. No, okay. But obviously, it's a great addition to the game, and obviously a good way to have some fun.
To have some fun.
Exactly right. All right, well, boys, thanks so much for the game that you've just shown us. Bought us some time here for our final. Our competitors to get themselves ready for it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Kapoj and Muslim. We're going to throw over now to set ourselves up for the grand final. We've got Ellie, we've got Millie waiting, standing by to talk us through what's about to come.
Thank you, Riley. It's great to be here joined by Nilly. We just saw a really fun show match, trying out the cheat codes. Really takes me back to when I was around 10, 11, playing AoE 2 with the cheat codes. My favorite being, I think it was like Lumberjack. Do you have any fond memories with the cheat codes?
I remember like cows being thrown instead of like the rocks from mangonels. Then there was like this baby on a tricycle. It's like yeah, there were some really good ones for sure.
Cobra Car, obviously a classic. Well, great to see lots of development for the Age franchise. We're seeing cheat codes being added in. We're seeing Age of Mythology retold. We're seeing Age 1 games being imported, or the campaigns into Age 2, into that engine. So lots of great things ahead in the pipeline. But let's not take focus away from the insane final that we will be seeing today. The Mista versus Marine Lord. What are your thoughts on their journeys to get here?
Well, obviously, like the story that we've told so many times, right? Marine Lord, seed 1, lost to seed 16 in quite unspectacular fashion, actually, we have to say, right? And everyone like suddenly questioned, like, okay, how is Marine Lord going to perform? Then obviously won his second match, which was already shaky. Then another close set against the Muslim. But now the bracket phase, he looks way stronger, right? Beating BCQD was a big W. So Marine Lord was certainly wild. The Mister, he just seems like he's enjoying himself so much that winning or losing doesn't really matter for him that much. Like, he's so much in the moment. Obviously, he has his great strategies. And I think he will be on cloud 9 no matter what happens.
I agree. And I love that there is also a little bit of this duality of full-time versus part-time. The Mista, as we've heard before, is a very big thinker while he's working on his farm. And Marine Lord, who has mentioned that he plays around 12 hours a day. So that is putting in lots of overtime training and practicing. And we have other players that are also balancing work and gaming. Magic, for example, the Canadian, who's also playing in between his work. What are your thoughts on trying to be a professional esports player and paying your bills and the day-to-day life maintenance?
Well, obviously, it's way easier if you're a full-time player, right? You can simply like put all your thoughts into this, right? The Mister, he can't attend some tournaments because that's his farming seasons, right? So he was sitting those out. It's tougher to catch up in the meta. Like, he has to do all this other work, and practice is limited. You only have smaller time frames, so you can't practice with all the players in the world. It's just like, it even is more incredible that the Mister is in the final with that limited amount of time, right? He, in some seasons, can play a bit more, but it's just absolutely incredible.
At what point do you think a player should just completely throw all of their time and effort into gaming? I know there's a lot of viewers watching that have a dream to be in esports, and I think it's important that we have realistic expectations. Where would you draw that line?
Now we're getting into the big topics here. This is obviously very specific from person to person, right? I think if you know that you are financially stable enough and that you're emotionally stable enough to do this and commit to this for a very long time, and you love doing it, and you think you will love doing it 12 hours every day, then I think giving it a shot makes lots of sense. But that's a lot of ifs, and that's why we see so few people that can actually commit.
Well, really great life advice from Nilly himself. But right now, we will take it back to Riley, who will introduce quite possibly the greatest final in Age of Empires 4 history.
Thanks very much. Welcome back to our main stage, my friend. My friends, after days and days of competition, after weeks of preparation and months of build-up, the grand final of Red Bull Wololo Legacy is upon us. A hush descends upon the hall. People realize the stakes here. $300,000 in total prize money. And one of these two players will take home a full third of it. $100,000 will go back into the back pocket of either the Mister or Marine Lord. Take a moment, my friends. We've had an incredible couple of weekends here celebrating this game that we all love so much. Age of Empires 1, Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4 on display here in Heidelberg Castle. But now we come to the main event, the grand final, the marquee match between two titans of this game. Please, my friends, let's get going, let's get ready, let's get excited, because the grand final is upon us. The casters are standing by. It is time to get stuck in with the biggest match at the biggest Age of Empires tournament that history has ever seen. Let's get to it.
Whoa. Hold up. It's grand finals already? We finally arrived? I feel like we only arrived yesterday, Drongo.
Oh, it's been quite some time, but indeed, it's really started to heat up very, very quickly. We've got two massive names here, the Mister, Marine Lord.
Yeah.
This is insane. I mean, you had Marine Lord who dropped down in the very first I was going to say in the very first
round.
The very first round, yes, to that lower bracket. He's fought his way back up and clawed through everybody.
Yes.
No one stopped him yet.
Claw is right, like a bear claw almost, you know, because sharks don't have claws, so I don't know how they do it. You know, maybe tail whip, but whatever it is, he's been giving people whiplash, especially Beastie in that last series. I mean, it looked so dominant in a lot of those games, right? Beastie, of course, clawed one back, but you can't fault Marine Lord. Flawless, same with Mister as well, able to just blitz through Lucifron. And I think we're in for one hell of a showdown, which is why it's only appropriate that this is a best of 7.
Yeah, I got to agree with you, and I'm looking forward to it because I think it's really just going to come down to, I mean, you've got Marine Lord, right? Who we typically think of this perfect person who can't make a single mistake, and you've got Mister, who is this individual who, the only way, I mean, I asked him at N4C, how do you beat Marine Lord? And he says, the trick is you build 5 barracks and you don't build anything out of it. That's how you beat Marine Lord.
He does this to everyone. I talk to him like his fear crafting. You know, he's a very big believer in what we talk about, this like Wade response, right? I do something, you have to do something else. You should do it bigger. But yeah, I'm kind of curious. You know, we've got some people in the crowd. I kind of want to like get a gauge of this. Folks in the crowd, if you're a Marine Lord fan, cheer on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Not bad.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. I respect it. But how's Mr. All right, now, Mr. Fans, you were biting your tongue. It's your turn. If you're a Mr. Fan, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, no.
Whoa!
Oh,
Okay.
no.
I think we found which side of Europe people are planting their flag on.
Indeed, it seems it's it's a little bit further east than I expected. So, I mean, heading into this event, Marine Lord's obviously the favorite. Mister's going to have to pull out plenty of strategies here. It's a best of 7, not a best of 5, not a best of 3.
No.
So that means he's probably going to have at least, well, 7 strategies here.
Exactly. I think, you know, it's kind of feeling the crowd. Like, Mister, we love that guy. It's not that we don't like Marine Lord. I think for a lot of people, is coming into these tournaments, we always talk about Marine Lord as a favorite. We always see him as a favorite. You know, the start of the journey was a little bit slippery, but he still gets here at the grand finals. And in a lot of people's eyes, he's seen as that guy who should win. It kind of reminds me of a little bit like Viper, right, for AoE 2. Each time Wololo comes around, he's a very big fan favorite, but maybe he doesn't get deep enough. And what we've seen out of Marine Lord is dominance online. But the question mark has been, what happens when we get on LAN?
And that's exactly it. And I mean, we saw in that first round just how close it got. You know, I think originally the plan was for that to just be a knockout game. And so he may have gone home, but obviously things turned around and eventually we did get best of 3s coming out and a lower bracket. So he is here, but you're 100% on the money. A LAN game, it's completely different here. The atmosphere, having to play with everybody here, eyes on you, I can't believe how difficult that would be.
And it's that feeling that, you know, sometimes you just have those circumstances where the favorites come into the event, and it's just not their day. And it almost sounds like this commentator, like, cop-out. It's like, oh, yeah, great analysis. But it is a feeling.
Yes.
Sometimes players just wake up on the day, and they genuinely feel the game state flow through them. I think we saw that today from Mister. You could see his emotions, the talking to him, the confidence he had. Of course, on the other side, Marine Lord and Beastie, both definitely feeling that confidence. I'm sure Lucifron had a feeling of it too. But yeah, that type of confidence coming through, it can carry you. And, you know, the interesting part to me is that we've had best of 5 so far. No one's necessarily been practicing drafts of best of 7s. I think we're going to see a lot more focus on the drafting element of this finals.
Yeah, well, it's obviously incredibly important to make sure you've got a right civilization for every single map, but also a map, or also a civilization that does well against your enemy's civilization. So there's a lot of levels to it. Now, these guys would have been preparing for a best of 7 here, so they've probably got a notebook full of strategies, but I guess the thing that I always come back to is that it seems like every single civilization is viable, except for one. I don't think they're going to be able to...
Whoa, you don't think someone's going to pick it?
I mean, they might be forced to pick it, but the Malians, obviously, they need a little bit of work at the moment. It's hard. I mean, it's very hard for the developers. They've only got so much time before they can push them out. So, fortunately, the Ottomans are in a great spot. Some would even say maybe even a too great a spot. I'm curious what we see as a priority pick here for these players.
I think Ottomans should definitely be split. I think that's going to be an obvious one. You know, we're a few minutes away from the draft, but like just kind of speculating, Ottomans definitely a key one. I think French is a big surpriser, but one that I think favors Marine Lord. It's not that Mister doesn't play French, just that he doesn't necessarily want to, right? There's other civs knows he loves, like the Mongols, the English. But let's be real, English are not getting through the banning phase.
Well, this is the thing, right? Because we've seen players go from banning civilizations to banning preferences. Before, it used to be, I'm going to ban the Rus because they are the best civ. I don't care what you play. You can be a China main. I'm still going to ban the Rus because I don't want you to play them. But now it's evolved. Now it's, well, actually, you're very good at the English, so I'm going to make sure you don't get that. Or you're very good at the Mongols. We saw double Mongol ban, double Delhi ban, double English, double China ban. I'm just waiting for the double Ottoman ban.
Maybe. I think with these guys, like especially when I think about Mr., like, you know, he doesn't like to play Chinese. He just doesn't play it. So that's going to have to be a ban for him, right? Because Marine Lord, you know, he might be French, and I know that's quite far from China, but he definitely knows his way around that civ.
Perhaps there's a little bit of strategy in there. I'm not sure if the players. I guess the players can hear us. So I'm just thinking, like, I don't want to think out loud because I don't want to have to like.
I had
spoil
that in the last series where I was kind of thinking out the draft out loud. I'm sure like neither Marine Lord or BC were influenced by a pleb like me. Yeah. It's almost like I said something. At one stage I swear I saw one of the players shake their head and I'm like, scratch something out.
The thing I'm thinking about, right? Okay, is because we're talking about that banning for preference. Okay, so Mr. comes into this and he's thinking, okay, what's the civilizations that Marine Lord wants? Probably the French, right? That's a civilization that we haven't seen banned, but still a civilization that's very strong, very potent. Yeah. And for a guy like Marine Lord, it's really good. But also Chinese is a great civilization. If he doesn't double ban China here, there's a good chance that he's going to have to pick it for himself just to stop Marine Lord from playing it. And if he doesn't even use a single ban on it, then Marine Lord takes one and he gets a free China.
That's the thing, right? Like, do we know who's got first ban in this one?
It should be Mr.
Yeah, so Mr. Maybe he just picks a Chinese on opening to take it away.
No.
Yeah, we'll find out. But like, let's say that works out that way. Let's say you just ban one Chinese, but you pick the first one.
Yeah.
But you don't use it. Right. It's just like gone and there's a different ban coming through. You change the dynamics of the draft a little because there is an element of prediction. But, you know, I think we are about ready to get underway with a key part of any match in Age of Empires 4. It's time for the draft.
Beautiful trophy right there. Look at that.
I want one of those trophies. Can I maybe have two of them?
If you win 2 events.
Hey, there's a few players here who could have done that, you know?
Actually, you're not wrong. All right, looks like the first band's come through. It's looking like a Mediterranean band.
It makes sense, yeah. I think also keep in mind that because we've got so many maps, well, no one's banned mountain clearing
I was going to say, is that a mountain clearing ban?
It should be.
Expect that it
he doesn't want it.
Come on.
Against a guy like Mr., I don't blame him.
Oh, you know he's got something in there. It's going to be a 4-minute villager rush or something.
And I think this is something that Marine Lord's maybe got a little bit of smile about because it means wetlands guaranteed. He loves wetlands and he's got 3 picks. Yeah. 5 total between them, right? So someone's going to pick it up. We are going to open up with the basin, of course.
Yeah, all right. So Prairie and Basin. So 2 open maps. Obviously, Prairie, incredibly open, very sparse. Whereas Basin, it's very open in the center, but towards the back side, it's much easier. You know, really good China map, really good Abbasid Dynasty map.
Yeah.
So expect to see a couple of those picks coming through, and so many circles above the maps here as well. We do see Dry Arabia, so it's going to be open maps today, KP. That is exciting.
It makes sense. I think like both these players are very content to be on land. You know, they can do water as well. There's been a few players that have heavily leaned on water, almost like a crutch because they're just so good at it.
Yeah.
And I think Lucifron comes to mind. It's amazing on water.
Yeah.
We've seen, I think like Magic also quite liked his water maps.
Yeah.
But some players are let's just juke out on land. Wetlands, of course, comes down. Rounding out the bans, you know, I think the interesting part was the Basin opener because I think that starts to put pressure on this idea of the Chinese ban even more because like Basin is, you pick Chinese there and it's like, well, how do you beat the Civ?
Is that Marine Lord almost saying, hey, ban Chinese?
Do it.
So is it the mindset?
Ban them all.
Yeah, ban both Chinese.
You can only do it so much.
And then I get my double French. You know, maybe that's the play. And it makes a lot of sense, right? He can still pick an Abbasid behind it. He'll be safe.
But you got to be careful because you give over double Mongol. And the Golden Heights ban to the Mongol point is a good one. Like, there's still good maps here for the Mongols, but I think we've learned very quickly Golden Heights is a brilliant map for them. I think actually they had the best success rate specifically on that map.
All right, well, we see a 4 lakes ban. That's going to leave 1 map left. It is indeed the Boulder Bay.
It had to come out at the end. No one wanted to pick it first. Like, he'll get it through. No one really cares. But
it's kind of funny that if no one picks it, it becomes the pick in a way. You know, like
it's like, no, you guys don't get away from this.
Yeah.
You have to start on it.
We're going to force the issue right here.
And here's the crazy part for you. You know, Mongols, they are the best performers on Golden Heights. They have 3 wins. The only other people that have wins there is English, 1 win, 1 loss.
Wow.
And China, of course, got 1 win. That was the versus Malians, though, so it doesn't really count.
I know, right? We disregard those. Those
we
are
pretend they
outliers.
didn't happen. And that's why this Golden Height ban is just so good for Marine Lord, because it discounts one of Mongol's best performing maps. And also, if he leans into the French picks, that's where another map that was seen as very good for Mongols was Prairie. And I know Mr. believes in it because he's the only guy who got a win with the Mongols on that map. French just becomes even better for Marine Lord. We just saw how good he was in the last series.
All right,
you got him mixed around. Yeah. You're like, why is he banning English?
No. My theory was, okay, Marine Lord has to ban the English here. He can't ban China because if he bans English, then what happens is Mr. just gets a free English pick. So he did the right thing. Now we see Marine Lord also probably banning.
I think it's just double English.
Double banning English.
Yeah.
Now the question is from here: does Marine Lord mirror? Because
no.
You don't think? You reckon he's going to try and outdraft from the bottom?
He could snatch a Mongol away here, right? Because you've got wetlands. I think Marino doesn't truly believe like Mongols are S tier on wetlands. There's just better civs like the French. So actually, yeah, he does go for the Mongols, but he definitely wants the French snatch next. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. goes for something else. Maybe take one the HRE straight away, or maybe even the Rus.
Oh,
yeah, the Rus.
There's the Rus coming out. Makes a lot of sense. We do have Boulder Bay coming up first.
That could force the mirroring of taking the other Rus now.
Yep, I suspect it will be.
No, it's HRE.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, this is interesting.
Very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, this could be the branch point because now Mr. feels like inclined to take the HRE, so you still get your Rus anyway.
Yeah, but by the same token, there's no second map for the Rus, right? Like you want to keep it for Boulder Bay. We saw the power coming out from players on Boulder Bay with the Rus.
Oh,
so
he's actually okay.
Ottomans.
This is cool when you consider like we're talking about Rus, like it's amazing and it needs to be picked, and it's gonna be so good.
Yep.
But we've seen like some strategies with the Abbasids. And we did actually see in the last series, although it didn't work out for Marine Lord, the idea of Abbasids versus Rus on Boulder Bay.
Yeah.
So, and I think this is going to be split.
Abbasid, there you go.
Because I think Mr. really likes the Abbasids as well.
Yeah.
Four Lakes is gone though, so it's a
And that's exactly it, right? Mediterranean and Four Lakes are both out, so that leaves a little less. And look at this now. We've got Mr. mirroring from behind.
Yeah.
Both Ottomans and Abbasid getting mirrored for him. So keep in mind, we've still got 3 picks over on the side for Marine Lord. He might just be giving up on Boulder Bay in particular. But where does he?
It should be Delhi.
You think it's going to be Delhi?
I think you pick Delhi now. Yeah.
Yeah, good call.
It's the setup for Dry Arabia. So now, like, if you're looking at Mr., like, what do you pick to beat Delhi, right? You've got your Ottomans pick, but I could always mirror your Ottomans, and that kind of comes the flip script. It's like, now do you take a French away? Do you go back for the second Rus? Do you see potential for that to work on something like wetlands?
Good call. French still yet to be seen in the draft.
It's going to be split.
Yeah, so Mr. taking the French. Obviously, Marine Lord has to hit back here with the French. He needs at least one French pick.
It makes sense. He could even try to get like double Delhi, like play base in Dry Arabia sort of thing.
Yeah.
But of course, he needs it. Like, well, it doesn't need it. He loves it, right?
Yeah.
It's his signature civ. He shows how amazing it can be. And if Prairie's in the rotation and you don't have a French pick, your opponent just picks French and you lose.
All right, well, final picks now coming out. Watch out,
There's my boy.
Gentlemen.
He just looks straight across at Marine Lord like, your move. Do you want to pick it too? Should we do it?
Do you dare?
Marine Lord's like, this is calculated, so I will pick second French. Oh, wait, he's already picked it.
Does he go?
Yeah, it's another Delhi.
Double Delhi.
So he does get the double. This is really good because he's got Basin and Dry Arabia.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, really strong maps there for the Delhi. He's also got Cauldron.
Yeah.
Another good map for the Delhi. So plenty of versatility here in the draft.
Yeah, Cauldron was an interesting one. As the players get ready, just to highlight Cauldron now. The Delhi only have one win. They've only represented once, Ottomans as well, so we could see them coming out. But folks, it's almost time. Look at these Leviathans of Age of Empires 4 prepping to the stage. Final series almost upon us.
2 Titans clash up against each other right here, but with smiles upon their faces as they greet many a fan and make their way to the stage.
And you can just feel the reverberation, the hype feeling of this moment, because I mean, this is big. Difference between first place, second place, an extra $50,000. But it's not just that. It's the bragging rights to say you are the king of Age of Empires 4.
And you know Marine Lord wants it so damn bad.
But Mister, don't give it up that easy. You see the intense look, you feel it.
Oh, absolutely beautiful stuff right there. You've got to give him a round of applause.
Yeah,
KP. That is good stuff.
It's that, you know, like the best part to me was that there's that pause moment for a fraction of a second in the drums and the intense look forward. It sinks in at that moment. We're here. We've made it. The grand finals. We get that sinking feeling as well, just on the mic, but imagine it for the players.
Oh, it would be intense because, you know, we're up here. We get paid no matter what. These guys, they make one micro mistake, gone.
Yeah, so I mean, I know they're going to hear us sick. I don't want to like pressure it too much, but an extra $50,000. This is
$50,000.
Nothing to turn your nose up at.
Yeah, it's a tractor. Or I
said,
what does Marine Lord want to do with $50,000?
Maybe like buy a ticket for someone's mum.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a meme that's relevant to Marine Lord, but like, yeah.
You know, maybe celebrate in Greece or somewhere with someone's. I'm going to stop making mum jokes now. It's the classic that he loves to go to. We're not doing this out of our own heart. We're doing it for Marine Lord. We know what he's like. He's cocky, but he's cocky for good reason. But Mr. always calm, calculated. This guy always has a plan.
Look at that smile.
You gotta love that smile. It's just certain people.
Smile every time it gets me.
And this guy, I mean, everyone knows him. You want to gamble against him just because he's always the favorite, right? But you see how close this is. Sure, only 11 games, but just 5% between them.
Yeah, it is not a lot. And take a look at those stats right there. We see where Marine Lord makes up for the extra micro Mister's missing out, and where Mr. is missing out on that macro, Marine Lord's making it up. And the only difference here is, for me, where it comes down to is strategy.
He's the only guy who got a 10.
Yeah, he's the only player out here right now that's got a 10 out of all 16 players that qualified, and there's a very good reason. He is the mastermind when it comes to strategy.
Yeah, he genuinely is the guy just pulling the strings behind the scenes, it feels like. And I think where this could be very interesting for him is, you know, all these people who haven't really been maybe practicing many best of sevens. You know, barely any players practice best of fives.
Yeah.
They're all doing best of threes.
Yeah.
Mister's Fury crafting, right? He doesn't need to get that practice. So he could have an edge. He could have a perceived way of how the drafts work this deep with the double ban sequence and the double pick. And he could just blow this up if we get into the 5th, 6th, 7th game.
You know what I'm so excited about, KP?
Games?
That Marley pick. You know,
please stop.
No, really. I just want to emphasize this.
It's Cauldron. I think that's the only difference I can think of. Like, we haven't seen...
Which maps here spawn with markets or trading posts in the corners every single time? Because Dry Arabia doesn't. You sometimes get them in the middle, so there's no guarantee it's going to work there.
I feel like that's a bait, though. Like, I think if you're going to win Malian, it's going to be early. I could see him, like, making a Cauldron play. Like, maybe your opponent gets his dock down as well, and you just do the villager and the transpo ship play, come out, and you fish, go back and forth. That is the difference to me in this series where Malian's disappeared compared to every other series we've seen where it's ignored, is like Cauldron came through. I think Cauldron's only been played like maybe 3 times.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It is a rare map to see. Yeah, where does he play it? That's the question. Does he even look to play it? Keep in mind these players do get an extra civilization.
Yeah.
Does he 2, 4? Actually, no, hold on.
Wait.
That's 7 civilizations drafted for 7 maps.
Yeah.
He must play Malians if this goes all the way.
Exactly. So once again,
the
Cauldron.
stakes
It,
are high.
it just sank in for you, my friend.
Oh my lord. Yeah, okay. So you reckon it's Cauldron, do you? I reckon it's got to be trade, honestly. I feel like this is sleeper overpowered at the moment. No one really realizes.
I think it comes at such a delay, and it's also the thing I've talked to players about is like, you know, you can get all these resources, you can build and escalate to this late game, but your late game units just don't feel good compared to other civs.
Yeah,
That's the big tough issue. And you know,
I want javelin throwers to be good,
but it's not going to happen. But also Musafadi Warriors. Musafadi Warriors, like...
I think it's kind of like the HRE argument, right? Like if you can get to the late game before your enemy through your strong trade, then it's okay because you've got, you know, the elite upgrades, you've got elite army tactics, you've got all those big upgrades, and then you can kind of power through. But I agree with you.
I think the issue with the Malians is a lot of the elements of their mid game. You know, it's kind of like giving this guy the biggest great sword in the world and he can carry it, but you say you can't wear any armor, right?
I thought you were going to say, but he's 5'1" and weighs 100 pounds.
That too, but like he's just running down mid, you know, everything is flopping out in the winds because he's not got any clothes on at all. He just gets hit once, he's dead. And that's Musafadi Warriors in a nutshell, right? And I've talked to a few of the players and that's the feeling they have. You know, the issue is they don't have men arms. The Civ doesn't have a good frontliner unit.
Yeah, and you definitely feel that as well. I think Sofa's probably the best thing that it's got. So that's probably about it. You know, that imported armor, the extra upgrade that gives the 2 armor, melee, and ranged. I think that's quite good. But, I mean, we should be finding out the civilizations for you guys soon. Anytime Marine Lord goes for a drink, that's typically when the drafting is finished. And look at that, you've got the tissue on the mouse as well. He's that sweaty.
Yeah, I've seen this at several events before. My favorite one is when you do 1v1s. You used to do them Dirt 2, and there's a famous Chinese player called Paparazzi, and he'd bring like 6 tissues for a 1v1 that's like 10 minutes long, and it's just the amount of sweat he's like wiping off. It can make the difference, you know? So I think we're just a few minutes away. The players want to get prepped appropriately. They could be parked in that seat a long time because you're best of sevens, like I said. I think the interesting part is how the game 3 and 4 especially going to play out, because I think that's where the limited options available makes you predictable for the rest of the series.
You're 100% on the money. You know, those first couple of games, it can be absolutely anything, but, you know, once you see the Delhi come out on Basin, once you see, you know, the Delhi come out on
Dry Arabia,
or I was going to say maybe on Cauldron, then you know it's not going to be on Dry Arabia, right? So you can start predicting, okay, well, if I know there's no Delhi on Dry Arabia, then that means that, you know, maybe I can bring out the Ottomans, something like that.
And I wonder if, like, once again, another thing I'm thinking for the Malians and why maybe something special was coming on Cauldron is Mr. knows he's going to get double banned against, like, with the English, right?
Yeah.
And actually, when you look at Cauldron, English are the best performing Civ. I think they have 2 wins, maybe 1 loss, but overall, they were the ones I rated to be kings of that map, even over the Delhi, because of the short bow villages that were able to control the central lake. So I think that's maybe part of the plan. Like, we're focused on the Malians. There's just so many other elements here. I'm also looking forward to seeing where we get the Ottomans come out, because I think the Ottomans, we've seen a lot more flexibility than we originally anticipated.
Yes.
Gorge, we finally saw a win with them there, right?
They look amazing, seriously. I get really excited when I see Ottomans. And that was a one-base play as well, up against the Mongols, one of the best one-base civs there are. Stepper it out, Uvu, so much extra resources, and the Ottomans don't care.
Exactly, and that's the cool thing, right? Like, I think I expected them to be good on Gorge, and then we came in, they got played twice there, and they lost twice. And like, maybe I'm just wrong about this entirely, but in fairness, one of those games was Recon versus Mr.
2TC.
With the Clown Car strat, and it's just like, that was completely out of left field and unexpected. So we didn't have the complete read. Outside of that map, like, Ottomans can come out in Cauldron. I'm a big believer that they work in Cauldron because, you know, if you're picking English, which obviously makes this time, but those type of civs, they take all that central fish and they don't push the end of the game. They go back and they boom up.
Right.
And that allows the Ottomans to reach the peak time around the 20 to 30 minute mark.
Yeah, we did see that in the Muslim versus Marine Lord game. Actually, the first game we got to witness was Cauldron, Ottomans on the Muslim side, and the English on Marine Lord side. And I genuinely think going back and watching that game, I suspect it's probably going to be studied. I know I'm going to go back and study it because it was just a thing of beauty. Marine Lord, you know, playing one of the most defensively capable civilizations, the English. They've got so many bonuses to help you defend. And on top of that, he's playing Age of Empires 4, which, you know, Age of Empires 4 has a massive defender's advantage. And still you've got the Ottoman player with a smaller economy overpowering the English defender.
It's the metas, right? The metas are the issue. You know, we saw it in the, I believe it was Kasva versus Lenok, maybe, if I remember correctly. It was on Golden Heights.
Right, yes.
And you had the English versus the Ottomans. And eventually, you know, Lenok came out ahead. He really outskilled in that one because I think you can see the power the meta is able to take control. And as long as you can keep like those longbow counts down, there's no way to snipe. And we're focusing a lot on the longbows here, even though there's no English, but it's that idea. How do I kill a meta? It's range units. You need to get enough of them.
Yeah. And it was interesting to see because we watched in, I think it was the first game previously where we got to see the Ottomans, a beautiful ring around the rosy strategy is if there's melee units trying to chase the Ottoman meta, it's so damn fast. It doesn't stop going. I think it's silly. 2.16 movement speed or something crazy like that.
You have a mobile Mongol outpost and a mobile English outpost.
Yeah.
That's the best way to think about it. It's insane. Nothing compares.
Yeah, it's a beautiful unit. Well, hopefully we get to see it out. Actually, probably won't see it in the first game here. My suspicions, the matchup. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
It's
Drum roll.
Rus, right?
It's HRE versus Rus.
Yeah. All right. Well, have they got their headsets on? I expect this to be a quick one.
Remind me, we were in Boulder Bay, right?
Yeah, Boulder Bay.
I mean, I actually
I'll see you at the 7-minute mark, KP.
Yeah, we'll be there. Like, there's something about Rus games on Boulder Bay and being 7 minutes and done, but I actually think HRE could work here.
How does he defend the timing attack that Mister's going to pull out? We know, we've seen it before. It's the classic 5 archer ships, the 2 demos to follow up on top of all of the docks.
I think your timing as the HRE is actually slightly better as long as you snipe enough deer out and stop the gold so he techs up slower. Because you've got that transition where you convert ships, sure, but the HRE still have a 40% buffer to their gathering rates. This should allow them to get more fishing boats out a little bit quicker and then recoup that into a slightly faster feudal timing.
Right, okay. Well, we'll have to see how it plays out, KP, because it is going to be an interesting matchup. As you know, I'm a big fan of the Rus on this map. I rate right now Mister's chances in this opening game probably about an 85% win rate. That's what I'm thinking. What do you reckon?
I think it's like 65-35, but you know what? Let's let the action speak for itself. We're finally there, guys. It's finally time. Grand finals of Wololo Legacy is upon us. Marine Lord versus Mister. Game 1.
Oh, what an absolutely beautiful set we are about to witness right now. Two of the world's best players going up against each other, fighting it out for a prize pool of $300,000. It's a
the
massive
lion's share, right? Is you double what you earn if you win this final. So no small feat. And first thing I'm looking at is the deer spawns and how easy it is for maybe Mister to snipe out his own and then take away from Marine Lord. Marine Lord's a little bit more stretched on where he has to go for the deer. But one benefit is he's going to spot them out very quickly because he's moving out for the dock right where they're located. So I'm not sure Mister's going to get the lion's share of the bounty here. If it was a different spawn, maybe he snatches some of the third deer stack.
Yeah, he's got another deer stack here over to the west, the Marine Lord. Let's have a look and see Mister. He's got a nice little spot up here as well. But I think judging by this, it looks to be pretty fair spawn so far.
Yes.
But one thing to note, again, is that we do have quite a small distance between these two docks. We'll have a look and see just how far it stretches. So keep in mind, this is going to be a big advantage. Yeah, actually, it's quite a bit bigger than what we're typically used to. You know, you think about that Lucifron game.
It baits you.
Yeah, it does, really, doesn't it? So I think maybe this is a bit more of an advantage to Marine Lord because it's a little bit longer for the Mister to get over here. You know, the demos are going to take longer.
Yes.
The attack ships are going to take longer. The transform's going to take longer.
And I think the key is if Marine Lord gets up to 3 docks, that whole demo strat gets more difficult.
Yep.
Because the idea is you build these archer ships, you delay the demos, you keep them back, and if your opponent has maybe 1 or 2 docks max, you're like, I know where the Springwheels are coming.
Exactly.
I'll kill them instantly. When it goes up to 3, it's almost like, you know, when you're in the park and the guy's like, follow the rock under the cups.
Yeah.
I don't know where we're going here.
Yeah, I feel like it's the same thing, kind of like whack-a-mole. Like you don't know where it's going to come up, so you just got to hit them all and hope for the best. But
and you know, the demo ships aren't exactly cheap, right? They're a heavy investment. If you hover on them, you see it's 160 resources.
That's a lot.
The most important part about that is the gold element. If you think about what's happening right now in the way that people play water, they're barely touching gold whatsoever.
Yeah, very true. All right, well, we continue moving forward. The fishing boats continue coming out. Now, keep in mind that the Rus fishing boats, there's only one of them out there, but they do have double the strength of those normal fishing boats. So don't be surprised when you see that there's a bit of a lack of fishing boats towards that north side.
And keep in mind, Marine Lord does have to still go on gold, or Mister, already up at 240. It's very cozy to go up. He will want to get some more gold in the bank when he wants to get those demo ships, but that's the beauty of the Golden Gate build.
Yeah.
Just trade wood for the gold, and you're good to go.
Yeah, it's a very, very simple thing. I mean, the landmark's just such an amazing landmark. So
it is. It's like, I think it got slightly relegated because the TC build's just not as good anymore, but it's still a very high-tier landmark, and also because he's got 240, he'll have enough to trade 1 ticket and build 2 demo ships.
All right, well, let's take a little look at Marine Lord's base on that south side and get an idea where he's going to be putting that Archon down. I guess he's probably going to go right here next to the lumber camp, do you think,
It's quite the beaut. I think, so far we haven't seen players take both wood lines, and I think you don't hear either. You probably just go wood, gold. Also just keeps you condensed a little bit further back, and it's not on the 40 base.
Yeah. It makes sense. He's actually got quite a nice little pocket back there at the big gold as well. Just above the smaller gold, we can see it right there. So
I think it's very greedy to drop it that deep, though, right?
No, I think he might go just right above the lumber camp. I feel like just to the right of the lumber camp. Yeah, right there. That's a beautiful spot. So that could be a way that he looks, but his age up is about to come through right now. We're right on board with him. As it does come down, it does a force.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
You're right. He does get it. I've seen plenty of players where I want them to do that, and especially when they're doing water maps, they're like, no, minimum walk time and the closest to my TC.
But look at Marine Lord, 8 villagers on the Archon Chapel. He's matching this, the speed, the haste of the Mister. He's being caught. He's got 7 villagers on the Golden Gate. At this rate, they're probably going to age up at the same time.
And this timing I'm talking about, and also the difference is Marine Lord set up a second dock far to the right. Yeah, so here it comes now. It's far enough away that if he sets another one up behind this, like that's that game of follow the rock. You can't easily just block out with 2 demo ships. If you have to invest in 3 demo ships, you need a second ticket of trade to do that as the Rus.
Yeah, and you can see how aggressive he is right here at the front with these fishing
These are
boats.
mine now.
Yeah, well, not only that, but those fishing boats right there, they're going to be mine shortly as well. But look at this, the age up time so early for both of these guys. It's going to be just shy of 4 minutes 50 for each of them. Not a bad little build order that we've got here, KP.
Yeah, like I'm waiting for Marine Lord to see if he goes into that 3rd dock, just because then it gives you garrison points with all these fishing boats, and it covers the delay in getting the springwheels. But straight away pumps the first springwheel out. Mister has got all these fishing boats here. Maybe you don't want to convert them all. Maybe you only want to convert 1 or 2. And instead, what do we talk about Mister all the time? Like, I'm going to do something that's going to force a reaction at you. So I think he just converted 1 of them. The other 2 are just going to be here fishing, and they're a looming threat to Marine Lord that he has to react to appropriately.
All right, well, let's see exactly how it plays out. We can see Marine Lord going for an archer ship as well as a Hulk, and now we've got a bunch of archer ships that have already morphed in for the Mr. There's the third one coming in. He's got another one in queue. He's going to move out. He spots the Hulk. Immediately needs to fall back away from that KP.
You got to respect it, right? Because so he needs to go up to 5 to 6 archer ships, and then you need the demo ships, because now the timing is a little bit skewed. You can see Marine Lord is going to the archer ship, and then in the next probably 20 seconds, he's going to be ready for the secondary Springald as well.
All right, well, we see that villager moving out towards enemy docks as well. Look at him covering it.
Oh, baby.
Got to be so careful right now. I think he needs to wait for the demo.
He can repair on the aggress, right? So he doesn't have to go back to his own docks to heal.
And you can see right there, where's the villager? You can see it's underneath. And this is where it gets so difficult to defend. And he's repairing up that front. The archer ship, look at it, he's barely taking any damage right now. And now the demo ship comes in, and Marine Lord's going to have to back away from the dock.
He's half HP. He has to pull the fishing boats to do this. And this is what I was waiting to see happen. We haven't really seen it so far, is bringing a villager around. On a map like this especially, it's such a short distance to go. Just great play there. Also, compared to the HRE, why we don't see them do it, any villager doing this, it's not one villager not doing it, it's 1.4 villagers not doing it because of the old inspiration.
Yeah, well, we can see he's somewhat looming up towards the north. Marine Lord looking to try and chase back that demo, but now on the south side, the demo ship, beautiful dodge coming out from the Mister. Lovely micro right there, and now demos from the north. It gets taken out. At the same time, we've got a second Hulk, but the second galley pops out. Beautiful micro right now from Marine Lord.
And now you need to kind of get out of dodge or get to the waterfront. But the problem now, he noticed it this time around. He snipes out the villager instead. He'll take a little bit of damage in the process, but once that villager is gone, you're one down. You don't have repairs away from home. Great micro away from Marine Lord just in time. Keeps the archer ships alive.
This is such a beautiful response from Marine Lord right here. The fact that he knew to put 8 villagers on the age up, forced that response out early from his opponent, meant that he was not overwhelmed by this attack, because any other player right there is caught with 4 archer ships and 2 demos in their base, and they got nothing. Nothing.
Now you fall into an awkward stance, right? I mean, we talked about this already, like Boulder Bay, you can see 5 out of 6 times they picked on Maurice. Every time before they've been losing the English, they just can't beat them. But now Marine Lord's saying, well, it's not just the English you have to worry about. How about the HRE? And you see him now up at 4 Springals. Mister's stuck at 6 archer ships. I'm not looking the way that this is going. This could easily just turn into a fast GG unless Mister now out micros Marine Lord.
Yeah, how does he switch this one up? Because you're 100% on the money. This is where it goes. So Marine Lord looking to try and push the hammer right now up against the board, but
he needs a boom ship out. He's building a second dock right now. His worst case scenario, he's going to start losing it all, and that is it. Boulder Bay, always so vicious. Marine Lord in the name, and he's Lord of the Marina here.
Absolute. I mean, beautiful defense right there from Marine Lord. I think coming into this, we knew that Mister has exposed his strategy somewhat throughout the games earlier, and as a result, Marine Lord's identified that and says, hey, we just got to make sure we get up quickly, and then we can deal with it.
And that's the thing, like, this looks quick, and some people will be like, oh, silly map. It's like, no, it's the elegance of these small differences in the early game. You know, you can say what you want about Naval, but Boulder Bay offers this visceral approach to it. And I'd say, in a lot of ways, I love this new Naval system compared to the old one, because you don't just wait until 40 archer ships to kind of end the game. It snowballs so quickly that the games can be over in 10 minutes, but they can still be enjoyable for the small micro differences that we see.
Yeah, and it was beautiful micro from Marine Lord. The way that he identified, there's a fire ship towards my north. And I think there was a bit of a mistake by Mister to leave it exposed, because right next to him there was that stealth. I say stealth forest. It's probably not a forest. It's probably more of a stealth kelp field?
Stealth water is what it's meant to be called. I call it the fog, right? But we got fog of war, so it's like it's the stealth fog. So interesting thing about that is that Marine Lord, and I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if intentional on this guy. When he pulls his fishing boats back from the front line, they're gathering that area, and you have to remember that fishing boats are like scouts now. So they can see a little bit into that fog, so it's even harder to use the fog area on water correctly.
We'd have to go back and double check, but I think it might have just been sitting right on the edge. So maybe Mister just going a little bit greedy with his rally points or something like that. And that cost him, because that set Marine Lord up with a great position. He knew exactly what the angle would be running with those demo ships, and as a consequence, he was able to take them both out. No damage done.
And I think in this short game, something to really highlight is this idea of health as a resource in your fights. What he'd done is he min-maxed the archer ships to the very end, right? You saw them moving away pretty much on fire, limping back, going, Papa, please save me. And just in time, the Springals then sweep in. It's just a good cover and fire maneuver that shows you why Marine Lord has always been seen as on top and remains so in his micro as he was known in the early days for.
All right, well, it looks like we've got map number 2 up in this best of 7. It's going to be Gorge.
Yeah.
So where do players go from here? Is there going to be an Ottoman pick, perhaps? Both players have got Ottomans available. Both players have got French available. Both players,
I think
Mongols available.
Maybe Marine Lord goes Ottomans, and then we'll see Mr. go for HRE. I don't think he has any other map that he necessarily like sees HRE as like the absolute required pick, because you haven't got like Mediterranean in there, right?
Yep.
So while HRE would be strong, the thing is like he could just want to hold HRE to make Marine Lord be hostage to this double Delhi pick he done.
Yep.
Because as we know, HRE crotch stomped the Delhi.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm very curious to see that, because I know that Marine Lord is aware of the counter to that strategy.
Right.
So obviously these guys have got their headsets on, so they can't hear what we're saying right now.
Maybe just go Mongols here if you're Mr. Like, it's a good map for it. We've seen how it can be very strong. Sure, you saw the HRE swing out, but HRE's gone for Marine Lord now. And I remember a few of the players back there. I can't remember if Marine Lord was amongst them, but a lot of them felt like in that French HRE matchup we saw earlier, that the French players should be able to close out the game. They were very conflicted back and forth, like, no, you're wrong. HRE now easily wins this. The other guy's like, no, French can end this game. So it's cool to think that even this deep in, there's still a lot that the players can't agree on.
Yes.
And sure, all of them been eliminated. You can make the argument maybe they didn't know best, but like even the players in have clashing ideas here.
But isn't that just such a credit to the developers, though, with regard to how well the balance is, that even the players at the top level can't decide on what the best thing is, or what the middle of the pack stuff is?
I think it's more like credit to the developers for sure, but it's more credit to the value in regular patches. You know,
right, yes.
I've been in games before in competitive scenes where we get the perfect patch. Everything's balanced, everyone's being picked.
Yeah.
And the devs just like they take this beautiful vase of perfection and they smash it. And it's like, why'd you do that? It's like, because people want fresh, they want innovative, they want to keep evolving. And well, looks like we're going to be evolving in terms of picks here, because this I wasn't entirely expecting, because I was expecting the Prairie to be the place we see the French.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so once again, Mr. confident with his Holy Roman Empire here on Gorge. And Marine Lord obviously playing the French. Now, we saw this matchup previously with Lucifron on this map.
Yeah.
And Lucifron got, well, there's no really easy way to say it. He got his butt whooped.
Yeah, he got a rear spanking for sure. And here's an interesting thought for you. Mr. in that situation had the HRE, right?
Yep.
It's the same thing possibly repeating. Maybe Marine Lord saw a weakness in that game.
Yes.
He saw something that maybe Lucifron could have done different that he's now going to do different.
Yeah, that could be it. By the same token, it could also be mind games. You know, Mongols available for both of the players here. Mongols considered quite a strong pick on this map, and you don't want to play Mongols into HRE. But I guess by the same token, do you really want to play Mongols or HRE into French? I think you probably do, at least for the Mr. But then, as you mentioned, then there's the next level that Marine Lord knows what to do, so he's happy to pick the French, because that way, whether you pick Mongols or whether you pick the HRE, I got you beat.
Yeah, I think to me, the way that Marine Lord played the French up against Beastie, like he's on another level with that right now. I think he's the best French player at this event, and he proved exactly why. So, you know, you just had that series, you come into this, maybe you're still feeling it.
Yeah.
And if you're still feeling it, if you're in the zone with the way that you micro and split up the map, all more power to you, my friend.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. All right, well, not long before we're going to be jumping into the game. Nice little helmet right there.
Should we make them wear them while they play?
I feel like it's probably an advantage for Marine Lord.
Like that would have been my like handicap. If someone goes 3-0 up really quick, just like, you know, you put them in a helmet.
Put them in the helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah, make them a little bit uncomfortable. It could work. It could work.
Like, I mean, especially for Marine Lord, he wears glasses, right? But it looks like it's time. We're finally ready.
Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 2 of your grand final. This is a best of 7. We've got 2 of the world's best players, Marine Lord and the Mr., going up against each other in an interesting matchup. When I say interesting, it's typically not considered the best for the HRE here.
No, it's one that we've seen already today, where it did look good for the HRE. Even though they were under pressure, they refused to break, which is why Mr. returns to the Holy Roman Empire. And Marine Lord is going to be role-playing as Mr.'s earlier opponent when Lucifron whipped out the French on Gorge.
Yeah, so I guess for anybody watching along at home and wondering what we're talking about, so the Mr. has played this matchup before. He played it in his semi-final, and he brought a beautiful strategy to the table. Now, we know that Marine Lord has gone away. He's watched that. He's done some analysis. But he's elected to have the same matchup today. Now, he obviously didn't know what Mr. was going to pick here, but could probably assume it's going to be the HRE coming out once again. What has he got cooked up for us?
I think, looking back at that game, one issue that maybe could be highlighted in the Lucifron Mr. series was maybe around how quickly you got the vision on your opponent, how quickly you were able to counter what he was trying to do. I think the difference here we might see from Marine Lord is not rushing that secondary TC as quickly as Lucifrom. I'm a very big believer that there's a certain point where you get away with it, but you need to make sure you've got dominant map control first, and you're forcing enough of a reaction out of your opponent that they're hard invested into defensive units instead of booming their own economy.
And I'm so glad that you identified that, because I agree 100%. I think it all comes down to town center timing. Now that the town center has been reduced with regard to its strength, obviously we've seen the cost of it increase. We've also seen the time that it takes to build. I think that players can't really just be defaulting to, oh, I'm making a knight, I'm making a second knight, oh, and there's my TC. It's got to be a little bit more thoughtful than that, and otherwise you will get punished. And that's exactly what we saw Mr. do in that last game. We saw him take over the early game, get the spearmen out, get the horsemen out, and look to take control of the map. Perhaps Marine Lord has learnt from that lesson.
And I think Marine Lord in this game has a lot of value in that southern corner. So maybe you eventually drop a TC there with the boar, the deer, goldwood. But we're talking, I think like this becomes incredibly valuable as a TC expansion, like 15, 20 minutes, right? Do it too early, you might be signing your own death warrant, because a civ like the HRE, we know Mr. likes to play prolonged feudals. He'll either block you and burn down the TC, or alternatively, he'll do what other HRE players do and say, okay, that's Castle Age for me.
Yeah. Well, we can already see that Marine Lord's going for a different strategy here. So not rushing up the Castle Age super fast. Just 4 villagers on it, but Ark and Chapel back here for the Mister. Let's give this one a rating. What do you reckon, KP? Out of 10, how much do you give this one?
I would give this like a 6.
I feel like it could be closer to the woodline, yeah?
Well, oh, sorry, are we rating it compared to all the ones we've seen, or just on this map?
No, right now.
I'd say like this is probably 8.
Yeah. Okay.
So the Arkin is the perfect distance to put farms here.
Oh,
next
true.
to the TC.
True. I guess the other thing to note is he can always push the deer in from the north. So keep in mind that those guys haven't been slaughtered just yet, so he can always look to push them in.
The deer just turn their head as they hear Drongo say that. Like, say, what now? We don't want to die. He's HRE. He just wants to build farms, right? He won't come out to us.
No, unfortunately not. And we do see an early wheelbarrow coming through as well from Marine Lord.
Interesting you brought that up, because what I wanted to lead into the idea why I don't think we'll see deer from Mister. He hates seeing wheelbarrow, right? He very rarely goes it unless he's got a clear reason. He's a very big believer. If I'm walking, I'm not working.
Yeah, yeah. That's interesting, because you're 100% on the money with, well, he's 100% on the money with that one, right? Like, if you're replacing your lumber camps, then technically you shouldn't need that walking distance. But even then, you can see it's a slight little difference. I feel I would love to know what the numbers are on the efficiency. And you know what? I'm sure he's done the math on it. I think we saw a 30-minute game out of him where he didn't get wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
Because, as you mentioned, if the villagers are walking, they're not working.
I'm sure there's a noob in the community, maybe Age of Noob, who could like help us out with that, maybe.
I think he probably could. Age of Noob. I'm sure you're listening. I'm sure you're watching Age of Noob. Let us know. There'll be a YouTube video posted probably in the next week or two. So
No, you haven't got a week. I expect a tweet at me in the next half an hour.
No, give us some real content. Let us know, how valuable is wheelbarrow really, and should we be skipping it? Because players are moving more and more towards that. But speaking of movement, take a look at that. Marine Lord
straight away
going to be going for a second TC once again immediately.
Yeah, he doesn't even hesitate. So this is an interesting approach. I've argued like you should be showing a lot of feudal aggression, but I think there was already a very early reaction by Mister to prep the spears. So Marine Lord is le shrug at this point. Like, do I build more knights and just be discounted and then have to go archery ranges and burn my wood fast? Or do I just skirt around the base, be annoying to Mister, and then try to extend myself to like a powerful timing around 20 minutes where maybe Mister gets Castle Age, but what resources will he have to work with?
Yeah, good question. All right, well, the knight coming through gets off some early damage. One thing to note, we see him get the charge and then just immediately evacuates. Doesn't go for the villager kill. He could have killed the villager there, but he didn't. He paces himself.
I'm a very big believer in cycle charging. Like, especially when you're going for this TC build, you can't afford additional nights. So this one has to last you, right? It's like I'm giving you a meal, you're really hungry, I'm like, but that's got to last you the week, all right? So make good of it, son, all right? Ration it out.
I think especially with that chivalry, right? The nerf to chivalry, it's not as strong as it used to be, so you can't just be throwing the knights out willy-nilly.
And this is another example, like I mentioned last game, this whole idea of HP as a resource. That's what he's looking at as, right? This HP pool of 190 has to last you. And every time you come near that TC, tickles away at maybe a 10th or a 15th, variably of your health. You're going to be forced to replace that knight. And that's 240 resources. That's a slower TC timing.
And well, if it isn't our favorite little boar.
Look at that.
Yes, Mister.
Bumba, please. He's like turn on towards him and
oh no. Villager number 1 going to be going down. Good night, sweet prince.
And move around the other side. I mean, this boar is even going to hang.
Oh, the wolf's getting it on it as well.
Everyone is against Marine Lord right now.
There's another wolf up there. Go, mister, go. Get everybody.
He's trying to get the boar again. He's like, where do you think you're going? I gave you an order. Go and kill these guys.
A wimboa, a wimboa, a wimboa, a wimboa.
No, we're stopping now? Okay.
Well, he's got a safe little spot up here for the villagers, so he should be okay. But.
Horseman's coming.
Hold on.
Look at the difference in timing. Old TCs would have been complete by now, Horseman's going to arrive, and you have to see Marine Lord have to get micro-intensive. The Knight is at least here as well, so he will win out, but it's the damage you're doing.
The Spearman coming up the rear as well, KP.
Boy. It's too late with Spears, though. Oh, it's tough, right? You have to run across the map. It's asking a lot of him, but where credit's due, like, he caused a delay. And maybe it's appropriate that he couldn't master the boars, but he could master the wolves. I have seen his banner after all.
Precisely. He calls upon the wolves, asks for assistance.
Maybe he should have brought sheep as well. Like, the sheep just body blocked the TC before he replaced.
Well, it does get up, but at what cost? I mean, he lost one villager, so not a huge loss there for Marine Lord. Wasn't even really idled that much, but I guess that exists now as a point on the map that Mr. is going to target. He's going to focus down.
Yeah.
And, you know, typically the response to 2 town centers, when you see your opponent go for 2 town centers, what do? You move your own villagers. Beautiful little villager kill. You move your villagers over to stone, and you go for that second town center. Not the Mr.
No, because what Mr. says is, okay, like, you're going to have more villagers, but now, like, because you've gone for this TC, I can very freely go into the farms and not feel pressured like I'm doing it too greedily. And this is a big deal, right? Because for any other civ, they're paying 75 wood.
Yeah.
They're getting okay gathering rates, it's nothing special, but you're inflating that by 40% as the HRE, and it also means you get to do what you love. You keep a condensed base. Your villagers aren't going out to no man's land where they're going to be sacrificed to wolves or boars or maybe knights.
Maybe Knights. That's the key right there, because we have seen Knights be notoriously difficult to deal with throughout this day. But another little raid now coming through for the Mr. Looking good on this bottom wood line. Going to force some idle time, and once again,
I love that
saving the health of the horsemen. Just wants to make sure they stay alive.
He probably could have dove in and, like, he gets 2 final stabs out and the villager dies, but he's treating this like it's a budget Knight. It's like, no, my job isn't to kill villagers. My job is to idle your economy.
Exactly. It just does a beautiful job there. And you know what? There's always going to be round 2 coming through.
Ding.
There we go. Horseman now moving around on that top side as well, looking to spot out those lower health villagers. Let's take a look and see how many. He's just got the one there that's on about half health. So Marine Lord definitely doing the right thing and keeping that Vil safe underneath the TC.
This is baiting Marine Lord a little. He's probably going to invest in more Knights. Yeah, you can see it now. And look what Mister's doing. This castle edge.
Yeah, wow, this is beautiful stuff. So where does he go from here? So I guess watching the difference between this game and the earlier game, Mr. focused a lot on the second age. So much so, I think we saw an age up probably about the 13, 14 minute mark. But here, it seems to be a very strong emphasis on just getting up as quickly as possible.
He could just go Knights and swarm Marine Lord. The alternative is a Burgrave build, because the reason behind that is if you don't think you can get map control, walking out because you've got Regnates and picking up these relics, like, Knights are going to tear you apart, right? So it comes down to whether he wants to gamba for the big goodies or he wants to all in. Because the cool thing about going Burgrave, you just go down the center and you say, relics are irrelevant to me, I'm just going to try to end the game fast.
Yeah, I like that. Let's see exactly what he pulls out here with another villager kill. That's going to be 3.
Oh, on that side.
Hold the phone that Knight once again.
Good reactions from Mister. He's just so on point right now. The Spearman ball is really annoying as well. 3 archers won't clean it up if he wants to hard commit to the chase, but you see he doesn't want to chase. He's like, I just want to stay here. And boom, like the HRE does. And it is going to be the Burgrave build.
All right, watch out, ladies and gentlemen. This starts to get a little bit interesting now. We've got the Burgrave coming down. So what unit composition do you think he goes here? Is it just going to be heavy men-at-arms again?
Bunch of men-at-arms, yeah. You can maybe add in a few spears to keep the Knights at bay. Like, it comes down to whether you think Marine Lord has enough Knights that you have to care. Good snipe out on the scout, so Mister is quite blind right now. But from his perspective, it's not about having vision. He has his clear target. He's locked onto the base, and the men-at-arms just want to run for it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think the other thing to note as well is Marine Lord yet to wall up at all. So it means these men-at-arms, they're going to be able to camp underneath those town centers. And that's really going to hurt him because they're meant to be producing villages. They're meant to be gathering resources. And if they dare do that,
and I'm looking forward to the blacksmith follow afterwards. I want to see these rams again, though. It's such a brilliant counter to the issue of the archers. In the meantime, look at these horsemen. Like, great bang for buck. They're in. Unfortunately for him this time, the woodworkers aren't in the area.
Do we see clown cars coming out today, do you think?
I think it's time for clown car strats, you know.
All right.
It is, as long as Marine Lord doesn't get too many Knights. If he gets too many, clown car strats is kind of a bait. Like, because you can cycle charge in,
but
hit the
look
back
at
round
this.
and leave.
Once again, hitting the gold mine.
Gets another.
at the same time in his own base, defending up against those units, having no issues whatsoever. And now the Burgrave's up. A couple of Knights going to be diving through the town center, but it's too late, KP.
Yeah, and the Spearmen, they move across, so they're kind of choosing, like, you know, do we save the arm or the leg here? They save both. Because now Marine Lord doesn't want any part of it. It's just too much arrow fire. We talked about this idea that he has to make every single one of them last. And what's brilliant is the way that Mr. saw the secondary TC and he shrugged at it. He hasn't reacted to it directly. He's got his own greed, something the HRE are always happy to do.
Exactly. Get up to that castle age, start securing relics, but most importantly, start making units. All right, well, Knight coming in through that gold mine, forces him off. He's got plenty of gold in the bank, so it's going to be units. Look at that, 5 men-at-arms queued up now for him. This is starting to get real serious.
What's tough as well for Marine Lord is, like, you know, because Mr. doesn't have wheelbarrow, if you could keep forcing villagers to idle, you'd be somewhat comfortable because they're inefficient.
Yep.
Mr.'s been optimal in minimizing the downtime of villagers consistently. He never runs all the way back to the TC. He just makes you think he's going to. And now Premium Knight's coming out. Marine Lord's hand is heavily discounted, and he doesn't necessarily have the eco power to keep controlling the mid-map and tech up.
Yeah.
He has to make a choice. He's either all in feudal or he's giving all the map over and trying to go castle, which you don't want to be doing as the French.
And that's exactly, I think if right now, if you give up the map, you're going to lose this game because it's just a matter of fact. The men-at-arms are too strong underneath the town center. There's no way that you're going to be able to defend against them. But we do see Marine Lord fortunately spending more resources on units at this point.
Yeah, and now you see Mr. also pumping a second prelate. So he says, okay, now this is the point where you're leaving my base and you're leaving this map and you might be leaving it with a loss. So I'm going to move out and start picking up relics. He's got one safe to the east side of his base. He knows Knights are either going to have to be part there or left side. So he can just make his choice. And he makes the wrong choice in this situation. He didn't know that Marine Lord was guarding. Perfect read by the Frenchman.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful job there because that's an expensive loss there.
Yes. It's 100 gold and you're missing a villager, right?
Precisely.
Yeah.
All right, well, the Knights continue running through. A couple of spearmen getting thrown out nice and quickly on the defense. And one of the great things about Burgrave is that you can just do that. The enemy comes in with some Knights. Hey, here's some spearmen ready to go.
And I love that Marine Lord isn't going back to his base to defend. Look, he goes for a two-pronged assault. He comes on both sides, onto the gold vein, across on that villager that's around the stone, moves straight into the wood line. He says, okay, you can cut me down, but I can cut you down faster.
And no wheelbarrow right here as well. This is the key thing to remember is because Mr. never goes for wheelbarrow in these games, his villagers are running slower, which means they're taking more hits from the Knights.
And Marine Lord has wheelbarrow, so he's happy to just run away. He can do it very quickly. And that movement speed differential is just massive in this situation. Just look at all the blue dead bodies. Mr. done such a great job for so long. But now that Marine Lord is up to 15 Knights, this is starting to spiral out of control in favor of M-Lord.
But we do see the men-at-arms making their way across the map, but the numbers here looking really good for the Marine Lord.
He has no upgrades. He has no heavy maces. He hasn't got the two-handeds. He's not doing more damage to these Knights. And Knights will easily beat out men-at-arms one-on-one, even two-on-one.
And keep in mind, this whole time, the second town center has been printing villagers out.
This is falling apart for Mr. quickly.
Yeah, it's really not looking good for him at the moment. Fortunately, takes out a Knight there, but even then, okay, all right, this is looking good. This is looking better.
I mean, like the idle economy on both sides. Just look at the difference in the size of the economy.
It's absolutely huge.
That's it.
Good game going to get caught. It's a quick 2-0 once again, opening up.
Wow.
This series, KP.
Marine Lord ain't waiting around. He's like, you know what, has he got an early flight or something? He wants to be out here fast.
That was very fast. Look, I mean, you play with fire, you're going to get burned. We knew coming into this that Holy Roman Empire, it's a hard matchup against the French, and I think we get to see the reason why today.
And that's the thing, you know, that series earlier, I think Mr. had a great read on what Lucifer was going to do. He held really well. A big difference that happened in that game was, one, the timings on the TC that Lucifer built, and also the fact that Mr. with that extra breathing room was able to get forward outposts with spring order placements that caused some nuisance. We didn't see that this time around. He had to naked rush castle almost as fast as possible, left him very exposed, beaten in the streets, and just a great read by Marine Lord. His timing was perfect. He didn't panic and rush. He waited until he had 2 groups of Knights. He didn't come back to base. He said, those men-at-arms are annoying, but they do less than half the damage of my Knights, and they move a lot slower.
Yeah. What was the difference between that game and the game that he played earlier against Lucifer? Is there anything that you can identify?
I think there was an element of scouting in that game, right? Because if I recall correctly, like he was out on resources that maybe didn't get seen. I think the bigger deal was actually, it was genuinely the outpost. Like Mr. moves in and he places an outpost on the French side of the map, and the Spring was like picking units as they run across and hurting them before they arrive. Then he had another outpost at the fort of his base, which also made it harder for Lucifer to fight into the base. This time around, you know, we saw the same level of greed, but we didn't see a reliance on static emplacements to get you through.
Yeah, that was exactly it. You know, I think in that first game, we did see a lot of spring on placements coming out. Obviously, not even enough time for that, but
it's so effective. And then you fortify them. And it's like, at that point, it's annoying because if your opponent fortifies and you're on the timer as the French, well, I have to build Rams.
Yeah.
What's the worst civ in the game to build Rams against? HRE.
Yeah, that's exactly it. All right. Well, coming into this, I mean, you've lost the first 2 games. Now you're thinking about picking the next map. What do you look for here? What's something that is Mr.'s strength that he can really play into? Because he's got no access to English.
No.
I mean, he's got the Mongols, so do you take something potentially like wetlands? Prairie, you think?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I actually said that before it came up. I'm very happy with myself, smile on my face. Because you mentioned it, he's got Mongols.
Yep.
Marine Law doesn't have French anymore.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to play it, right?
Yeah, so now it's a case of, does Marine Law pull out a Delhi here? Does he mirror Mongols?
So yeah, Prairie here. Okay, so he's also got... So I've seen players play the Abbasid, but yeah, maybe Mongol Mirror is the way to go for this?
I mean, do you really want to use Abbasids here when you could use them on, like, Basin?
Do you dare go Ottomans, potentially?
That's what I was wondering, but I'm feeling like Ottomans... If you want to keep an Ottomans and a Delhi to flex between, say, Cauldron and Dry Arabia, I mean, Dry Arabia especially, like, the Ottomans are looking phenomenal on that map. I think there's something like... They're 5 wins, 3 losses. Maybe it's not that high. It's pretty high, though.
I feel like, okay, it's highly likely that we see from Marine Lord right here a Delhi pick. He's got double Delhi, which means that obviously the chance is double to see that come out. But there are still good maps for the Delhi civilization. We've got Dry Arabia, we've got Basin. So there's plenty, Cauldron as well. All 3 maps are Delhi-favored maps.
And the longer that Mr. doesn't get a Delhi pick out of the way, the more his Abbasid pick is held hostage.
True.
Yeah. It's a bad matchup for the Abbasids on a lot of maps. You know, we did see some miraculous turnarounds like Casva versus Recon, where Recon played condensed, was able to beat the Delhi aggression. But historically, and still to this day, and if you ask most players, they'll say Delhi beat Abbasids.
All right. Well, it could be the new Ottoman civilization that's coming out, but I'm going to pull the trigger on Mongols. I think it's a safe bet here for Mr.
He could just pull out his French. Actually, I remember he's got French. Like, it's 6 wins.
Yep.
6 wins on 9 picks of the map. Like that's absurd. So he's got the French. It's going to be predictable though for Marine Lord. It's a question then: do you pick up the Delhi? Because I think, you know, although you've got less wood than Dry Arabia, it's that same. We saw that same kind of counter dynamic. It's like people eventually cracked French with Delhi on that map.
Right. Yeah, I think that actually might be the smart pick. Maybe Mr. just looks to the power of the French here.
I mean, we did see that already, right? Because I think that was BC versus Marine Lord. BC was on the Delhi, but maybe
you just
Marine
play it
Lord's...
out in H2, force your enemy to make lots of army, and eventually a mistake is going to happen. You've got the knights, they've got the villages.
Maybe M-Lord has a different idea with it, though, right? Like, I think also map generation is a big detail on that map. The generations really can be quite viciously different. I talked to a few players when they played it with like HRE or something else, and they said, yeah, that just wasn't a good spawn for doing this civ.
Yeah, it can be tough, right? Because, you don't always get the best spawn. And on some of these maps, especially with the more sparse resources like Prairie, where you've got plenty of gold, you've got plenty of stone, but wood is the key factor here, then it really limits the civilization picks.
Yeah.
People tend to favor those more aggressive picks just so you can take more of the map.
It makes it hard to kind of go longer in the timings. I think French have a really great timing very fast into the archers, but if you have to get stuck in that for a long term, that's where Prairie is an issue because you run out of the wood. So you can't keep that going. And if you think about it, like French, if they go too long, they're meant to move into the triangle. Well, that's Spearman as well. That's more wood. So map control is always important. The issue with Delhi versus French, if he does do it, it's going to feel a little bit like a throwaway sieve to get like French out of the way if you're worried about somewhere else. Because you are forfeiting map control initially. And instead, it's going to be Mongols versus Mongols.
Mongol mirror, all right.
Okay.
There we go. So keeping the French pick under wraps once again. No double Delhi coming out, but this is starting to get a little bit spicy.
This is really cool because Mr. is the only player to get a Mongol win on Prairie. It's been played 4 times. He's the only one with a dub. So that was the game against Sort of. He ran the Magadai. Against Rus.
Oh, that was a nice strat, actually.
That was the chef's kiss. It was amazing. And he played the flanks really well, got outpost set up. I think this is the right approach. Like, you could pick the French here. And I think like there's a world in which Mongols can kind of make it hard. And then you don't have that that ability to pick French on different maps made like Basin, where you can catch them being greedy. It just keeps your opponent guessing.
All right, well, we can see Marine Lord there taking a big, deep breath, realizing that, I mean, this is a pivotal moment right here. You know, you win this game, Match point. Match point. However, you lose this one, well, you're almost back to square one. Well, not quite. I mean, he's still got a pretty nice lead, but
it's not quite how the numbers work, but he's getting there. You know?
He's getting there. He's getting there.
He's 50% towards losing his lead.
That is a great way to think of it.
I hope he doesn't think about it like that. That's a pressure point way to think about it. The way you'll probably think about it, it was like Mongols was a really big concern. Mr. does some weird stuff with it. It's going to be off the table. But we're talking about it like it's already over and it's going to be a win for X player.
Oh, my Lord. All right, KP, I just had a thought, but we'll get into it because, ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 3 of your grand finals, a best of 7 right here. We got ourselves a Mongol mirror on Prairie.
And the nutty part, Prairie can have some funky spawns. And what is the matchup that has always been Spookatron central when it comes to what the spawns do? It's the Mongol mirror. Nothing can ever cripple you more. You can get big advantages on both sides. But, you're going to need us to point out who's where. Jorongo, of course, we've got Mr. in the blue on the south side. And who's that I see up to the north?
That's got to be Marine Lord also playing as the Mongols. Let's take a little look at their spawns, compare the pair, find out. So we've got on this south side here, Mr. Goldmine's nice and close. You can protect this one easily. He's not going to be too fussed. But that Uvu out over towards the east side is a little bit exposed. We'll check up over towards the north.
Marine Lord looks a lot better here. It's a forward Uvu, but it's close to your base. It's dangerous if you lose control, but otherwise, you're pretty content with this. Gold is a bit far away. I think Mr. got closer, but they're both going to have to use their drop-off point when it returns from its mission to find sheep around the map.
Yeah. It's one of those things, isn't it, where it's like, you go off on your little way, buddy, and we'll meet again at the 5-minute mark. Yeah. But the one question I want to throw out to you, do we dare see trade today?
There's a few builds that are interesting with it. Silver Tree, of course.
Yeah.
If you go into it in this kind of situation, it can be seen as dangerous because that's a very big difference in the mirror. But the cool thing is whenever you go trade, you force your opponent to react to trade.
Yep.
So they have to do something. And the cool thing that you can do is you can go, say, just 2 traders, and you force the reaction, but you get something in return. If either player's going to do it here, I expect it to be Mr. Because he's that type of player that wants to force you to overreact. So we could actually see it coming out. One thing to highlight, by the way, they did both go for a second scout, right? You start with Khan, you get scout as well. Just shows you the value, because the important difference in this matchup is going to be who can't get pocket ecos and has to start building pastures.
Yeah, and keep in mind, pastures obviously cost wood.
Yeah.
There's a very small amount of wood on this map. And
let's have a look at one of those wood lines. And let's just quickly count the trees, right? There's not many here.
Yeah.
It's pretty small. It's like, what, 15?
Yeah, 18, something like that.
Look at him, the map. He's like, don't put me on the clock, guys. Do the best I can.
It's not a lot.
It's not pitiful, right? So
imagine this all over the map. This is all it is. There's no big ones.
And every one of these trees is a pasture.
Yeah, great way to think about it, right? So, all the more incentive for you to start trading. So we may potentially see a silver tree out here. I think if you're going to go for a silver tree, it's one of those things. I mean, Recon's just so good at it, right? We saw Recon pull it out against the Mr. So if there's anyone who's going to be familiar here with it, it's the Mr.
Yeah.
He can play heads up against Marine Lord, but you're playing against I guess we'd probably say at this point in time, the best player in the world.
Marine Lord is very clean.
Yes.
Right? I've talked to this guy, and he said that he's always been a believer. Why you love French so much, you get like a 4-5% advantage, and he thinks he can snowball that into a game win eventually. And that's an interesting thing that just got brought up. Like, this is new territory for Marine Lord. He usually prioritizes wetlands. I think almost all the picks for wetlands in this tournament so far have been his, and it means he's not getting onto prairie. This is the first time he's playing prairie. Like, today is the first time. I think he was playing against BC as well, right? But before that, the other days, didn't touch it at all.
All right. Well, it is going to be deer stones for him, so I suspect it's probably just going to be a nice early reaction that we see here out of Mr. He's got 6 villagers on the deer stone, so obviously with his Uvu so far away under pressure, it's highly likely this is going to be going down. But it's going to force that response, that archer play. So maybe does he look to play it a little bit longer in feudal here?
I get this weird feeling Mr.'s going to try for. I don't want to say Magadai, but. Nah, he shouldn't do Magnet. It should just be archers, right, to open up. But it's that type of feeling where you kind of want to do it. It does mean that Marine Lord gets to see the tech up. Does he choose to go for that silver tree you talked about? I don't expect that. I think it's just going to be a deer stone. But great value here, right? When you talk about most of these matchups, that costs you 150 wood.
Yep.
Oh, well, that cost you 150 wood, and I got paid in food and gold as well. Extra 50 for me.
And you've also lost the trickle now from the Uvu until you replace it.
And your opponent still has the trickle.
So it affects your timings. It affects, okay, sure, you age up and normally you make 2 lances. Well, guess what? You don't have that wood, and now you also can't make another stable as well because you spent that wood on the Uvu. There's just so many consequences to losing this early Uvu.
And this is the crippling detail, Mister's choice, is that, you know, you're forfeiting it in a layout where you can't protect your Uvu. That's an incredibly dangerous thing to do in a Mongol mirror.
Yeah, we can see right there was a closer stone to the start, but obviously it didn't scout in that direction. So
I'm wondering if he thought it wasn't going to get seen, right? If he could like get away with it, and that maybe it's like only one Khan coming out, then no scout from Marine Lord, so he doesn't ever spot it.
Yeah, an interesting decision to avoid going into that, but for the moment we move forward. The Deer Stone's also coming through from Marine Lord, so not going to be seeing any trade, or at least any trade landmarks today. Doesn't mean that we won't see any trade, but double Deer Stones here. So at this point in time, you definitely have to give the advantage over to Marine Lord. But I think the question is, does Mr. look to play this out in feudal? Maybe think about a second town center, maybe just think about a lot of aggression.
I think he wants to get map control and be very aggressive, and that's why you're seeing him prioritize wheelbarrow already. This is usually a sure sign that you're going to try to play pocket ecos fast, and because he's one step ahead into the archers, he can do that. The problem he's going to have here is the insta reaction. It's going to just be archers coming out from Marine Lord. He could have opted to go into horsemen. It's a little bit more pricey though, and I think what he understands is that slight lead he got there, if they now just mirror each other and spam archers, it's a micro-intensive thing, but both of you are going to run out of wood around the same time.
Yeah, not only that, but you're going to be behind as well, considering your enemies had the Uvu pumping out this whole time, whereas you haven't.
And he also just has spears to throw away, right? And you know how it is. Like you've got archers, you see spears coming in, like, I'm going to kill them.
Yeah.
But while you're shooting them, archers are shooting you.
Yeah. All right, well, we did see a blacksmith going down towards the north side of the map as well, so indicative of Marine Lord's intention to really battle it out in the feudal age. So expect this one to go quite long in the second age.
Interesting, and looks like Mr. He can get the double production going, right? Like he kind of hoarded a similar amount of stone because of the spearman investment initially out of Marine Lord. But it's kind of interesting to see how they're neck and neck once again because of how long it took him to re-establish that Uvu.
Yeah, that's a really good point. All right, well, we've got wheelbarrows coming in for both of these players here. So Mr. rarely goes for wheelbarrow, but we do see him picking it up today. Also going to be picking up horticulture.
Yeah, I also love this detail from Marine Lord. Notice that he's prioritizing undermesh because he thinks, logically, the way this is played out, I should be behind an archer mass. I also have spears. It's going to make them last a little bit longer, so he's just playing defense. It almost looks like he's like, ha, cowards, you don't want to win the fight, you just want to survive the fight. But it makes sense because of the spearman.
Yeah, interesting detail. All right, well, the wheelbarrow comes through. The upgrades make their way in as well. Surely, we're seeing a double broad axe come in from the Mister as well. So
hello.
This, yeah, I mean, the more and more I see this, the more and more it's giving me signs that we're going to see second age.
I want to run out of all my limited wood faster.
Yes, well, that's exactly it. But fortunately, I have a Gur that means I can just keep moving to new wood lines, right?
Yeah, I think what he's looking for is to see if Marine Lord is all in on the same production, and if he's not, Mister's going to try to get wood together for a TC drop. And then get more food off the back of that.
When you say TC drop, are you talking about?
No, I'm not saying rush into his base. I'm saying secure mid-map resources. He could even think, if you look to the right of his base, he's got a boar down there with a deer as well. It's like a great place to shuffle out a TC for Mister.
Do we dare see a TC drop actually happen, though? Because obviously you can't drop the first one, but you can drop the second one. No, really. I've seen it. It's actually still really good.
I don't think it's good on this map, though.
Oh, it's a long way away. So
you can't hide it at all. You can't hide your intent, right?
Yeah.
And that's a very big part that breaks the deal. You want it so bad, though, I can tell.
I really do. I really want this. But the archer mass continues building up. Both players still with archers in the queue at the moment. Upgrades now starting to come through. Keep in mind, the key difference here, as that sheep does go down, because these players are monsters, is that Mister's got those eco upgrades working for him. And at the moment, it might not be a big difference. But 29 vills now, it's starting to add up.
It's going to add up a lot more. It is a secondary TC. Just look at his wood right now. So the Mister, by the time he clears the wood line, he's going to have enough to drop the TC. That'll allow him to secure a second wood line somewhere else. I'm still wondering where he wants to drop it, if he wants to prioritize food. Like, I'm looking to the right of that base. That boar is far away, but it looks so tasty.
What's going on here? Because he's actually got 800, and you do need 900 for that one. So
is he on straggler tree? No.
He's looking to castle age here. This is...
Wait.
I'm seeing so many signs from Mister right now, and
there's no way he's like baiting him, because like Marine Lord sees this, he sees the wood's been raised, and Marine Lord's like, oh, he's going second TC. but then you go cut. Like, is this because Marine? If any player in this tournament would do that, it's Mister, right?
Right. But what's the benefit here? Because he doesn't have stables on the Uvu, so he's not going to get double production lances.
Did he slip, maybe? Oh, he's going to have to take a fight. He does at least have the attack speed arrow. He's going to trigger first, but probably going to have to back up from this fight, considering Marinelord does have mass on his side, at least if he has all the troops. But it looks like Emlord may have jumped the gun. Yeah, he's still got archers running across the map.
Keep in mind, Marinelord's got +1 range attack and +1 ranged armor, whereas Mister's only running +1 ranged armor at the moment. So it means that the trade does come out in favor for Marinelord.
Yeah, I think Marinelord, what he's trying to do there, like he's willing to trade the armies even so he can slowly torch down this Uvu, and then he can just outproduce. An interesting choice. He went for the maneuver arrow instead of the attack speed.
Yeah, look at him dive in, but keep in mind that YAM network's going to keep those units nice and safe underneath the town center. He's not going to be able to push that issue too much, but behind this, Mister is working towards the age up.
He is, and maybe like there was never a planned TC, maybe it was a reaction thing. Maybe he just hoarded it so he can go for the transition into stables, because we have to remember so far Mister has only built an archery range, so he does need to prep a lot of wood to flip into a new unit when he techs up.
Both players now aging up at almost the exact same time right there, both with 9 villages as well. Must be something about this number, KP, because they're, what's calling them?
Yeah, it just feels optimal at this stage, like they are really neck and neck, and I mean, it's a game of small differences in mirrored matchups. I slightly favor Marinelord's position because he just took out another Uvu. So in total, Mister has spent an extra 300 wood.
Yep.
And he's paid Marinelord an extra 100 resources.
You're exactly on the money. All right, well, at this point in time, Marinelord, what angle does he look to play at? If we take a look at his base, what kind of production do we have coming back in on the Uvu? So it's going to be a stable, so Lancers.
Yep.
And he's obviously got the range as well as the rack. So
he found another Uvu.
How does he keep finding these Uvus? He's just bouncing between Uvus at this point.
He's on Uber Watch. It's kind of rough, right? Because you
Isn't that a game?
not one we're checking out, my friend. Our shooting comes in the form of archers.
All right. Well,
mass.
The step right out now coming up for Marinelord as well. So both players reaching that third age, and look at Mister looking to try and take a bit of an early fight here.
Oh, defense arrow.
Yeah, interesting decision from him, but Town Center also going to be helping out a little bit. The first of the Men-at-Arms making his way out onto the battlefield as well. Watch out, Marinelord. These Men-at-Arms, they don't mess around, but you can see Marinelord ignoring that Men-at-Arms. I say that until he gets shot in the face with a whole bunch of arrows.
He ignored the villager that he body blocked. I actually thought he'd just take that kill, because it's just a freebie right now.
Right.
But he's a little bit paranoid. I mean, Marinelord is in a much better position at this stage. He could have just kept diving in, sniped a few villagers, idled out eco at the beginning of the tech up. Would have frustrated Mister, and behind it, you would have been free to do whatever you want on your side of the map, because that's the difference here. You know, this is a map of being the tempo aggressor, and so far Mister has shown zero signs of being the aggressor.
Yeah, he definitely has, and I mean, from the get-go, right? Marinelord's been in his base, in his face, and it's been tough for the Mister. He spent so many resources on these Uvus, and we now see him putting down another Uvu. Was it another Uvu down towards that west side? I have to double check and see. Yeah, it is another Uvu.
We're just going back and forth.
He spent 600 wood on Uvu this game.
He has, on a map that has limited wood.
That is excessive. That is Uvu the top.
Oh,
Sorry, I had to. I'm a father now, you know, I'm allowed to. It's permitted.
That was slightly Uvu kill.
All right, well, the Men-at-Arms numbers are beginning to build here, but for anybody wondering, how does Mister get back into this game? The way I see it, it's got to be through the Lancers. It's got to be through the control of the Lancers and finding villager kills, moving out across the map and trying to take them down.
Yeah, I just need to see some sort of cavalry making moves for Mister. Yeah, maybe punish the fact that Marinelord is greedy, hasn't protected his economy at home. But the crazy part is, if you look back at Marinelord's base, I think he had a few outposts, right? So he's not vulnerable either. He's kind of a step ahead. He understands that when you're in a Mongol matchup like this, there are going to be heavy cavalry units that bleed into your economy.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. But we do see upgrades coming through on both sides, both players going for veteran archers, so both of them recognizing the meta. We also see improved siege engineering also coming through from Marinelord. So that is indicative of his direction. So we may potentially start to see villages moving out across the map and a trench start to get built here with some outposts.
It's tough to move across the mid-map right now, though, because those lancers on the flank you just saw. So any attempt's going to be intercepted. It's going to be a slow process. I actually prefer this out of Marinelord. He's going for the relics. When you get map control as the Mongols, this is the next natural step you take. And Mister, unfortunately for Mister fans, he's looking on the wrong side of the map. Marinelord's shamans went right.
Yeah, well, down to the south, it looks like we might have a little bit of a raid. We'll dive on down towards that position. Indeed, it looks like the knight going to get cleaned up. I think he gets a villager for his hard work.
We're back here again.
Oh, no, don't do it. Not to him again. He's
only
made
2 spears,
4
right?
Uvus this game.
Well, now he gets, let's look at the bright side, now he gets to make 5.
I don't think that's how it works. But once again, Marine Lord just on the ball right here, just cleaning up, making sure that these, I mean, he's just looking so incredible. How do you deal with this, KP?
I think you just need to force Marine Lord to come back, but it's so difficult. I think something we saw in the previous series, and even in this series, like Marine Lord is relentless. He sees you go in his base, like, you know, the opening game, French Knights going in, Men-at-Arms going in his own base. He says, I'm not coming back. You need to come back.
Yeah. All right, well, that's an unfortunate position because
that's how you do it.
Yeah, that is a giveaway. Don't. Okay, good. He doesn't.
The crossbows are coming around the backside though, and Marine Lord doesn't react straight away.
Does he get to have? He didn't convert the wolf there. Didn't work.
No, it doesn't work like that because he's convincing people to join his side.
And the wolf is not people.
Yeah, like you need collars.
The wolf is immune to the word of the Lord.
Yeah, you need like trank darts and collars, and then you need to teach them tricks.
Well, we can talk more about that on our day off, KP, but let's get back to the action.
Or the collars.
All right, well, the numbers here not looking terrible for the Mister at this point. He's down 2 vills, but this night it's sneaky. Spots out the second TC.
Army's guarding though. Mister's camping. Like he knows he's playing greedy, and in fairness to him, he's doing the appropriate thing. He's not saying, oh, I can be positioned outside your base.
Yeah.
Because imagine that your army isn't here and one Lancer does that. Like one Lancer goes in, half those villagers die.
Yeah, yeah. All right, well, double outpost. And I just realized the sacred sites. Take a look at this right here. We've got double sacred sites on top of each other. And it spawned quite close to Marine Lord's base as well. So
maybe they should have picked Delhi on this. And then...
Could you imagine a Delhi pick right here?
Good God.
This is a Delhi player's wet dream. That is insane.
Yeah. They're like, holy crap, they put Lipany back in rotation.
That is crazy. All right, well, I mean, at this point in time, Mister is trying his best to hold on, but it feels like the lead is falling away from the second town town center is coming down as well for Marine Lord, and we see that the relic count jumps up to 3. Mister's going to pick up 1 here, but that's going to be 4 against 1.
That's the thing. Like, he went relics first. I always prefer the relic first in the TC build, unless you're trying to end the game by like 20 minutes, maybe.
Agreed.
And this is the other cool thing. This TC, this outpost, like, it secures the bore area. I think the difference is in what you're getting from these TC extensions. If you look at Misters, you secure new woods and you get a tiny patch of deer, right? Like, that's it. Imagine if those boars on the right side were a little bit closer. He could have went for that value, but it's too much open terrain.
So where does Mister go to win this? Because at the moment, obviously, his enemy is scaling as well as he has.
Yes.
He's also got a relic disadvantage, a 3 relic disadvantage, which is big. And it soon looks like he's going to be on 2 sacred side disadvantage as well.
I think he needs to get out on the map somehow. Like, the problem you have right now is the longer you stay at home, naturally, the more you're going to lose. Those sacred side positions now favor Marine Lord because the way he built his base. He's already got more relics. You know, you haven't really done any eco damage to him. He's done some to you. And now that you're mirroring 2 TCs on 2 TCs, the relics plus sacred sides are a phenomenal difference here.
Well, I definitely don't count Mister out at this point. There's always a Mangonel shot that could go wide. And speaking of Mangonels, we've got one coming up right now. Marine Lord looking to drop one down. This first of the sacred sites gets taken as well. And this...
Marine Lord doesn't necessarily have many things to defend against Lancers, and he's building siege. So if Mister just gets a few more Lancers, he could punish this.
Yeah, that's a good call. I think typically we see Mongol players look to avoid going for Lancers. Maybe it's a bit more of like, you know, the men-at-arm crossbow thing. Do you think that that's probably going to be the way that he moves?
I think right now, Marine Lord is heavily countered by siege. But he's also kind of heavily countered by Lancers, no? And either of those are a big investment for Mister to make, especially if he's being pushed off his lines like this. You can just see the move in now. Like, the Uvis just once again going to be pulled away. Backside Lancers do at least stab in, but there is just a creeping concern that Mister continues to give too much of this map over, and it's not his fault at this stage. Like, this is a ramification of the early game where you don't get to say, let's have a 50-50 map spread.
Well, you mentioned ramification, but what about trebufication? Because the trebuchets are now starting to come down. Sacred Victory is approaching, and Marine Lord, he's looking solid right now in this third game. Keep in mind, this is a best of 7, but managing to take away this victory right here is really going to put the Mister on the back foot. But just remember, for all the Mister fans out there, he has done it many a time before. He's made it in. He's done the reverse sweep.
He has, but Marine Lord has definitely turned the screws on him, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's squeaky bum time feeling because the right side, sacred side's not easy to decap. The left one, Marine Lord has done a brilliant job. He's just sitting outside it. He's in range to respond, and unfortunately for Mr., due to the way he's spread his base, it means that Marine Lord gets this perfect position between still attacking you and defending a win condition.
Yeah, it's really good. Marine Lord now triple upgrade at the same time. I like this. Horticulture, mining upgrade, as well as double broad axe. But look at this, a little bit of a preemptive attack before the mangonels come through. Crossbow numbers pretty solid here, and look at this, Mister's got pretty decent numbers.
Good
All
round.
the mangoes have gone down.
The Treb is also going to go down alongside it. I mean, you're going to lose your back line. This is a heavy loss for Marine Lord. This is the greed I was worried about. So much siege, and yet so little to defend it. Great timing by Mister. This will eliminate the Sacred Site win condition, and now he gets to be the dictator in the mid-map.
This is absolutely beautiful timing by him here. And at the same time, we see the Shaman come out, the Trebuchet. With the Trebuchet going down, that's going to delay any potential attack. The Sacred Victory is long gone. And look, he's done the Shamans. He's got 9 Shamans. I was sleeping on the Shamans. Typically, I'm sleeping on the sofa, but today we sleep on the Shamans, and look how many there are. There's 9 of them out. Do we have herbal medicine for these bad boys?
Soon, TM, maybe?
There we go. Yes, we do.
It's already there.
And he's double producing. Look at this.
He's going close to 20. He usually likes about 16 to 18 is usually the good threshold. And the problem now for Marine Lord, he needs to react to this army, not with range units. He needs a front line, and that front line won't be able to access the Shamans at all. Counters actually going down from Marine Lord, and quickly, in the blink of the eyes, we were waiting for the moment that Mister takes control of the game. This is the way.
He's looking like he's getting back in it. The Khan does go down, so watch out. But at the same time, he continues pushing through. There are villagers standing by, ready to be taken out.
Lordy.
If Mister is able to take this out, and look at the amount of units that are here. He's going to start working through on those villagers. He can almost ignore just the units, and he starts working on those villagers now. At the same time, we see a Springald coming down on the backside, just in case any mangonels get any ideas. But it looks like a Knight going to be running in onto the backside.
Oh my god, the Springald is at least going to be sniped out, so that's a fortunate turn of events from Marine Lord, but still, the only advantage he has is the Yam, and that's why it's a little bit finicky. You see the way Mister's moving in, attacking him, but trying to heal. He's somewhat off with optimal healing, but this is just good micro by Marine Lord to force that out. But at the same time, you're still forced to idle a lot of your economy. Just look at it, 21 villages not working for Marine Lord.
Yeah, Mister only behind by about 4 villages at the moment. Keep in mind the relic count, still the big difference here, but he is going to have to fall back away from the base of Marine Lord.
He didn't decap the Sacred Site either, so that's still ticking. He needs to keep this pressure up so he can get out and do that right now. So if he ever bows down and goes back to his base and Marine Lord rebooms army, he's going to get back in position to block any decap on these Sacred Sites.
Yeah, and you can see the Yam network helping out right now, but it looks like he's beginning to mix in a couple of spears here on the front line.
Yeah, I think you just want cheap crap right now. You need to essentially fick out the front line of your Shamans, because we've seen he likes to use the Shamans to just tank everything.
Yep.
And rely heavily on ranged. That's dangerous in itself. Like, if you can't get through quick enough, mangoes can break you. And wow, I think we are going to see mangoes. Marine Lord still has a lot of wood and gold. He's going back to it again.
That is a huge amount of resources stacked up. Marine Lord was just sitting on about 4K resources floated, but I'm sure it's all part of the plan, ladies and gentlemen. Do not worry. This guy is a professional.
It's a good reaction, actually, the way Marine Lord's playing this. He's also prepping Springalds, because now Mister's inclined to go into Trebuchets. Like, he rushes out so quick. He had a good comp. He had good siege. He got in the base. The only thing missing when Mister went in was siege to clear up the buildings. So Marine Lord is insulating himself against that threat if the same thing happens again.
All right, well, let's see if Mister moves over onto that right side of the map. He's going to neutralize this Sacred Site, capture it for himself. But is he going to be able to take these two out here? Because keep in mind, while the victory condition's not ringing for him, at least the gold is still coming in from Marine Lord.
Yeah, you can't hear the ring of the bell, but what you can hear is the chinkling of a change into the pot, right? The donations are being made, and 2 Sacred Sites always at his disposal, 4 relics banked. Like, this is glorious gold income from Marine Lord, and that'll become important. Like, we've seen how quickly all this gold can be exhausted on a map like Prairie.
Mister actually failing to leave a Shaman on the Sacred Site as well. Got to be careful with that one.
We just got juiced up. Herbal medicine improved has come through for Mister, so
it's improved.
Yeah.
Oh my lord. What's the actual difference between the improved one and the normal one?
I'm trying to remember, because like
it's got more protein or something.
It. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, you don't just get like some herbs rubbed on the wound, you get it kissed better by mummy.
Well, that actually sounds like it works. All right, well, it's a swing and a miss. Oh no, he hits the outpost. It's going to be a 2 right there.
Like, this is awkward. You're setting up a front line where your TC is. The only upside is this is not your typical Mongol game where I have like 20 pastures and all my sheep are in one location.
Yeah, I think you can always move the TC back as well, if worse comes to worse, but the Springald moves out, doing a little bit of trading on the front line.
Good exchange. Trebs are working on this. Remember, they got an extra tar range, so it's much more difficult to just sneak Springalds in range and take them out.
All right, well, there they come now. trying his best to posture for position, but the Archer numbers here looking pretty decent for Marine Lord.
Yeah, Mr. needs to be careful because of that. These Shaman die fast. They're not scholars. They don't have the extra health.
Yeah, yeah. Look how much damage those archers do. They're trading out quite well against these crossbows, but now hands go up into the air. And with that, the Knights move to the front line. Beautiful damage coming out, but at the same time, Shamans here for Marine Lord looking to hold on a little bit longer, trying to just buffer in on the front side. Springold's on the back, looking to try and take out the siege. They're successful, but now all of a sudden, Marine Lord's mass looking solid.
There's a Mangonel here, right? The Mangonel is just being kind of ignored. He can't get on top of it, so Marine Lord's going to start to push back against this. You need to get on it right now. You see the torches coming out from the villagers on the front line. Anything to just get rid of the siege. He needs to re-establish control of the back line because that's where Marine Lord is winning this fight. Mangonel is still butchering Mister's force.
You talked about frontline before when he was adding in Spearmen. Well, what about Shaman? Look at those bad boys. They were taking up for so long on the front line. Men-at-Arms now beginning to run through. It takes a fair bit of damage there from that Mangonel, but the Mangonel does go down. And with that, Marine Lord starting to struggle a little bit against this position.
He needed 2 Mangonels, but it's so difficult to get to that. If you get to 2 Mangos, you can kill these crossbows quick enough. But you mentioned the healing for the front line, healing for the back line. He's just sustaining through this. The only upside is Marine Lord once again has maneuverability with the Yam, but that doesn't matter. What are you going to use that Yam to do? Run away?
And we can see right now Marine Lord still trying his best to get out of there. He's got 31 archers, which isn't half bad. But down on that south side, once again, Mr. consolidates.
Patient reset. Now he moves out for mid-map resources because I said the gold back at home is going to start to exhaust. You can see Marine Lord is going to be limited in his time because he's actually gathering on the northern backside of his base. Eventually, he's going to be in this battlefield as well with his villagers. And at that stage, you can just see this eco swing in favor of Mister.
Yeah, he's doing a solid job here. Interestingly, using crossbows up against archers. Typically, we consider the archer the counter to the crossbow because it is much cheaper, trades relatively effectively with it. But obviously, when you get 20 healers and put them all together, well, it's a different kind of party, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, this is a eco party, a pocket eco party, because on both sides, they're now having to go out into the mid-map, go find resources. This is dangerous for Marine Lord. He's full-foot map control. Mister has about 2/3 of the map that he can spread out on and take these food resources and offset a pasture transition. That's the danger I'm worried about. If Marine Lord can't get out of his base soon, he's going to have to start building pastures.
All right, well, the one thing I'm concerned about for Marine Lord right now, he's only got 6 Shamans. And he's got 7 more in queue, but it's going to take a while for those bad boys to come out here. Compare that over to the Mister right now, who's sitting on 21 Shamans. How do you ever catch up to that healing difference?
It's difficult, right? Because right now you at least have Archer Ball, but your opponent could go into Mangonels and force your hand. I noticed a bigger issue there. Thank you to Mapu for pointing out the difference in pastures. I mentioned the transition. Mister's completed it. Checking Marine Lord's base, he's only now starting that transition. This is dangerous territory for him, especially now that Mister's knocking at his door.
Yeah, this could be big. But we do see those sacred sites still over on the right side. Keep in mind, he's still got that relic advantage, so the gold continues to trickle in. Speaking of gold, he's sitting on 2,900 gold at the moment, but that's a lot of siege right there. You mentioned before, 2 Mangonels could be the difference here. How does Mister respond? Mister needs to know, and look at his resources. He's only on 500 wood a minute. That's 2 Springwoods a minute if you're lucky.
He just needs Springwoods though. If he can get enough of them, he wins. But the Marine Lord, it's not just the Mangonels coming, it's the Springwoods en masse. This is spooky right now.
Well, he gets the read on the Mangoes. He sees them.
He does. But there's 5 Springwoods now. So your only answer if you're Mister is to mass Horsemen. And yeah, right away, he insta-clicks them in. Because you can't, if you're this far behind the siege race, it's like what you were saying with the priests.
Yeah.
You can't play catch-up. You need to flip the script and make it about something else.
Yeah, you're 100% on the money. Well, Horseman going to synergize quite well here. Keep in mind, he needs to try and focus down the Horseman with the archers so that the healing can't come through. Because once that healing comes through, as soon as the healers are like, oh, I got to heal you, it is just all over Red Rover. That thing goes straight up to the top.
Here's the spooky part, though. If Marine Lord gets up to that count of Shaman, similar to Mister, they become that pseudo frontline like body blocker to the Horseman raids, and they just stand there getting punched and they don't care. But instead, Marine Lord, he says, I don't need to go in when I can go up. He's going into Imperial Age.
This is a powerful economy that he's got right here. He's got about a 15 villager advantage over the Mister, so not too bad. But just keep in mind with that passive gold coming in as well, that's really the difference.
It's really spooky because I think Marine Lord is now, he's optimized that issue, the pastures I talked about. He can drop the wipe stupa, he can get better production rates out of them. He doesn't need as many of them. Like, this is something I was worried about, and I love that he's prepping for it instantly around it. It's going to put him ahead on the food levels of Mister. Mister's going to then have to knee-jerk react to get more wood. And we already talked about the issue that he's suffering and trying to catch up in all this siege. He's going to have to catch up in pastures, and even if he just goes Horsemen, these Horsemen do cost wood.
Now, interestingly for Mister, we do see 14 horsemen out on the field, but 16 in queue. He needs to try delaying this fight as long as possible, but his enemy's just aged up, and with that, we start to see the upgrades, but look at this. Greased axles, roller shutter triggers. 2 upgrades that are really important when you're fighting siege versus siege. And good luck running away from those horsemen with your greased axles.
I love that you bring that up, because that's the thing. Mister, you know, he maybe didn't expect the tech up, but he's already on the way to the correct answer. If he built 5 or 6 spring walls, I think he loses out.
Look at the horseman flank coming around on the west side. This is beautiful right now. He realizes, Marine Lord, I gotta get out of there.
But Marine Lord has so much ground to retreat across. He's set up these outposts as well, so he retreats quickly. And he sees you going on 2 flanks, he says, that's too greedy. He pushes you away from 1, and he keeps these forward outposts while the upgrades are ticking through. Mister, in his brain right now, all you can hear is tick-tock, 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 because although the Sacred Site time is no longer going, the opportunity to close the game is now that you're playing a whole age behind.
Yeah, that's exactly it. All right, well, the numbers are looking good for the Mister. He's up to 27 horsemen, but now the real upgrades are coming through for Marine Lord. Elite horsemen, elite archers, incendiary arrows, and look at the Mango Nail damage right there. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen, from the top rope, Marine Lord jumps and he slams down the Mister.
Yeah, and now the flank comes in. Horsemen wrap around the back. That's a lot of siege, but the body block is there. It should be good enough. He'll just stand on top of the archers, and now you can't move forward with your back line because the Mangonels will smash you into oblivion. He holds strong, and there's just no clear way in. This is just buying time for the inevitable. Marine Lord is almost done with all his upgrades, at which point Mister could be in trouble.
Mister not looking the best right now, but the Mangonels are going to go down. 2 out of 3 taken out, and now the push comes in. Mister looking strong all of a sudden.
He needs to keep going.
Elite archers on the defensive, but all of a sudden,
body block.
Beautiful surround right now with the horseman coming through. Stab, stab, stab. He's got 12 more in queue, running up the rear with the gear. KP, is he doing it right now?
He needs to try and body block them right now. He's just bringing a front line, so it means Marine Lord can always back away. He's getting reasonable exchanges, whereas you need to have enough horsemen to stop him retreating, because that Yam is kicking in again. Springles are going to survive this, so you can't even pivot immediately into siege. More Mangonels are being prepped by Marine Lord, and Mister is now knee-deep in Marine Lord, and that might backfire fast here. He's got limited troops. Mangonels come out, and they're going to smash deep. Good dodge. Just in time out, Mister.
Oh my lord, that was so close, those Mangonels. You got to be real careful with them. With 2 Mangonels especially, that's when it's really starting to hit home. But now, speaking of hitting home, incendiary upgrades, or incendiary arrows is in here for Marine Lord.
You can't win these fights. You just have to run.
You have to run.
And you're running, but they run faster. They've got the Yam. The Golden Glow is there. The Golden Horde is here.
Oh my lord. And take a look right now at the population difference between these 2 guys. Marine Lord maxed out at 200 out of 200. The Mister 140 out of 200.
It's happened again. Mister had to dedicate his whole army and dive into the base, and the moment he had to retreat, he got punished for it. You know, this isn't on him making a mistake. This is just Marine Lord patiently playing. He optimizes his base with all these outposts very early on, and he understands his timing so perfectly. It just feels like he's 1 step ahead. And
he's making a Cagignat Palace.
I mean, this is a last hurrah, because you can't wait in a white stupa. It takes too long to get full value.
What is that landmark? We're going to need some assistance right now from Mapu.
It's been so long.
All right. It spawns a cavalry army of horsemen, Mangonai, or lancers every 90 seconds.
And it's 5 of them, right?
I like that it says or. It's just random.
You don't know. Yeah, you don't get a choice.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, and it's Magadai.
You're like praying, it's like nice, 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 and it comes out Magadai. Honestly, like imagine if Mister survives that long and it comes out nice, he's like, well, I'm done.
Yeah.
But it's Lancers. That's the best option you could have got.
That's what you want. All right, I don't know how many it spawns. I don't know what their upgrades are, but
it's been a while. Like I can't remember if it was 5 or 8.
All right, we've got a couple of upgrades coming through for Mister as well. This one in the top right-hand corner at the moment. Which one is that?
That's the improved rating.
This one here, yeah, additional torches.
Oh, sorry, it's torture. Okay, yeah, you're
so
right.
It increases
torches.
the torch damage for cavalry, I think.
Interesting.
Oh, he's going for the snipe. Look at the villagers moving.
Yeah,
he's going for a snipe.
It's the only move he's got left, and he's got horsemen to support it. So, in fairness, Marine Lord has condensed a lot of his landmarks, but one of them is far out on the right. This could backfire. Other civs this works against, Mongols are finicky because they've got a step readout going around the map.
Yeah. All right, well, maybe he hasn't. Oh, but you can see him. Oh, the villagers moving out to the west. Okay, maybe it's not a snipe. Maybe it's something different.
No. It's too much of a gamble because you just don't know where the landmarks are. Check Mister's vision. He sees nothing.
Gosh, yeah. Oh, I see sacred sites. That's about it.
Yeah, I can see them glowing and counting down as the timer has started again. I don't like that.
How do you snipe Mongol landmarks? All right, that's an interesting conundrum. He's making a lot of horsemen here. Does he have the elite upgrade on these bad boys just yet? No. Still veteran, and elite upgrade actually coming through now. He's got +3 ranged armor though, so that's definitely a long ways towards it. And we do see the Cagignat Palace coming through.
He's got the step readout.
Or step it out. I mean, just let him sit down.
Luckily for Mister, it doesn't hurt him too much because he's not looking to get Lancers. He's looking to get Horsemen right now. Then again, I don't know if there's a misclick. He did queue up a Magadai. Maybe that's the card. Yeah, that's the card. It shows us one. We're going to have to work on that, but that is going to be an army of
I'm excited for the
feudal age.
Yeah.
Feudal age Magadai.
Give me the feudal age Magadai. That's what I'm excited about. Yeah, up to 90 seconds as well.
I feel like that's what just makes Carnot Palace feel even worse. It's just like you don't even get the elite unit out after winning that time.
The question for me right now is Mister's got 53 horsemen on the field. On the other side, Marine Lord, he's got just a handful of spearmen, 8 spearmen. So technically, that is an interesting position. I'm feeling a landmark sniper. I don't know why. I'm just.
Are you quicker though? Are you really quicker than Marine Lord right now?
Yeah, because you take your landmarks and you go into the corner.
Okay, but think about this. Marine Lord is prepping hand cannons at home. If you time this wrong, you're gonna. Like, it's Nobunaga's cavalry right now, right? You're just running your poor horses into guns.
Right. Well, it seems like he is running his poor horses into guns.
Okay, so we might get reported by PETA. If we cut out midway through this game, you know why?
You call it PETA, I call it Peter.
Peter, PETA. Peter's PETA, and it's ran by Peter, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, well, he begins heading in, and it looks like we've got torches coming out at the same time up towards the north. There it goes, ladies and gentlemen. We've got ourselves a landmark snipe situation. Running as fast as he can, but you can't catch him. He's the white Superman.
Exactly, and you can't get all your troops on top of him. So like, these choke points. It's not just that they're fast, it's the choke points. Like, how many horsemen can hit here? Look at the hand cannon it is. Like, this is not working.
All right, well, let's see if he's able to get the surround.
Oh my God,
villagers
the villager
coming through as well. Look at all of the villagers moving forward with the Yam. At the same time, we see villagers from the Mist are going to get pulled out. There's chaos all over this map right now, and he's spotted out all of the siege in the middle of the map.
Control-Shift-A and click everything in. You just have to right now. It's do or die. This is the moment. Now shot comes in, and that should be it. Mister doesn't have the damage to see this through.
Good game gets called. It's a 3-0 so far to Marine Lord. Game number 4, we're on match point, KP.
And he wastes no time at all getting into it. One attempt in the end by Mister, but the hardest Civ to do it against, ironically, is the Civ you're playing as.
Yeah. Look, I think we've learned our lesson. You can't landmark snipe a landmark sniper. That was absolutely, that's heartbreaking for the Mister. You know, you love to see those landmark snipes work.
Yeah.
He's made it work many a time before, but
it's one of those tough things. Like, it's an all-in. I can never see the way that it's truly going to work. I love the fact that he just didn't hesitate to commit everything in the end, and that's what made it exciting. But there's always that grim reality. The step readout is nowhere near this attempt, right? Like, say you do it against a Civ like the HRE. HRE is like, so let me check where the landmarks are all on one screen. Perfect. I'm just going to rush you. Mongols, like, that step readout is somewhere out in the gold veins. I can pack up my existing ones and roll them through. And
that was crazy. Did you see the speed that it escaped out of there?
They're so fast.
Like, those are Mongol horsemen. They've got the bonus from the card. You just, hello, bye.
Because that's the kind of cool thing at that stage in the game. Like, you naturally get the speed upgrade because you want your step readout to have less idle time moving from gold vein to gold vein. Same with the Gers, right? Because one of the cool things Mongols have over other civs, especially on this map, is they can move pocket resource to pocket resource. They don't have to invest more wood to get access to that because they just have the 100 cost, and then that'll do them for every resource they move to.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier for them. But, I mean, heading into game 4, KP, this is going to be tough right now for Mister. Now, for anybody who knows the history of the Mister, they will know that he is infamous for his comebacks. Do not count this guy out. You know, a lot of players would look at a 3-0 scoreline and think, well, I might as well throw in the towel right here because there's no chance I'm going to win. But not the Mister. As you mentioned earlier, through his qualification, he actually managed to pull off an upset.
He did. He was remarkable. I mean, I remember, like, you know, even for M4C, the way he qualified, that went all the way. He surprised a lot of people. Like, this guy always just throws a curveball at you, and you just have to react. He's always more comfortable when he's forcing you to react. I think a lot of the series so far, we've seen it the other way, though. Marine Lord is the one making him dance to his tune. Looking forward to the draft, I feel like there's a way in which you're stuck dancing to the tune because of those double deli picks.
Exactly.
Right? You used HRE at the start. You don't have the best counter. So you have to use an Ottomans. So here's what could happen. You know, you see Marine Lord pick like Dry Arabia and like maybe Basin. After that, he can use Delhi on both. You throw Ottomans away on one. He has Ottomans for later on. But you know what? Let's pause the thought. We're going to give the lads a little break before they hop into more of this intense action. So to help you fill the time, we've got a few people waiting on board on stage.
Yes, indeed. Thanks so much. Here, joined by Nilly on stage. And Nilly, we've been chatting about what we've seen. Obviously, the Mister backed right up into a corner here, but you were telling me something very interesting about his path to qualification that relates to the situation we're in right now.
Indeed, that's the case. He was down 3-0 there and came back 4-3. So he knows how it is to have his back against the wall and still perform on the highest level, on the biggest stage. That's how he got here.
I mean, he wouldn't be here today if he weren't able to pull it out in situations like that. But look, we've still got to recognize really difficult spot for him. What has he got to do from either a gameplay perspective or just sort of mental, psychological standpoint? What has he got to do to get back into this?
Mental-wise, obviously, it's pretty tricky, right? You have to take it one game at a time. Obviously, he should be confident in his play, right? He still has the crazy strategies, and Marinlord, he can shake if he's like down 1-2 games, and then Marinlord, yeah, can even lose the whole set. It's just important. Calm down, that's why he's taking some air, and then be back one win after another.
Now, we've seen a lot of, I guess, development, actually, this week. Opening the Age of Empires 4 part of this show, Nilly, you and I and the rest of the casters, we talked about like we didn't really know what was going on in some way. You know, we do our preparation, we do our research, try to figure out what's going on. KP went very, very deep. He prepared a Google Doc that he shared with all of us to like get us up to speed where things were. But there was still a lot of questions that we had about what the players were going to prepare and what they were going to do for this week. Is it what, like from your standpoint now, what have we learned?
Well, we have learned that preparation pays off, right? That's why everyone grinded so hard, right? There are so many different civilizations, so many different maps, and we have seen even the meta evolve here, right? At the start, the Archer build was a thing. Now Hulks are back on water again. So people have figured out so much, and we have learned how good Ottomans are, right? And how we can play those. We have learned that Men-at-Arms just became so much better as well, and that massive feudal age plays with Men-at-Arms dominated as well.
Particularly with the English, I think the English, you know, is it fair to say they were sort of middle of the pack kind of civ heading into this week? Double banned across so many matches today in the finals and semi-finals. Any other thoughts you have on any of the other civs? I think the French have risen in people's estimations as well.
Yeah, obviously the map pool just allows so much aggression, right? We had those maps where it's really tough to wall, like Prairie, where you have those tiny little things, and aggression just pays off so well. Extra town centers not that common anymore, and I love the state of the game because the games have been so aggressive, so wild, constant raids, and sitting back and full stonewalling. I don't remember a single game where I really felt bored.
No, we've seen a lot more aggression, a lot more action, a lot more proactivity than we anticipated. You know, it's kind of difficult from a production standpoint sometimes putting together the schedule for each day because we're like
7-minute games.
Exactly, we're like, oh well, it could be 40-minute games. And but look, it's been a pleasure, Nilly, and obviously you've worked really hard in both Age of Empires 2 and 4 to bring people the broadcast that you know, it's been so successful. My friends, I don't think there's a harder working person at this broadcast that's been on stream, on camera, than the bloke standing next to me. Let's hear it for Nilly, everyone. What an enormous effort he's put in. So tough to do both of these games to the standard that you have, mate. But it's been a pleasure to have you at my side while I've been, you know, jibber-jabbering my way through the weekend. So thanks so much, Nilly. Is there any other closing thoughts that you have before we head into what might very well be the final game here?
For me, it's not the final game. I truly trust in Mr., so don't ask those questions.
Okay, well, my friends, we're going to kick it back up to the casters. We're going to get stuck in with game number 4, Marinlord 3-0 up against the Mr. Let's find out what's going to happen next.
Well, exciting times right now. We are teetering on the edge of, as what was mentioned before, what could be the last game.
Yeah.
But if there's anything I know about the Mr., it's you don't count him out.
No, and you know, you got to feel that crowd behind you. You got to feel that ability to bounce back in these longer sets. We said, you know, there's some tricks you can pull to get a few games back, and I don't know. I've just got that feeling like just one more game, just one. You know, maybe what would help him is if the crowd gave a cheer for Mr. Right? Like, crowd, let Mr. know. Channel your energy into him. We need more games. Let me hear you. Let me hear the support for Mr.
That's pretty good.
That's what he needs.
That's what he needs right now.
At his back.
Yep. The fans are on his side. The Marinlord, he doesn't need fans. He talks enough trash to...
He's like, I don't need you, I'll beat you all.
Yes. He is his own fan. I think that's what's important. But we do get confirmation on the next map, so it looks like it's going to be Wetlands. And with Wetlands, obviously no Mongol picks available for either of these players because they were just used. So where do we go from here? Are we going to be seeing something new altogether? I don't think... Have we ever seen a game without the Mongols?
French.
On wetlands? Yeah, we've seen the French there before.
There's a French for Mister.
Oh, yeah, true.
I think
so he pulls out the French here?
Maybe this is the map where, like, Marine Lord wants to go for, like, Delhi.
Oh, surely not.
I think that's...
I feel like Marine Lord's Delhi maps are so good, though, right? Every single map is a Delhi map for Marine Lord.
But the Civ matchup is good, right?
So, yeah, true.
We'll see it coming. So Ottomans. Okay, this is
it's an Ottoman mirror.
It's an Ottoman mirror.
Oh,
okay.
give it to me right now. That is beautiful stuff.
So he keeps holding the French hostage with the Delhi.
Yep.
And this works out really well, because if he had picked the Delhi while the Ottomans still... And then, I'm an idiot. Marine Lord, like, he understands perfectly. If he picks Delhi while Ottomans are still in the pool, you're going to lose that. It's a very difficult matchup. We saw how one-sided that got in one of Marine Lord's series early in the tournament.
And what's the best way to beat Ottomans?
Is it a Nerf hammer?
No, you pick them. That's the best way to beat
them. A Nerf hammer's pretty good, too.
That also works, yes. But we don't have those powers, KP, unfortunately. I mean, we do have access to mods, but...
Maybe we just make metas like they have to deploy to give their aura.
Oh, Lord, please no. They're already clunky enough.
Like the guy has to get off of his...
off the horse
and bang the drums.
Set up his little drums.
You can do a great animation. The horse can just like go up on 2 legs and dance in front of him, you know?
Something tells me we're not going to be seeing that. This is
not historically accurate.
Yes, yes.
They're like, KP, this is not a circus, you clown, stop.
Yes, precisely. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about this matchup and about what we can expect, because Ottomans, a civilization that typically works very well on one base, and I suspect that's probably what we're going to be seeing here.
Well, what we're going to see is another game, just one more game. Let's keep it going. We move in to map number 4, Marine Lord on match point, but Mister, he will not give up. He will not go easily into that Dark Knight.
Oh, interesting opening already from Marine Lord. So he's picked up, picked up 50 stone and then moved out to the mill. So this stone is going to drop off at the mill. We'll see it right now.
I love that.
From his perspective, if we switch over to Marine Lord, it's going to show, there we go. You're going to see all that stone above the mill. This is an interesting mechanic. There they go, handing in 50 stone, just like that.
You know, the great thing about the matchup being like this is, like, you know, sometimes I think Deer and Boar can combine together to give some outrageous spawns. Don't have to worry about that here. You know, it's all haram all year round on this map.
That's true. Now, if Marine Lord's Boar aggroes towards him, is he able to kill it? Because this is technically 2 civilizations that can't have Boar.
Yeah, I mean, I was waiting for a player to fully exploit that.
Well, we did see Beastie use it pretty well.
He did, but like
the Boulder Bay game.
Consistently, I wanted to see it kind of be in that situation of like, you know, if someone kills it, do we punish them? So for those unaware...
You called this upon yourself, Boar.
Yeah, we had to put a rule in place that if you aren't a civ that hunts Boar or you're not up against the roost, you can't club the Boar to death.
Yes, for anybody wondering why, we did believe it to be a bug, but it's actually not a bug. It's apparently an intended purpose of the game, is that the food, you know, I mean, I think the scientific term is that it just gets yeeted off the map.
Yeah, that sounds right, because clearly what's happening is when other civs kill the Boar, they're salting the meat so it lasts.
Right.
And these guys are like, we don't want to eat this, we'll keep our salt.
All right, well, speaking of salt, Marine Lord going to be trying his hardest right now to be victorious.
I mean, you'd be salty if you somehow like saw this swing around and you go to map 7, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't put it past the Mister at all. He's done it before. He'll do it again. I'm confident.
Momentum is a thing, Drongo, right? You go 3 maps in a row like this, confidence is high. This is like the critical point. I've seen so many times when this is the point you lose a game. When it's back and forth, it's like you get a feel, there's a layer of respect and you don't get ahead of yourself, but it's very easy to just lose one game and then it snowballs out of control because you just don't have time to reset.
Yeah. All right, well, we begin to see players starting to take gold, so it's looking like the age up's going to be coming through shortly. Spearman moving out across the map. Keep in mind, that is the pretty standard Ottoman opening here, going for these military schools. A little bit more expensive, but they do produce units for free. So it can be really annoying in the early game, having, you know, a little bit of gold being gathered up above your base, and all of a sudden someone starts stabbing you.
And it feels like you don't want to do this because you're going to go archery ranges anyway, but the whole point is this layers you to switch to Sipahi at age 2. That's what it's about. You mass archery ranges and produce them with your resources, and then Sipahi you get casually generated, and it's just more cost efficient because Sipahi are more expensive.
Now, I wonder in this matchup exactly what happens, because the typical follow-up to an early aggression with Spearman is to go into Sipahi. But the consequence of doing that here is that your enemy's already got Spearman. So it feels like, well, maybe I should just... there's a part of me that thinks maybe I should just even keep it on Spearman, because it's, for me, this matchup, I don't know exactly how this is going to unfold, but I suspect there's probably going to be a lot of archers, so much so that you're going to see both players going for double giant archer balls, and that will be it.
And by the way, an interesting thing to think about is that this may be one of the less matchups, or maps rather, for this matchup. In that,
right.
So let's say you go on Dry Arabia. Let's say someone gets 2/3 of the sheep. Do you have to put a point into the sheep spawn instead of the meta first, and then lose the initial battle, and then it snowballs, right?
Very true. Actually, you know, that's something that we did see out of Marine Lord. I was actually sitting next to one of the devs, and they said, so which Imperial point do you normally take? And I said, oh, always going to be taking the sheep. And right there we saw Marine Lord just take the meta straight away. I'm like,
so good.
Except for this time.
He knows slightly better than me.
Yes. So I think what's interesting in a matchup like this is that it gives 2 armor to melee units.
Yeah.
So it can really change the tide of battle.
Okay, you want to know something else that's interesting is look at the placement of the minarets. It's not on that southeast corner.
Yep.
Like it typically is. In fact, it seems like both of them have chosen to put houses there instead. Typically, you want the minaret there so you have a quicker garrison point, right?
Yes.
And you always at least want to leave the backside of your base for the military school layout, which is interesting because I feel like that slightly favors the northern player spawn.
Correct.
Yeah, because naturally, like you can't rotate this building, so you always have to put it on the southeast side, and that means you always have room for the military schools behind.
Yeah, I feel like Ottomans is a little bit like China in that you have to think about your base building, but take a look at this. We've got a couple of spearmen moving in. Going to be outnumbered here, so they're just going to fall back for now. But yeah, very much it's all about base layout with the Ottomans. And yeah, quite honestly, I will come into a game and I will have to spend, okay, quickly, where's my house going to go down? That's where this is going, that's where this is going. And it's, you know, you've got to be very, very quick. But speaking of quick, look at that. We've already got a mining camp coming down on the stone for both of these players. Marine Lord with 6 villages on stone. That tells you something, doesn't it?
Do we want more military schools?
No, we probably want more town centers, I suspect.
That's true.
That's a lot. I feel like if you were just going for a military school, you'd probably just put 2 or 3 on, right?
Yeah, and you could probably like drop a TC forward of your initial base towards like the deer, and then you're close to the fishing as well. Just gets you a lot of food. It might just be he secures a wood line with this though, because like he went on the pond, which is far away. Problem is if you do build a TC over here, there's a boar nearby, so
there's always that problem.
Be careful of Pumbaa. He can get very angry very fast.
The Wimbuwer. All right.
Well, you know why he's always so angry? Is Timon, he's nowhere to be seen to calm him down.
All right. I'm once again calling upon the developers to introduce
meerkats.
Yeah. Just give us a little cosmetic meerkat near the pond or something like that.
And like you want to kill them because if you don't, they like
No, don't make them huntable. Let make them like the butterflies above the berries.
No. I was thinking like if you don't kill them, they like come by and steal resources from your drop-off buildings like one at a time.
Something tells me that's probably not going to happen.
Maybe
we can mod it.
I'm a bit of a troll, so I kind of like those things.
All right. Well, the first Vizier points are going to be coming through shortly. I'm curious to see which direction these players go.
But, it has to be the meta, right? Right?
You'd have to think, especially with the. I honestly, I really don't know, but it is going to be double military school opening here for Marine Lords. That's pretty standard stuff. But Mr. going to be going for Oh, look what he's doing.
Whoa.
Okay, I feel like that was probably just his lack of knowledge on the Civ and his understanding of the base building rather than him trying to fake out his enemy there. Because we did see the scout run past. So maybe he's like, I'm dropping down a range. Watch out.
Yeah.
But actually, you know, it was just a misplace.
So it is very important to like not rush that building first. You could even see a world in which if you're really worried about the comp matchup, you start building, say, an archery range and you don't complete it. And then you wait to see what your opponent does, and then you cancel it because you want to be one step ahead. It's very important. This is the important detail you've said about those points. It's going to be the meta coming out from Marine Lord. And I mean, I think that actually might be the sheep choice by Mister.
Yeah, it does look like it might be Anatolian Hills. Yeah, 7 sheep and 1 did just get slaughtered. So Mister going for a bit more of a, I guess you'd call it a greedy choice, and Marine Lord going for a bit more of an aggressive choice. But I think that the other thing to note is at this point, we've only seen melee units come out, which means that the longer this goes on, the better it becomes for Marine Lord because the value that meta is going to be giving. Once it starts pushing with that extra 2 armor from the melee side.
The interesting part to me is like Mister's, it seems like he's just made a bad choice, but he hasn't. Like it's actually smart because he went for the stables first. So where meta's strongest is if you're able to just spam archers up the wazoo. Now you see Horsemen as a possibility. You can't just rely on archers if you're Marine Lord, even more so because you went for the secondary TC.
Well, interestingly, we do see Mister with 1,000 food in the bank, and it doesn't look like he's interested in spending it. Do we dare have a fast castle coming out of him? Could this be... I mean, he's only got 5 vills on gold, so it's not a huge amount here, but is this maybe just a little bit of miss macro?
I kind of like the idea of fast castle here.
Oh, yeah. By far, I think it's the best choice. If he goes fast castle into the Mehmed Imperial Armory, takes out Marine Lord right now on the 2 TCs, and gets the 4 military schools.
Exactly.
Oh, I can't see any way that Marine Lord holds that. One base Ottomans. I feel like you could probably just safely play one base Ottomans
definitely.
in every matchup on every map and get to Conqueror 3.
I think the spooky part to me is that, you know, if you're Marine Lord, you made this choice to go into TC. And Mister, what he doesn't want to do is follow in your footsteps. Like, especially in Mirror, you need to do something else.
Yes.
If you're just replicating the build, you're replicating from behind. It's like, you know, instead of playing on an even server between us two, you're in Australia, I'm in the UK, and we're playing the Australian servers, I'm just behind you, buddy. Like, it's that type of feeling.
And especially against Marine Lord, right? Like, the best player in the world, objectively, you know, whether you like it or not, he's Mister's.
Don't say that too loud, you know.
Oh, I know. But at the end of the day, like, Mister's obviously a strategic mastermind, whereas Marine Lord is just a pure mechanical guy. And you don't want to be doing the same thing against him because he's just going to find the weakness. He's just going to hit it. So I think this is a smart play by the Mister. Let's hope he gets up sooner rather than later, though.
One interesting thing is I think Marine Lord, because he went for this meta, but he doesn't have archers, he doesn't have a great use for it right now because, like, the Sapahi just feel a bit too speedy to keep up with.
Yeah.
So if you go with him, like, you kind of evens out. But like, I think he was hesitant because he didn't have enough Sapahi to go out. Usually you have like 10+ archers and you can defend the meta.
Right.
If you have like 2 or 3 Sapahi and you run into your opponent's base, like, you might get pinched.
All right.
So just to explain, by the way the meta is working, like, you have the attack speed aura, you've got the ranged armor, you've got the melee armor, and if you don't keep in formation, that movement speed buff doesn't go through.
I'm sorry, right now I'm making a face because I'm seeing the Istanbul Imperial Palace, which...
Yeah, that's interesting. So, you know, you were talking about...
Is he going for a Janissary push?
Partially.
He might be going for a Janissary push right now.
It's partially that. It's also the military school plus, because if you get that, which makes sense, you won't have enough points to then get the Janissary timing.
Yep. I think you might...
Or the increased production rate. So, like, if you sync these all up, there's a world in which he just swarms on 3 units. I love how we're seeing this clash. Marine Lord's playing, like, greedy 2 TCs.
Exactly.
And then you've just got, what does passive production? How does passive production measure up against this?
Yeah, exactly. But he's got to be careful right now. A lot of melee units moving out, and he's shift-clicked them onto the villagers meta out here on the front side as well. Looks like it's going to be evening up the villager kills and taking one for himself. That's going to be 2 villager kills now to 1. Third one going down. Got to be careful those spears though, KP. Look at them. Oh, wow. They just do so much damage. No.
He blocked off the Sapahi. Mister, he goes the wrong way around. He ends up losing 2, almost 3. Yeah, Scout's going to go down as well. So now Mister's playing blind on the map. He's at least going to get the tech up, but Marine Lord might look to double down when he sees this.
Yeah, but take a look at Mister's macros. Pretty on point right now. He's sitting there with 215 stone, which is just enough to get or squeeze out both of those military schools.
Yes. It's the plan, right? And that's why he goes to the Imperial Council, because you generate those points quicker to go spend.
Yeah, and we've got Men-at-Arms in the queue, also going for Spy, and we do see a Knight as well, so he's really looking to go heavy right now.
Marine Lord needs to get as much damage done to Eco as possible. He knows his army's heavily discounted. If anything, he's already making his way up. It's going to be the Medbed Imperial Armory.
How is he so close up behind?
It's crazy, right? Because like he was producing probably some, and they just cancel it all. If you look at the size of his army, outside of Sapahi, which have been passively produced, he's only got 6 spearmen, 2 archers, and of course the meta was 3.
How is he so far ahead right now? It just boggles my mind. It's like his villager count is up 10, his total population is up 16. And he's up with the MIA in less than 30 seconds behind it. It's just
brilliant.
Yeah, but now we do see those 4 military schools coming out. So for me, the big difference here is going to be that there's passive siege coming in on the side of Marine Lord. Now, Marine Lord scouted out the Istanbul Imperial Palace, which means that he knows there's not going to be siege coming out from the Mister unless he pays for it.
Yeah.
So he can invest completely in going for mangonels.
And that'll counter the Janissaries. And here's a knock-on effect. The Janissaries are already going to be discounted by the fact that you've built Men-at-Arms, so Marine Lord's natural counter is going to be crossbows. He has the answer to both things you could do here. So you're going to need to throw a curveball. Maybe a different tech could come out of the Imperial Council that's more valuable here. But I feel like this is the plan.
Tech? What else do you go? And I think
you really want to trade now?
Like, but that's it, right? In this position.
Wow.
You know, it's that Ottomans is quite a predictable civilization. You can generally tell what direction they're going to be going, but he's tried to throw a curveball here, but obviously with that MIA coming out, it's just such a strong counter to everything. Can he get back through into this game by raiding, potentially?
I think so. Like, he needs to just get the Men-at-Arms, spread them out, and then the crossbows, of course, can't put out all the fires at the same time. You idle eco. The whole logic here is you have passive unit production at a higher degree than Marine Lord right now. So even if you lose those Men-at-Arms, if you're idling eco, that's a net positive for you.
Yeah, we can see that Knight actually getting a nice couple of hits there on the villager underneath the town center. Cleans up one. He's going to be forced away, but Hey, yeah, look at that.
Wait, does he notice? Mister's like, these are freebies right now.
Yeah, they are. He does notice, but crossbow, spear, also here to pick it up.
Yeah, if he'd done it straight away, I think he kills another villager, but it's hard to keep track of that. Just great reaction by Marine Lord to get across, cuts down one of the issues, and only 3 knights to contest with. He's now walling up, so he's making sure he creates that funnel point where crossbows will dictate this fight.
All right, I'm curious as to whether we see those Janissaries coming up, but a little bit of a counter raid coming in from Marine Lord's side.
Yeah.
Still plenty of men-at-arms in queue at the moment for the Mister. He's massing them up like crazy, but look at Marine Lord's queue. He's got plenty of crossbows in queue as well.
And the danger is Marine Lord, if he sees you dive hard into his main base with all these men-at-arms, just get your Janissaries yourself, right? They're a great counter.
Exactly.
And that means you also can't go for Lancers either. It's a tough one for Mister to crack directly and instantly. Like, he has to do this death by 1,000 cuts approach.
Yeah, well, I think at this point in time, it might even be safe for Marine Lord to think about taking the Janissaries here, just because he knows that he's so far ahead. The only way he can really die is that little window of a timing push.
I don't think he needs them. Like, look at his crossbow count. And remember, one side still hasn't got the meta. They don't have the attack speed. They don't have the potential extra armor. By the way, do you want to know the easiest way to break men-at-arms? You don't go the attack speed aura. You go the melee armor with the meta.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do attack slowly. They don't do a lot of damage. It makes sense. But you can see a little bit of a ring around the rosy for both of these players in their bases. Still, the villager counts, I mean, about 20 difference between them, but we do see a lot of villagers killed this game.
It's like, the one thing we can guarantee for you folks is a lot of innocent Ottoman people rather are going to die this game.
Yeah, it definitely seems the case. But at this point in time, Marine Lord just looking very solid. Veteran Spearman also coming through.
I feel like Mister's getting like pulled into too many locations, and Marine Lord is willing to sacrifice a few villages to take his main army and clean up small groups. And the Sipahi, they've never left the base. They just keep coming and doing this. And Mister, he's at risk of being doubled up on the eco.
This is not looking good right now, but he's going to hold on a little bit longer. Armed forces moving to the front right now. Plenty of units here, but at the same time, that cleanup on the backside finally coming through. Look at the villager bodies. Oh my lord, did you see the villager bodies, KP?
It's spooking me out right now. Like, Mister, there's no safe wood line for him. It's always so far away. If you look at his spawn compared to where his TC is, it's a long walk away from safety. And if there's one thing we know about Mister, doesn't really like his wheelbarrow, he still doesn't have it.
This is it. I mean, you can calculate, you know, those wood lines, those gold mines, those berries, all you like with the wheelbarrow, but how can you calculate the raids?
Exactly, and you saw that mango hit, like the damage it done. Now Mister has to run all the way across the field. He has been forced to pull out the trump card. He went for the Janissaries, but this is a one-punch maneuver. You can use it, and of course it spawns 2 Janissaries for every military school you have, but it's a point investment, and it only happens once.
That's exactly it. Well, this is it, the push that potentially could be it. Mister needs to try and pull out some magic here. Obviously, the Janissary is going to be really nice when it comes to microing, but there's so many things that Marine Lord's got to counter it. He's got 19 crossbows. He's got one mangonel at the moment. It says 2, it's just 1. So he's got all the tools that he needs to deal with this.
I just love what Marine Lord's doing. Like, he chases this way, he keeps attack speed aura, and the moment you turn around, he can easily just switch to armor if he needs it. Like, this is an impossible fight for Mister to win right now. He needs to bait Marine Lord into an overextension.
And the thing is, he doesn't have the Mehmed Imperial Armory, so he's got no way that he can deal with these crossbows. There's no mangonel that's coming to save the day here.
And you see him just back up now. The plus side is he can snipe that mangonel for free. The Marine Lord left unguarded, so that's a positive, right? So that's going to slow down this assault into the base. It's going to buy some vital time for Mister.
Yeah, that's good stuff for him. But keep in mind, who's on the clock right now? Is it Mister or is it Marine Lord?
I honestly think it's Mister right now. Yeah, the idea
the
of
villager
this,
count, KP.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's this choice in landmark. Like, it's good for a kind of mid-timing, but if this game goes too late, the passive generation here, like when you get up to Imperial Age and you have the Imperial Armory plus 4 military schools, and you add in the 5th, you get to a stage where I think you're pushing out about 1.5k resources of free units a minute.
That's so much. That is so many damn units. Oh gosh, I don't know how you compete with that, especially when you throw in something like the Istanbul Observatory, really try and, you know, buff it up.
It's absolutely bonkers at that stage.
Yeah. All right, well, at this point in time, we wait a little bit longer to see what happens. Marine Lord's got his next mangonel out on the field. Keep in mind, these bad boys are coming in for free at the moment.
Yeah, and it's just like the other thing is if you have to go with that Janissary play, the extra Vizier points you get feel kind of moot long term, right? Because it's not like you're getting an extra thing that's going to scale you. It's like I bought 8 Janissaries.
Yeah.
And let's get to Imperial Age, and then now we've all got Janissaries. So.
And the thing is, it's not 8 Janissaries when there's 20 units on the field. It's 8 Janissaries when there's 80 units on the field. Yeah. So the impact is significantly less.
Yeah, I like it as a, oh no, I'm being dove in my base. I need these knights gone type moment.
Yeah.
But
or
like,
if I lose this battle, then I lose this game. and it can kind of like maybe potentially push back the save. But yeah, maybe the early aggression, it's just...
I think it's this cool element of like, if you get forced to do it first, you're heavily discounted unless you instantly can do something, because Marine Lord can always stop you now going into Knights, or at least in the early phases of Castle Age, because if you do, and you dive his base, spawns 8 Janissaries, insta-kills your Lancers.
Yeah. All right, well, the push eventually going to come through, but look at this. We've got a little bit of a wall up on this south side. Keep in mind, still only a single TC at the moment for the Mister, so he's pumping out units non-stop, but the numbers here not looking terrible for him. He's got a meta out, needs to make sure it stays on the backside. Mangonel moving through.
The villages are not working. Mister's got 11 idle villagers just right here. Like, they can't work the wood line. They're not working for him at all. This is almost a triple up when you think about that element of what's happening here.
Mangonel moving through, got a great little pocket. Look at this.
Yeah.
So much protection on this right side of the screen.
Imagine you have a choke point and then you just create a new opening for your opponent. It doesn't feel good here. He'll pull all the villagers back finally. Like, he's been gathering on the front line this whole time. It just hurts him more and more.
All right, well, Mister going to try and hold on in this position. We can see the crossbows.
He got rid of the meta.
Away. I think that's probably what's going to do it as soon as that meta goes down. And Good Game's going to get called. It's a 4-0. Marine Lord is your victor, ladies and gentlemen.
He done it. He done it in clean fashion. After slipping up early, losing out to Magic, being caught unexpected. Look at the camaraderie. Magic was able to beat Marine Lord. The other Mythology lad couldn't do it, but he's so humble in it. He says, get out here, hold your hand loud and proud. You done it, Marine Lord. You won a LAN.
Absolutely beautiful stuff right there. $100,000 heading into the pocket of Marine Lord. He's going to be super happy, but at the same time, 50K going over to Mister.
And then Mister will be happy either way. But like, this is what I love about Mister. In victory or defeat, it's the fact that he shows such great love for his teammate as well. But you know what? I want to give the love over the stage right now. I want to hear from the man himself. Riley's ready to talk to Marine Lord.
Yes, indeed. I am standing here with the man himself, Marine Lord, your champion. Well done. What a performance. I want to ask you, I want to take you back to the beginning of the tournament, heading in before any matches had been played. Did you feel a weight of expectation? Were you feeling pressure? And how much of that pressure were you putting on yourself?
I just like to play the game, so I don't really put pressure on myself. But obviously, after losing the first day, it was worrying, I guess. But I prepared very well for the rest of the series. And I knew, like, if I reached the playoff, even if I didn't do good before, in best of 5 and best of 7, it's very, very different, so I will feel like confident no matter what.
So as the tournament progressed, after you sort of got that loss out of the way, after you rallied, your confidence grew, you felt better about your chances later in the tournament?
Yeah, I think after my loss against Magic, I practiced some builds that I wasn't too sure about, so I just like made sure that I would know the meta better. And then against Swarm I played terrible, but after that I found my groove. I played very well against the Muslim. I played very well against Pepe, Beastie and Mister.
Well, as you started to hit your straps, as things started to get better and better for you, I want to talk about your mindset heading into today, the semi-final, and of course now the final. You were talking about how confident you felt. You were talking about how good you felt. What was going through your mind what did you know you needed to do to win today in both the semi and the final?
I mean, normally I'm just the better player in the long macro games, so I just need to not die in the early game or not like fall too far behind. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know, I like to play the game. I think I draft early too, so I prepared for everything. I had every sieve possible to play, and
it sounded like you wanted to just come here, play your natural game, and hope that was going to get you over the line, and it certainly has today. What does it mean to you? You are the Age of Empires 4 Red Bull Wololo Legacy Champion. How does it feel to be crowned the champion of the biggest Age of Empires 4 tournament we've ever seen?
It feels incredible. I won a few majors online, but offline it feels for sure different. The trophy is amazing.
In front of a live crowd as well that's getting up and about for you, mate.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the biggest tournament ever for the franchise, so I'm so happy.
Yeah, I mean, you should be. Finally, before we let you pick up your trophy that's so well-deserved and so hard-earned, mate, I want to ask you, is there anyone that you want to thank, anyone you want to shout out, who supported you, and to whom do you, in at least part, owe this victory?
Shout out to everyone who supported me, shout out to my team, shout out to people who helped me practice, sort of, Kasva, the Muslim, Lucifron, and a few others. Thanks, guys.
Our champion, my friends. Just give us that one over here. Get those hands nice and free, because it is time for you to hoist this trophy and, of course, the $100,000 prize pool that comes with it. The Age of Empires 4 Red Bull Wololo champion. It is Marine Lord. Well, mate, I'll let you head off over there, and you can revel in your newfound riches. Oh, as we welcome Ellie onto the stage, mate, I'll get you to join me up here as well. I know you prefer to be on this side. Get to show off that braid.
My best feature.
That's exactly right. What a performance. What a weekend. What an incredible experience we've had. Before we go any further, I want to acknowledge the mister. I want to congratulate this bloke sitting here who has played his guts out, left nothing on the table, and has gone down swinging, my friends. Our runner-up, the mister. Let's hear it for him. And look, let's be honest. He's still won a considerable chunk of change. There may be a couple of upgrades on the old farm back at home once he gets there. But Ellie, you've been obviously standing by watching this entire weekend. Today's been electric. What are your thoughts? What are your takeaways? What spoke to you today? What are you excited about?
Just being here, seeing the crowd, seeing the players, seeing the community rally together for this franchise that we love, having the announcements of the expansions and the direction that we're heading. You already know what I'm going to say. It has been phenomenal.
It has been phenomenal, and we are so glad to be here in front of a live studio audience to bring this experience to the tens of thousands of people around the world. The atmosphere has been amazing. It has been so good to see the performance, these players playing at their peak. And I'm sure you're just as optimistic as me about the future of this franchise that we all love so much.
I am, and I know that the players are hungrier than ever to improve, to strategize, to practice, and I know that we'll be seeing so many familiar faces as well as new faces. I hope that this event really inspires people to try out the games, give life to this community, to revive it, to have it grow. Age of Empires 2 has been going on so strong, and I think Age of Empires 4, Age of Mythology Retold, all of the wonderful events we have in the pipeline, I'm just so excited to see what's to come.
Yeah, it's an incredible time to be a fan of Age of Empires, the game that we all love so much. However, sadly, all good things must come to an end, and that is just about all she wrote today, sports fans. That is the end of Red Bull Wololo Legacy. What a journey it's been. Months of preparation, weeks of excitement, and some days filled with the most heart-stopping action across 3 games that we love so much. Over $500,000 in prize money, 32 of the best players from around the world converging upon the most appropriate backdrop imaginable for a series of games defined by and inspired by our shared history as humans. Against the backdrop of this incredible castle, we have seen epic battles waged. We have seen battles fought and lost by, again, the most skilled practitioners of this game. But sadly, that's it. We are very, very happy that you've been with us for so long across this entire experience. We are so thankful that you've contributed to the success of the broadcast. And on a personal note, I want to thank not only my coverage casters who have helped and supported me and helped me be the best host I can be, but also the tireless work of the production staff who more than anyone else have made this show what it is. An incredible job by an incredible team. You don't see them, and that means they are doing their job like no other. So thank you so much to everyone working behind the cameras. And thank you to Red Bull and to Microsoft for their support of this community. It has been incredible to have such an amazing and colossal show, a spectacle put on like this. So the support of Red Bull, the support of Microsoft with this game that we all love, as I say. I mean, let's hear it for these two companies that, again, are behind the success of this tournament. However, there remains one last acknowledgement that I think has to be the most important, and that is to the Age of Empires community. The Age of Empires community really is unlike so many, it is unlike any other gaming community. The passion these fans have, the dedication to a game, keeping it alive for decades. And now, the culmination here in this castle, the biggest celebration of this game, over $500,000 in prize money, and a live studio audience to watch it happen. What an incredible experience it has been. My friends, on behalf of the entire team here, thank you for joining us at Heidelberg Castle. That is that for Red Bull Wololo Legacy. We hope you've enjoyed the show. We certainly have. But as we take one last look at the highlights from today, I'd like to bid you a fond farewell. Good night. Take care of yourselves. On behalf of the entire team, this is Riley Knight one last time saying good night. Live from a castle with an audience of hundreds in the room with me, my friends, it is time to get underway with the semi-finals and the grand final of Age of Empires 4.
Crazy.
Yeah, crazy good.
All right. Lucifer's going to need to bring back the archers, doing a decent job. But look how he's focusing down the spearmen. Well, over towards the front side, we got ourselves a little more kills coming in. But take a look at this. 3, 2, 1. There's the fortifications. You ain't going anywhere. Oh, that is painful, right? Think of the sheep. Think of the sheep. Don't dare do that. But beautiful block right there. Did you see that? How does he fire that far? That's a long-range mangonel. Take a look at the military population. He's down to 13.
Mister just looking for the kill here. Now goes for the wooden fortress. Soon more villagers exposed.
And I think we might have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mister looking very solid right here as the outpost goes down, and you can see Lucifer sitting back in his chair. The sacred site's being captured, but it's not going to mean anything right now. Mister heads through to the grand finals, Nelly.
Let's go! Meet each other in the finals if they can. This time not an option. Off. It still takes a bit longer, while if you have like 3 military schools, you're fine.
It's finally time. Let's hear it loud and proud, crowd, because it's time to get underway with the second semi-finals, BSTQE versus Marine Lord. As we'll move in, strikes down 3 of them, and shifts out to the right side. Great raid by Beastie. 2 relics. Beastie is going to lose it, and he was being greedy. He's going on into the second TC. On the other side, the Springals are now going to start cleaning up. 2 are coming to play, and now there's the demo ships we were waiting for, and then both the Springals are hit. Heavy damage.
Oh, could get there.
Nice
Prelet as well. Oh, gets it and gets out of there.
Yeah.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Beastie has a scout to the south side. He sees everything.
Oh. Vision still limited here. Bombard's a bit exposed. Horseman diving. Keep goes down.
He even just sends the villagers back in. He says, no, 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 no. They're like, please, we're being killed. I don't care. Going right now. He's like, let me in. I hate being part of this empire. Can we join you? No, stay away.
Oh, and now the Dark Knights are diving in. Archers exposed.
He can lose the whole army. That's it. It's going to happen. Marine Lord does it. He makes it through to the grand finals. Beastie will go out in the semis.
And we will have our grand final happening later tonight. Marine Lord against the Mister.
He was just a step ahead. It was nuts. This Marine Lord we saw. The Mister won't give it up that easy. You see the intense look, you feel it.
Oh, absolutely beautiful stuff right there. Got to give her a round of applause.
And let's let the action speak for itself. We're finally there, guys. It's finally time.
Grand finals of Wololo Legacy is upon us. Marine Lord versus Mister.
Both players now aging up at almost the exact same time right there. Both with 9 villages as well. Oh, I just realized the sacred sites. Take a look at this right here. We've got double sacred sites on top of each other.
Marine Lord, this is the greed I was worried about. So much siege and yet so little to defend it. Great timing by Mister. This will eliminate the sacred site win condition, and now he gets to be the dictator in the mid-map.
I'm sure it's all part of the plan, ladies and gentlemen. Do not worry. This guy is a professional.
The Mangonel is just being kind of ignored. He can't get on top of it. So Marine Lord is going to start to push back against this.
Look at the horseman flank coming around on the west side. This is beautiful right now. He realizes, Marine Lord, I got to get out of there. Now the push comes in. Mister looking strong all of a sudden.
He needs to keep going.
Oh, he's going for the snipe. Look at the villagers moving.
Yeah,
he's going for a snipe.
It's the only move he's got left. The Mangonel shot comes in. And that should be it. Mister doesn't have the damage to see this through.
Hey, look at the ball. Wow, they just do so much damage. No. All right, well, Mister going to try and hold on in this position. We can see the crossbows.
He got rid of the meta.
Away. I think that's probably what's going to do it as soon as that meta goes down. And Good Man's going to get called. It's a 4-0. Marine Lord is your victor, ladies and gentlemen.
He done it. He done it in clean fashion. After slipping up early, losing out to Magic, being caught unexpected. Look at the camaraderie. Magic was able to beat Marine Lord. The other Mythology lad couldn't do it, but he's so humble in it. He says, get out here. Hold your hand loud and proud. You done it, Marine Lord. You won a LAN.
And of course, the $100,000 prize pool that comes with it, the Age of Empires 4 Red Bull Wololo champion, it is Marine Lord.
In the middle, Leary's castle goes down. His turn to raid Leary's economy. And Viper holds on to that castle. And he's killing the villagers on the gold. They're desperately running for the TC.
Look, the Cavalier, they can do what they're doing here to the trebuchets, and then Leary will have nothing.